Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Awakens the RPG Powers. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Could you die for me? Issei shot his eyes open, sweat dripping down his face. He was met with a flurry of numbers, each accompanied by short words. The memory of her last words echoed in his mind, refusing to fade. Gasping for breath, confusion washed over him. He was supposed to be dead. Looking down at his hands, he gasped as he noticed the absence of the gaping wound in his chest, though the remnants of blood still trailed down his arm. This doesn't. How? He was flabbergasted, struggling to comprehend his situation. I'm alive. I'm alive. A smirk crept onto his face at the realization that he wouldn't have to face the afterlife just yet. However, the moment of joy was fleeting as memories of what had led him here flooded back. His heart was shattered. The one thing he desired most, a partner to love, had ultimately brought him pain. He longed for comfort, warmth, and affection, but instead he encountered a woman who seemed ready to tear his world apart. Everything had felt too easy, too perfect. The smile she wore throughout their date had left him with an unsettling feeling, one he should have trusted. Why? Why did I ever think this world would be kind to me? None of this would have happened if I had just thought things through, he lamented, gripping his head in frustration, tears rolling down his cheeks. I never thought it would come to this. Crying from the pain in his heart, Issei resolved never to trust anyone again. As he began to calm down, one thought lingered in his mind. The world was always against him. That woman. I will. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the pressure build. I will get the last laugh. He didn't care about anything else. He would seek his revenge. Forget being the bigger person, he would make her regret her actions. With a newfound calmness, Issei realized he needed to change. He could no longer view women as the objects of his desire. The fear of being hurt again loomed large. He didn't want to experience that pain again. He would rely on himself. He only needed himself. Hearing a small ding in his mind, Issei began to process the stats and words that appeared in his vision. What's this? A small screen resembling something from a video game materialized before him. Name, Issei Haidu. Race, human. Level, title, Thun. HP 50-50. MB 50-50. 2. Skill points, 0. This wasn't too hard for Issei to understand. He may not have been the smartest, but he had played many games like this. The realization struck him he was part of one. Confusion washed over him, but he was too dazed to feel shocked or horrified. The events that had transpired had left him in a haze, but now he stood alive and well, facing a new reality. Accepting that this system was here to stay, he moved to a nearby water fountain and washed the blood from his hands. He didn't care about the public nature of the fountain. His priority was to clean himself up. He discarded his stained shirt and buttoned up a fresh one over it. As he made his way home, thoughts raced through his mind. If these stats were like a game, could he improve them? Would he become stronger? These thoughts occupied him as he approached his house, wondering how he would explain the abrupt end of his date to his mother. Quest, improve. Details, improve your stats by engaging in various physical activities. Reward, experience points. Another message appeared before him. He wanted to dismiss the screen but decided to ponder its implications instead. The realization dawned on him. He was in a simulation, a game. He didn't know how to feel about this revelation. He felt strangely unaffected, as if he had grown numb to the absurdity of it all. Then he noticed a small red box in the corner of the screen. Pressing it, he closed the screen and sighed in relief, finally able to see the world without the distraction of the interface. Now it was time to focus. The sun was still setting, and he had the opportunity to experiment with this new reality. Strength was the first thing that came to mind. What could he do to increase it? Push-ups. Deciding to start with the most basic exercise, Issei began doing a few push-ups and quickly realized just how out of shape he was. By the 7th, he struggled to push himself back up. By the 10th, he fell flat on his face, panting heavily. It was a disappointing display of strength. He tried again, managing only 4 more before he faltered once more. +1 strength. He did it. Quest completion. Reward, experience points. Level up. However, that wasn't his main concern at the moment. For some reason, Issei felt as if his strength had increased significantly. It was as if he had become much stronger, even with just that small boost in his stats. Determined to test himself further, he got down for another set of push-ups, and to his surprise, he easily cranked out 20. This is incredible. His strength was noticeably higher now. He turned his attention back to the screen that had popped up again. His stats had all improved, and he had gained an additional skill point. Curiously, he noticed a small plus symbol next to each stat. He pressed the plus symbol next to agility, adding a point, and watched as it disappeared. Interesting. Issei was amazed. Name, Issei Haidu. Race, human. Level, title, Thun. HP, 100-100. MP, 75-75. 3. Skill points, 0. Issei smirked. He could increase his stats without needing to level up. This was an opportunity he intended to exploit, although he sensed there was something more tied to leveling up that he would discover eventually. For now, he was going to take full advantage of this system. It had been a couple of days. Upon returning home, he was greeted by his worried parents, who noticed he was without his white shirt and wore a serious expression. Not wanting to alarm them, Issei simply told them that the woman didn't want to see him again, leaving out any further details. Back to what Issei had been doing. For the past few days, he had been experimenting with ways to increase his stats. He found that simple exercises like push-ups and reading books weren't enough after his initial boost. So, he turned to weights, but they only increased his strength by 1 point. Issei realized that since his strength was increasing exponentially rather than linearly, he needed to apply a more significant stimulus. It didn't matter how many repetitions he did or how many hours he spent reading, he had to step up his game. What did he resort to? Quest, open a dungeon. Details, using the dungeon. Icon in the menu, open your very first dungeon. All of Issei's thoughts were interrupted when he received his second quest. He focused on the menu screen displaying his stats and noticed a small tab on the side that was unlocked. Clicking on it, a new text box appeared. Dungeon Maker. Accessible dungeons. Tutorial dungeon. Difficulty, very easy. Ready to create? Yes, no. Clicking on the yes button, he was immediately transported to a different area. Upon arriving in a secluded location, Issei gasped at the sight of numerous rocks, cracks, and large canyons surrounding him. Standing atop a massive hill, he was momentarily blinded by the sun. It seemed he was in a vast desert, stretching far beyond his line of sight. This is going to be challenging. The heat was already wearing him down. He decided to remove his shirt to feel more comfortable. Knowing from games that dungeons often meant monsters lurking around, Issei felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He was on high alert. Turning to look behind him, he saw nothing at first. But then he noticed a strange fog-like substance materializing out of thin air, clustering around the area. In an instant, the fog vanished, revealing a group of zombies standing where it had been. Name, Zombies, Group. Base, 100. Level, 1 to 3. HP, 0 to 150. 1 to 3. AGL, 0.5 to 1. End, 1 to 3. The tattered zombies, some missing limbs and chunks of flesh, began to crawl toward him slowly. They were much slower than Issei, but their appearance terrified him. He had never encountered anything so unsettling. Quest, defeat as many monsters as you want. Reward, shop unlocked. Plus 25 bronze coins. Looking at their stats, Issei noticed the zombies had no mana points or intelligence. He concluded that since they were already dead, they lacked the ability to think, which explained their absence of intelligence and mana. As the zombies approached him at a sluggish pace, Issei felt his heart race and his body tremble. He didn't want to attack, he was scared. They continued to close in on him, each step they took matched by a breath he took. But then, a warm light began to glow around him, calming his nerves and clearing his mind. Closing his eyes, Issei took a deep breath and stepped forward. He needed to confront this challenge. With newfound determination, he realized he could defeat these monsters. They were slow and lacked thought. He just needed to overpower them. Looking ahead, he spotted a scrawny zombie, the weakest of the group, missing an arm and half of its neck. He charged toward it, easily bypassing the others. With a slight hesitation, he swung his fist and struck the zombie on its exposed neck. A loud crunch echoed as the zombie stumbled back, howling in response. Issei hesitated for a moment before kicking the zombie again, not fully grasping the extent of his newfound power. The zombie was already on the brink of collapse due to its weakened state, but the 2 strikes to its critical areas proved too much. With a decisive blow, Issei dispatched his first opponent. Achievement unlocked, killed first enemy. Reward, common weapon. Level up. As the reality of his actions began to sink in, Issei felt a wave of panic wash over him. The sounds of the other zombies faded into silence. Just as quickly as his fear arose, a calming white light enveloped him. He finally processed the message indicating that a weapon had been granted to him. As he finished reading, he noticed an object soaring toward him. It landed right in front of him, revealing itself to be a sledgehammer. He walked through the dust that formed from the impact, inspecting the weapon as another message appeared on his screen. Weapon name, sledgehammer. Rarity, common. Attributes, +1 star. Requirements, 5 star. Details, regular sledgehammer. It was strange, the sledgehammer didn't hinder his agility. He guessed this was because his strength was increasing rapidly, making the weight of the hammer feel negligible. Noticing that he had leveled up again, Issei decided to invest his skill point into agility. Name, Issei Haidu. Race, human. Title, Tan. Level 3. HP, 150-150. MP, 100-100. Exter, 5, +1. Bill, 3. He observed that his stats were becoming quite unbalanced. His health was low while his strength was unusually high for his level. Perhaps all those push-ups with weights hadn't been the best idea. He also noted that his strength stat was now complemented by the attribute bonus from his sledgehammer, showing his raw strength alongside the weapon's enhancement. Grabbing his hammer and surveying the countless zombies before him, he realized there was no limit to how many he needed to defeat. He was determined to prepare himself properly by utilizing this dungeon. Meanwhile, outside his room, Issei's mother opened the door to find it empty. Issei? Honey. Her voice trembled as she scanned the room, her heart racing with dread. Her eyes fell on the torn posters adorning the walls, remnants of her son's heartache. Each ripped piece was a testament to his pain, a pain she wished she could have shielded him from. Entering the room, she felt the weight of unspoken anguish. The once vibrant posters, now torn and defaced, mirrored the turmoil within her son. She knew the breakup had devastated him, but seeing the aftermath laid bare before her brought a fresh wave of sorrow. Goro, Issei isn't here. Her cry pierced the silence, echoing with frantic urgency as she turned to seek comfort in her husband's arms. Trembling with fear, her voice cracked as she uttered the words that had been haunting her since she first noticed Issei's absence. Her husband's footsteps thundered up the stairs, mirroring her racing heart. Panic clawed at his chest as he reached the threshold of their son's sanctuary, his eyes widening at the sight of his wife's distress. Without hesitation, he wrapped her in his arms, trying to steady her trembling frame amidst the storm of emotions. What do you mean he isn't here? He was just in the room a couple of minutes ago. His voice strained with worry, each word a desperate plea for reassurance. He isn't here. Her voice cracked, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to him, her fear consuming her with every passing second. I knew that girl was going to hurt him. We need to find Issei before he does something he will regret. His heart clenched at the raw agony in her voice, his own fears threatening to overwhelm him. With a nod of determination, he vowed to find their son and bring him back home where he belonged. Just relax. I'll try to find him around town. Give me a second. Mickey. Hey, wake up. His voice was gentle yet firm, trying to rouse her from the depths of her despair. But the worry had taken its toll, and her strength gave way beneath the weight of her fear. With a soft whimper, she collapsed against him, her body limp with exhaustion and anguish. As Goro continued gently shaking Mickey, trying to awaken her, his heart clenched with fear and worry. Each passing second without knowing where Issei was felt like an eternity of torment. They had poured all their hopes and dreams into him, cherishing him as the precious gift they'd been granted after enduring the heartbreak of miscarriages. The sight of the torn posters in Issei's room, remnants of his shattered heart, only added to their distress. Upon waking, Mickey continued to sob, her cries echoing through the house, a testament to a mother's love and worry for her child. Goro felt a surge of helplessness, knowing they needed to find Issei before his pain drove him to do something irreversible. With determination etched on his face, Goro promised to search every corner of the town until he found his son. Yet, beneath his facade of resolve lay a father's trembling heart, terrified of the possibilities that awaited him. The thought of Issei, their only child, lost in a sea of emotional turmoil, sent shivers down his spine. As he gently laid Mickey down, he whispered reassurances, though his own doubts gnawed at him. How could they be considered parents to Issei when they couldn't shield him from the agony of a broken heart? The weight of parental responsibility bore down on Goro's shoulders, a heavy burden that threatened to crush him. "Sit. My boy, please. Be safe." How many had he defeated? 10, 20, 30. He had lost count. If given the choice, he would take advantage of the opportunity to grind. After his first kill, he discovered that his next level up would occur after defeating 5 zombies. They provided the same experience points regardless of the zombies' level, as their slowness made them less of a threat. Name, Issei Haidu. Race, human. Title, Thun. Level 7. HP, 500. MP, 225. So, 9, plus 1. AGL, 9. 10. Int, 9. Skill points, 0. He had leveled up 5 times since he first arrived. However, a small skull icon appeared on his screen after reaching level 5. He was unsure of its purpose and hesitated to find out. Yet, curiosity began to take hold, and he decided to click on the skull icon. Boss summoning conditions have been met. Do you wish to summon the boss? Yes, no. Clicking yes, Issei wondered what the boss would look like. It couldn't be much stronger than him, right? Perhaps he was being a bit overconfident, but he felt ready to face the challenge. The familiar fog began to gather in the area, forming a small golden sphere in front of Issei. Out of the fog emerged a grotesque giant. With 3 heads protruding from its neck, 2 of which were missing an eye, its tattered clothing barely clung to its mutated body, which was riddled with decay, sometimes exposing its bones. Towering 3 times his height, Issei watched as the beast approached him with surprising speed. Name, Gargantua. Base, 100. Level. HP, 600. Heart, 11. Issei was 2 levels above it. Since the host is at a higher level than the monster, debuffs and buffs will apply. Minus 20% damage received. Plus 20% damage dealt to opponent. This was one of the things Issei enjoyed. Being at a higher level than a monster meant he could reduce damage taken and increase damage dealt. However, he knew that this would work against him if he faced something stronger and at a higher level. The level difference could be demoralizing for anyone at a disadvantage. Issei charged at the monster, taking advantage of its slowness. He dodged a massive fist and swung his hammer, striking the monster's hip. It dealt some damage, but the creature remained standing. When it turned to face him, the monster swung its arm wildly. Issei couldn't dodge in time and was hit, sending him flying backward. He skidded across the sand, blood trickling from his mouth. Just one blow. Even with the debuffs, he had taken significant damage. Struggling to his feet, he noticed his health had dropped by a quarter. Perhaps the strength difference, even if slight, was affecting him. He rushed in again, swinging his hammer as he anticipated the monster's hand coming toward him. When the monster's hand made contact with his hammer, Issei let go and ducked to avoid the massive arm, then struck one of the exposed bones on the monster's leg. The creature howled in pain and looked down at him, but Issei pressed on. He grabbed the bone and, using all his strength, yanked it from the monster's leg. At that moment, the tide of the battle shifted. With the monster's mobility compromised, Issei backed away to retrieve his sledgehammer. The creature struggled to rise on its remaining leg, screaming in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Issei charged back and swung his sledgehammer down onto the monster's head. The force of his strike dented its skull. Without hesitation, he swung again, and the impact caused the head to burst apart. Issei had won the fight with relative ease. The headless body of the monster collapsed, leaving a pool of dark liquid behind. His sledgehammer was stained with the remnants of his foe. Quest complete. Defeat the dungeon. Rewards: Shop unlocked. Plus 25 bronze coins. Achievement unlocked. Defeat your first boss. Reward: Random equipment. After defeating the boss, level up. A flurry of notifications appeared. First, Issei received a chest plate that dropped from the sky. Armor: Rusty chest plate. Rarity: Common. Attributes: +1 endurance. Plus 5% damage reduction. Details: A rusty chest plate forged by ancient hands from iron. Over centuries, it has rusted, becoming a shadow of its former glory. Equipping the chest plate, Issei noticed it turned invisible upon contact with his body. He sighed in relief, glad he wouldn't have to wear a bulky piece of armor around school and explain it as a fashion choice. Next, he unlocked the shop button, revealing a plethora of items. But before exploring the shop, he focused on leveling up. He checked his stats. Name: Issei Haidu. Race: Human. Title: Tan. Level 3. HP: 450-600. MP: 250-250. +1. So, 11. And 11 +1. 10. Skill points: 0. Bonus: 5% damage reduction. As Issei reviewed his stats, he realized he still lacked a way to utilize his mana points for attacks or skills. He knew from games that mana often led to special abilities. Perhaps he hadn't unlocked them yet due to certain conditions. With nothing else to do, Issei opened the shop icon, and a message appeared. Welcome to the shop. The shop has many exclusive items that vary by rarity. The pricing of these weapons will differ. Currency exchange works like this: 100 bronze coins, 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins, 1 gold coin. 100 gold coins, 1 platinum coin. Enjoy the shop. Issei was taken aback by the high cost of a single platinum coin. Nevertheless, he moved past the message and finally entered the shop. On the top of the shop, there were many colorful icons: gray, green, blue, purple, gold, and yellow. Issei quickly realized that the colors represented the rarity of the items listed. Common: Lucky Knife, 5 bronze coins. Common: Leggings of Broken Ages, 15 bronze coins. Common: Helmet of Thorns, 10 bronze coins. Common: Sledgehammer, 8 bronze coins. Common: Soaring Boots, 7 bronze coins. Uncommon: Iron Chest Plate, 35 bronze coins. Health Potion, 5 bronze coins. A Mana Potion, 3 bronze coins. The prices were steep, and Issei only had 25 bronze coins to spend. He considered saving up for some uncommon gear, but he realized that gearing up now would help him progress faster. The boss of this dungeon was already quite formidable, and he didn't want to fall behind in the next challenges. What if a hidden boss lurked nearby? After some thought, Issei decided to make 3 purchases. He didn't see the need for health potions just yet. The regular opponents he faced were significantly weaker, allowing him to clear dungeons without taking any hits, aside from the boss. Armor: Helmet of Thorns. Rarity: Common. Attributes: +1 endurance. +2% damage reduction. Details: A helmet once worn by warriors of old, featuring a small dull spike meant for headbutting, though it was more decorative than functional. Armor: Soaring Boots. Rarity: Common. Attributes: +1 endurance. plus 3% damage reduction. Details. These boots were designed to be lightweight, adorned with feathers, but they lacked the ability to truly take flight. The last item Issei bought was another sledgehammer. He wanted to be a tank capable of dealing massive damage. He was ready to take on any challenge that came his way, determined to be strong enough to face an army. Trusting others felt like a risk he could no longer afford. Equipping his new gear, he stood proudly before the portal he had opened to return home, smiling at the progress he was making. Name, Issei Haidu. Race, human. Title, Tan. Level 3. HP, 450-700. MP, 250-250. SAR, 10, plus 2. So, 11. And, 11, plus 3. 10. Skill points, 0. Bonus, 10% damage reduction. Standing in his room, Issei quickly stored his sledgehammers back in his inventory. Checking the time, he realized it was already morning. He had left during the night and returned at dawn, an unexpected but welcome surprise. His mother opened the door and saw him standing there with a bit of dust on his coat. Smiling at her, he noticed tear streaks on her face. "What's wrong?" She rushed to him, hugging him tightly as she began to cry. "Where have you been?" "What?" She held him close, looking up with a mix of relief and anger. "Do you know how worried we were? You disappeared last night, and we couldn't find you." Her voice cracked with emotion. "Your father and I thought you had left because of her. We were so scared." Issei felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't considered that they would check his room during the night. "I'm sorry. I went for a long walk. I didn't mean to worry you." "A long walk? How long was this walk?" "We checked your room 12 times. He needed to think quickly. I went back to the fountain. To where it all ended." At his words, her tears flowed even more. "Why did this have to happen to you? Why couldn't she have been normal? I knew she was trouble, trying to lie to my son." Issei had mentioned that the woman had left him after he spent so much on her. "She's the one missing out. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. I'm back. I will never leave you and Dad." After hearing this, his mother fell silent, continuing to hug him tightly. As this moment unfolded, Issei felt his anger rising again. Not only had that woman hurt him, but she had also affected his family. After a while, Issei walked toward school. It had been some time since he had attended. After his initial death, he had taken a few days off, which his parents had supported. As he approached the school, he noticed the shocked expressions of his peers. Ignoring them, one thought consumed his mind: level up. As he walked past the curious gazes, he overheard snippets of gossip typical in high school. Sitting down in class, he was approached by his two friends. "Oh, say my man." Matsuda nudged him on the shoulder. Issei turned to see Matsuda and Motohama, maintaining a stoic expression. "Yes. Where have you been, man?" Matsuda asked. Issei glanced at his friends before replying, "Home. Didn't feel well." He didn't want to reveal anything about the date. If they knew he had been dumped, he would become the subject of ridicule. While they chatted, Issei scanned his friends for their stats. To his surprise, they were similar to his previous level before he began to level up. They had all their stats at 1, meaning he could easily overpower them. "You sure? Or were you just watching too much of the good stuff?" Motohama teased. "Not really. I was just very sick." Issei was eager to steer the conversation away from women. Before the conversation could go any further, the classroom door swung open. Kiba walked in, and all the girls turned to admire him. Issei squinted, wondering what the school's prince wanted with him. "Are you Issei?" Kiba asked politely, his charming smile in place. "Yes." This was already feeling awkward. Kiba and Issei had never spoken before, and neither knew how to navigate this interaction. "Well, my president wanted to speak with you." Issei's heart raced at the thought of Rias Gremory, one of the most beautiful girls in school, wanting to talk to him. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than met the eye. After all, he had been through enough to know that no girl would approach him without a reason. The uncertainty gnawed at him. He had already experienced betrayal, and he was wary of what kind of pain Rias might bring. "Emergency quest. Survive the meeting with the devils. Reward, level up x2. His instincts were right. Devils? After his encounter with the feathered woman, it clicked Rias might be a devil too. With that thought in mind, Issei decided to scan Kiba. Name, Kiba Yudo. Reincarnated devil. Title, Knight of Gremory. Level, 28. HP, 1700-1700. MP, 500-500. S tier, 26 plus 4. AGL, 33 plus 10. And 34. Int, 25. Issei gulped. The level difference between them was staggering. Kiba could easily overpower him. Trying to keep his composure despite the sweat forming on his brow, Issei asked, "Oh, she wants to speak with me? Are you sure you got the right guy? Who would want to talk to me?" Kiba chuckled, "Don't worry, I got the right guy. You shouldn't doubt yourself. You're not as bad as these girls make you out to be." He turned and started walking. "Come on, we can chat while we head to the occult building." Kiba seemed like a decent guy. "Sure." As they walked side by side, Issei ignored the envious glares from the girls around them. "So, how's the club?" Issei asked. "Doing well, probably thanks to Rias and Akino keeping the spirits high. You should see Kaneko, she could use some cheering up. With the school's mascot, the two queens, and you, the club must be the best one here." Kiba shook his head with a laugh. "Far from it. I'd say the basketball or volleyball clubs are leagues better. We're just a bunch of nerds interested in the supernatural." Issei smirked. "Better to be a nerd than a pervert. Look at all the girls swooning over you." Kiba laughed. "Sometimes I wish I could trade places. You wouldn't believe how many love letters I get and have to turn down. It's exhausting." "And only you would say that, Prince Charming." Kiba groaned while Issei chuckled. "Not that name." They continued their playful banter as they approached the occult building. Standing in the middle of the room, Issei noticed Akino sitting with a smile. Kiba had left him here, claiming he had a math exam to attend. Does she always take a shower before meeting with guests? Issei thought, feeling a bit annoyed. He was wasting time he could have used for something else. Akino giggled. "She doesn't do this often, especially not with guests. Just give her a few minutes, she wants to look her best." Issei sat on the couch, staring at the ceiling and sighing. He began to think about his plans for the day when Rias finally entered, looking flustered. "Oh, Issei, I'm so sorry for making you wait." Issei looked at her, trying to ignore his annoyance. "Just hurry up." Why was she in such a casual state? He turned away, trying to focus. Why had she showered before their meeting? Why was she dressed so casually? And why were only Akino and Rias in the room with him? His frown deepened as realization hit him. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he knew one thing. They were taking advantage of his reputation as the biggest pervert in school. Rias returned, now dressed in her standard uniform, and took a serious seat at her desk. "Let me cut to the chase. What are you?" "Issei, hi, second year at this school." She interrupted sharply, "You know what I mean. What are you?" Tilting his head innocently, Issei understood she was asking about his powers. It was clear she sensed something unusual about him. However, he had a mission. "Rias, did you hit your head?" "Excuse me? I have no idea what you're talking about. We're all just humans here. Is there something you want from me? Do you want me to humiliate myself further?" He stood his ground, feeling his frustration rise. Rias softened her glare slightly. She sensed something supernatural about him but had no evidence to confront him with. "What powers do you have?" "This isn't an anime, Rias. We can't fly or shoot energy blasts." He paused, looking at her with a serious expression. "Maybe what you need isn't a shower, but some rest and a little self-reflection." Ignoring his comment, Rias rubbed her temples, leaning into her hands on the desk. Perhaps her approach hadn't been the best. She thought pressure and teasing would coax out his powers, but it hadn't worked. "But I felt something inside you." "Rias, you sound as crazy as me claiming to have a girlfriend. You need rest, some time off from school, and maybe even a little therapy. I have an exam in a few minutes, so I'm leaving." Issei stood up and walked away, ignoring Rias as she called out to him. It was straightforward, there was no evidence of her actions, and that was her downfall. Once Issei was gone, Rias sighed in frustration. She had approached the situation poorly, thinking that her charm and pressure would make him reveal more about himself. She didn't want to hurt him, she simply needed to determine if he posed a threat to her and her peerage. Rias still couldn't accept that Issei was an ordinary human. The feeling, the presence, and the faint hint of power she sensed when passing by him in the morning couldn't have been a coincidence. Rias pondered her options. She didn't want to send one of her peerage members to spy on Issei, that felt morally wrong. Yet she had no choice. She needed information. Later that evening, she would inform one of her peerage members about a mission she wanted them to undertake in the coming days. Issei Hayadu. I will uncover your true identity. Rias stared at the closed door. Rias. What if he really is just an ordinary human? Aquino asked, looking at Rias with confusion. What if that feeling you had was just a coincidence? Not you too. Rias exclaimed. Giggling at her frustration, Aquino said, Come on, Rias, maybe what you really need is a few hours of sleep and some therapy with me. No. Don't tell me you believe him. Rias snapped, sounding a bit childish. I wouldn't say I believe him, but seeing you like this makes me want to. Come on, let's get you settled. Rias groaned, I am not a child and I don't need sleep. With a playful grin, Aquino lifted Rias by the waist and carried her over her shoulder, delighting in Rias's embarrassment. Time for a nap. No. I don't want to. Rias protested. Meanwhile, Issei stood in the grassy area behind the school, in front of the occult building, where no one was around during class time. It was then that he finally heard the notification he had been waiting for. Quest complete. Survive the encounter. Reward, level up X2. Achievement unlocked. Dancing with the devils. Details, have an encounter with the devils and walk out without any consequences. Reward, level up X1. 3 level ups. That was nothing compared to what he needed to catch up to the devils. Kiba was the closest in level to him, and he didn't know much about Kaneko. The issue with Kiba was that he was a direct counter to Issei. Issei was built to be a tank, while Kiba was all about speed. Name, Issei Haidu. Human. Title, Thun. Level, 11. HP, 900. MP, 325. STR, 14, plus 2. AGL, 15. And 15, plus 3. Int, 13. Skill points, 0. Bonus, 10% damage reduction. Issei hesitated to invest in intelligence just yet, as he didn't have a clear purpose for his mana points. The exam he was supposed to take didn't even exist, he just wanted to escape school. With a few more hours before classes ended, he texted his mother to let her know he would be home late because he was hanging out with friends. Perfect. This gave him the perfect opportunity to explore the next level of the dungeon. Opening his menu screen, Issei clicked the dungeon icon to see the next dungeon available. Dungeon of the Ice Kings. Difficulty, very easy. Recommended level, 10. Details. The dungeon features a vast terrain filled with many enemies. The deeper you go, the more powerful the enemies become. Do you wish to proceed through this dungeon? Yes, no. Warning. Once you enter, leaving will be prohibited unless you defeat a single boss. With nothing else to do, Issei clicked yes and vanished, making sure no one was around to see him disappear. Upon landing in the new terrain, Issei was greeted by a breathtaking sight. Nestled precariously on the side of a sheer cliff, surrounded by a blanket of pristine snow, stood a majestic castle. Its grandeur was unmatched against the rugged backdrop. The castle, made of weathered stone, featured towering spires reaching towards the sky and sturdy walls that had withstood the test of time. Its architecture was a testament to a bygone era, where craftsmanship and artistry combined to create enduring beauty. The surrounding landscape was a winter wonderland, with snow-capped peaks stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was crisp and clear, filled with the gentle sound of wind whispering through the evergreen forests that cloaked the lower slopes of the mountain. Issei gazed at the castle in awe, eager to explore it. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a massive crystallized being. Name: Ice Golem, Mini-Boss. Race: Crystal Golem. HP: 2000. Level: 14. 20. 40. The first enemy he encountered was a higher-level golem, a mini-boss. The amount of hit points and damage reduction he had to contend with was already daunting. While the monster's agility was lacking, Issei knew he needed to be cautious. He wasn't sure if he could withstand a single hit from it. Taking out his sledgehammers, Issei watched as the golem slowly approached, shaking the ground with each step. Noticing the golem's disproportionate form, with narrow legs compared to its bulky upper body, Issei began to devise a plan. Suddenly, the golem leaped toward him, aiming to crush him with its enormous arms. Issei narrowly dodged the attack, watching as the ground shook and debris flew through the air from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his hammer with all his might, striking the golem's slender legs. As he expected, his attack barely affected the creature. Swinging again while the golem slowly got back up, Issei continued to chip away at its defenses. Backing away as the golem fully stood up, Issei watched it slowly turn towards him. Noticing the golem's sluggish movement, Issei used his incredible speed to appear right behind it and swung his sledgehammer simultaneously at the same spot he had been attacking. As expected, nothing happened. Stepping back, he realized the monster's health was barely decreasing. Should he just run away? The odds of him making a mistake and getting hit versus chipping away at the monster and eventually winning felt unfair. He knew he would slip up sooner than he expected. But he couldn't give up just yet. Issei assessed his surroundings and spotted a large cave opening nearby. Perhaps he could find something useful there. Ignoring the golem trailing behind him, Issei dashed toward the cave entrance and, at immense speed, reached it only to find nothing. That was until he felt a few droplets of water land on him. Looking up, Issei noticed enormous icicles hanging from the cave's edge, glowing a deep blue color. An idea sparked in his mind. He rushed into the cave, taking in the breathtaking surroundings. As he stepped inside, light refracted off translucent crystal formations, painting the walls with a kaleidoscope of colors. The floor, a mosaic of shimmering minerals, sent ripples of light dancing beneath his feet. A sapphire-hued lake stretched out like a mirror, reflecting the cavern's crystals with magical clarity. Above, crystalline stalactites adorned the ceiling, casting delicate patterns across the expanse. Every corner revealed new wonders, from frozen waterfalls to intricate sculptures. Issei felt awe wash over him, realizing he was treading upon sacred ground in this extraordinary sanctuary. However, the massive crystal stalactites above, glowing with an even larger aura than those at the entrance, warned him that this place could be perilous for anyone recklessly exploring. Stalactites easily 5 times his size hung from the ceiling, which soared 30 meters high. Slowly but surely, the golem made its way into the cave, each footstep shaking the ground. Smirking, Issei prepared for his last idea. Standing in the middle of the cave's main area near the sapphire lake, he turned to see the golem approaching. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Issei watched as the golem drew closer before throwing his sledgehammer straight into the air. Confused, the golem looked up. Issei dove into the sapphire lake to shield himself from the overwhelming barrage as sharp stalactites crashed down. Most landed directly on the golem. The largest stalactite, easily the same size as the golem, struck it and shattered upon impact. However, this was no ordinary icicle. As it broke apart, a massive blue explosion erupted, triggering a chain reaction as the other icicles began to explode. The golem was caught in the crossfire, each blow chipping away at its armor and causing it to sway from the impacts. The relentless assault of stalactites shattered the golem completely. Even Issei wasn't safe from the chaos. Some of the larger icicles landed on him, causing significant pain but not enough to be fatal. One sharp icicle pierced through his shoulder and exploded, but despite the injuries, Issei had won the battle. Emerging from the shimmering lake, he was bleeding but managed to endure the pain. He was just relieved he no longer had to face the golem. "That was rough," he muttered. Achievement completed. Beat your first mini-boss. Reward, level up x2. Achievement. Completed, beat an enemy while being lower leveled. Reward, random weapon, common rare. Secret quest completed, defeat the Guardian Golem. Detail, defeat the Guardian Golem stationed in front of the Cave of Sapphire. Reward, level up x1. The number of rewards he received was astonishing. But Issei was particularly curious about this new skill. Clicking on the question mark button next to the skill, he read the detailed explanation. Skill name, Tank. Level 1. Details. This skill allows the user to increase their endurance and strength by 5% using 1 MP per second. Upon activation, the user can heal 10% of their health once per battle. That was a useful skill to acquire. Anything that boosted his strength and endurance was welcome. Suddenly, Issei felt something large hit his head, causing him to stumble. In front of him was a colossal sword. Wow, that's huge. Weapon name, the original Great Sword. Attributes, plus 10 strength, minus 2 agility. Requirement, 20 Sir. Details, a massive lump of steel shaped into a sword nearly 2 meters tall. His eyes widened. This was a jackpot. How had his luck turned so favorable? To receive such a powerful weapon was incredible. He immediately equipped the sword, adjusted his stats, and smirked. Name, Issei Haidu. Title, Thun. Level, 14. HP, 3251050. MP, 400. STR, 20, plus 10. AGL, 18, minus 2. And 18, plus 3. Int, 16. Skill points, 0. Bonus, 10% damage reduction. One thing Issei noticed was that when he equipped the Great Sword, he couldn't also equip one of his sledgehammers. Was there an issue with his stats, or was it simply that he couldn't dual wield? Dual wielding. To dual wield a weapon, you must have 50% more stats than the requirement of your most powerful weapon. Well, that answered his question. Ignoring that, Issei gripped the handle of his great sword with both hands, hoisted it over his shoulder, and began walking around the lake. Now that he could explore without the threat of danger, he wondered if there were hidden treasures nearby. As he wandered, Issei encountered weaker enemies, far less formidable than the golem he had just defeated. In fact, after dispatching an entire group of them in the cave, he hadn't leveled up at all. Continuing down the cave, he discovered an intriguing door adorned with strange lines and symbols. Curious about their meaning, he opened the door. Throughout his exploration, his body gradually recovered, bringing him back to peak condition. Issei stepped into the room. Or rather, an entire hallway. Knowing that this place might have traps, Issei grabbed a sizable boulder from the ground behind him and threw it straight down the hallway. The hallway seemed to stretch on forever. The moment the boulder was thrown, nothing happened. Not a single trap was activated. Was there any traps to begin with? Running into the hallway at full speed, Issei was surprised to see that nothing was triggered. Sighing in relief, he began to slow his pace. Continuously throwing the boulder in front of him to ensure he wasn't walking into any dangerous traps, Issei felt as if this entire hallway was safe. He still had a long way to go before he could confidently say there were no threats. However, the moment Issei reached the middle of the room, the same fog that heralded the arrival of his enemies began to surround him. The entire hallway was filled with fog. Horde apocalypse incoming. Objective: defeat 1,000 enemies. Defeated, 1,000. Reward, Titanite. Ah, here we go again. Grabbing onto his sword and preparing to swing at the first opponent to appear, Issei watched as crystal-like humanoid beings began to materialize. They weren't as large as the golem from earlier, but they were definitely slightly larger than him. Name, crystallized brutes. Race, crystal humanoids. Level 12. HP, 500. MP, 300. STR, 15. 10. Here we go again. Activating tank and feeling his body grow slightly while his health and strength increased by 5%, Issei knew their weakness and was determined to make this quick. Applying buffs and debuffs. plus 20% damage reduction from opponents, plus 20% damage inflicted onto opponents. And he had the advantage in levels. Defeated, 1000. Reward, Titanite Shard. That was definitely not as easy as Issei thought it would be. If it hadn't been for his damage reduction and level advantage, he would have been in serious trouble. Not only did they have magic to enhance their bodies and take less damage, but they were able to strategize somewhat cohesively against him. If it weren't for his raw strength being able to take down each enemy in one hit, he wouldn't be standing right now. How many times did he level up? Only 4 times. Issei realized that since he was defeating the same enemy repeatedly, the system registered the enemies as less of a threat, requiring exponentially more experience points to level up. Now, onto the thing he wanted to know. What was this Titanite? It was surprising to see that as a reward after such a tedious task. I wonder, is this an upgrade material? Titanite Shard. Details. A rare and powerful mineral that the very gods use to make their weapons. If a sufficient amount is applied to any weapon, that weapon will become more powerful and deadlier. He guessed it right. Opening his menu screen, Issei saw an arrow pointing toward a new icon that had a pickaxe and a blueprint as the picture. Clicking on it, Issei found his 3 weapons and armor. Spotting his great sword, now covered in a blue hue in the inventory box, he clicked on it immediately. Welcome to the upgrading station. Here, you will be able to upgrade all equipment depending on how many upgrade materials you have. First upgrade will be free. Upon that message disappearing, Issei was met with another screen. Great sword, plus 1. Attributes, plus 10 STRs, plus 11 STR. Cost, 1 Titanite. Proceed with action, yes, no. Clicking on the yes button immediately, Issei was thrilled to know that his favorite weapon was becoming more powerful. Now, he would be on the lookout for these materials. Closing his screen, Issei began walking quietly through the hallways. Once he arrived at the end of the hallway, Issei burst through the door to see stairs in front of him. Walking up them, he entered a beautiful red room filled with pictures of the outside world. Windows scattered around showed a snowy landscape. Issei assumed he had entered the castle. There was a large oval-shaped dining table that dominated the center of the room. As he walked around the table, he found a door that led to the main hallway of the castle. Exploring a little, Issei began opening each door, finding nothing. However, he soon noticed the end of the hallway glowing with a sapphire blue color. Approaching the area, Issei entered the throne room. Sitting in the middle of the room was a king, resembling the others in the area with a crystallized humanoid structure, but this king was as large as the golem. Sitting up, the king announced himself. Wondering mortal, what purpose do you have here in my castle? Staying silent for a moment after hearing the chilling tone of the king, Issei responded, I'm here to roam the castle. To defeat the man in charge. Standing up to his full towering height, Issei noticed that this king wielded a sword similar in size to his own. For countless years I have suffered. Will you be the one to show me my light, my guiding moonlight? Warning, boss battle incoming. Name, Everlasting King. Race, Crystal Golem. Level, 18. HP, 2500-2500. MP, 500-500. STR, 23. AGL, 18. And 50. And 20. They were neck and neck with each other's level, but the king had more than double his health points. It was one of those moments. The boss would have way more health points than the player. Positioning himself properly, Issei realized this was the first enemy to nearly match his speed. Without giving the king any seconds, Issei rushed straight toward him, swinging his massive blade in hopes of landing a hit. However, the king simply sidestepped the attempt and countered with a powerful backhand, sending Issei flying back. Gripping his blade, Issei used it to stop his momentum. Landing on the ground, he was given no time to think as the king was already in front of him. Activating tank, Issei quickly met the king's blade and managed to deflect the king away. His raw strength was easily leagues above the king's. The king lunged at Issei with his massive sword, ready to strike. Issei quickly ducked, surprising the king by letting go of his weapon. He slammed his fist into the king's chest, sending him spiraling into the majestic ceiling adorned with an everlasting blue aura. The ceiling shattered above them as Issei retrieved his sword, remaining on guard. Although Issei's speed and strength surpassed the king's, he lacked experience. The king descended with his blade and crashed it down onto Issei's. Just as Issei thought he could replicate his earlier success, the king twisted his blade, sliding off Issei's and landing in front of him. Before Issei could react, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Looking down, he saw the king's blade piercing through his torso. Coughing, Issei staggered back, trying to defend himself from the relentless onslaught of the king. Each swing aimed to disarm him, but Issei held his ground, using his massive sword to block the blows. He needed an opening, but the pressure from the king was overwhelming. For every step he took back, the king advanced too. Closing his eyes, Issei felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. He had thought he could win against a king simply because his stats were superior. Why did he feel so defeated? Why was he so angry? Opening his eyes, he met the soulless gaze of the king. He refused to admit defeat. No, he couldn't allow that to happen. Would you die for me? That question echoed in his mind, fueling his anger. He had felt this way before, and he vowed never to feel it again. The king stabbed him again, this time in the stomach, while Issei was lost in thought. That was when Issei reached his breaking point. Summoning all his strength, he parried the king's reckless swing, catching him off guard. "I have had enough," Issei roared, anger surging within him as he swung his blade with all his might. Neither the king nor Issei realized that the difference in their strength was enough to tip the scales. With a powerful strike, Issei shattered the king's blade and continued his attack, piercing through the king's right arm. The force of the blow caused the ground to quake, shaking the entire castle as the king's leg buckled beneath him. If he was going to win, he would force himself to do so. The king retreated, but Issei was right in front of him. The king formed another sword and swung, but Issei dodged, retaliating with a fierce strike that cracked the king's armor. "If strength is all you want, then I will give you strength you won't be able to handle." The king summoned a colossal hammer that dwarfed Issei, but he stood firm. Rushing at the king, Issei leaped into the air, spinning with all his might. When his sword met the hammer, it shattered, and he sliced through to strike the king. The impact sent shockwaves through the floor, causing it to collapse beneath them. As Issei caught his breath, he realized that perhaps pure strength was all he needed. New skill unlocked, Lion's Claw. Level 1. Details. This skill grants the user ultra-hyper armor, allowing them to pierce through nearly all attacks depending on their strength compared to the opponent. It also increases damage dealt by 35% upon contact. He had learned a new skill that suited his fighting style. Quest completed. Defeat the Dungeon of the Kings. Reward. Choice of changing race to Iron Golem. Level up X2. Details. After defeating numerous golems, you can change to the same race, but in the Iron pathway. Benefits. Each endurance point now grants 100 HP instead of strength increases by 1.5 for every level up, plus an additional 10% passive damage reduction. Drawbacks. Each intelligence point now grants 10 MP instead of agility will only grow by 0.5 each level up instead of will you proceed with this change? Yes, no. Seeing the benefits, Issei decided to proceed. As he accepted the change, his body began to morph. His muscles grew, ripping his shirt apart, and his jeans transformed into shorts. Standing at an impressive 6.5 feet tall, Issei examined his new stats. Name, Issei Haidu. Race, Iron Golem. Level, 20. HP, 2652900. MP, 100 and 2220. STR, 29, plus 11. AGL, 25, minus 2. End, 26, plus 3. Int, 22. Bonus, 20% damage reduction. Thus, Issei felt immensely stronger, almost monstrous, and it filled him with confidence. Smirking, he felt ready to face any challenge ahead. Standing in the middle of the street with his new towering figure, Issei could only imagine the surprise his mother would feel upon seeing him. What would he say? "Hey Mom, I just went on an adventure and came back a little taller and much stronger." Don't mind it, I'm still your little boy. Yeah, that would go over well. Maybe he could crouch a bit to appear smaller. No, that would just look awkward. Was only one thing he could do. He needed to walk into the house and immediately run straight to his room while saying that his day went well. Before he could do anything, he felt something coming towards him. Backing up, Issei narrowly missed a light spear that was blazing straight towards his chest. Oh! Turning his head towards the source of the spear, Issei was confused to see a blue-haired, curvy woman with black feathered wings in the sky. She wore a magenta-colored robe that covered her body and showcased her curves. I thought Rainier had killed you. Nevertheless, she could never do anything right. Widening his eyes, he recognized that name as belonging to the woman before him. Name: Calawarner. Race: Fallen Angel. Level: 18. Cheat: 1050-1050. MP: 750-750. STU: 23. AGL: 24. And 21. And 30. Bonus: deals 30% extra damage to devils. She wasn't strong. Considering her lower level, this was going to be an easy fight, even if Issei wasn't a skilled combatant. So, you plan on killing me as well? Issei frowned. No explanation, no reasoning, all because he should have been dead. No remorse. Of course, lowly humans like you are insignificant. You should be honored that someone of my caliber is choosing to even interact with you. Your caliber? What? A street performer ready to entertain anyone. Calawarner glared at Issei. How dare you? Seriously, look at what you're wearing? It looks like you pieced it together from scraps, and yet here you are claiming superiority over me. Why you little? Can't call me little when you're not even up to my chin. The fallen angel had enough and rushed straight at Issei in rage. Forming a light spear in hand, she aimed for a decisive strike. What she didn't expect was for Issei to grab his great sword from his inventory and activate Lion's Claw. Jumping into the air and spinning with his sword, he built up momentum with the swing. Issei met the light spear faster than Calawarner could react and struck with force, breaking through her attack and causing her to stumble back. Oh, that was unexpected. With that blow, Issei had dealt a significant amount of damage. So, what will you do now? Screaming in pain and instinctively backing away, the fallen angel looked down at her injuries, then back up at Issei in fear. Upon closer inspection, she noticed his features: the slightly shiny skin, the muscular frame, the gigantic sword. There was no way this human was ordinary. Wait! Issei didn't hesitate, grabbing her by the face and slamming her down, causing the ground to shake from his strength. He wasn't going to show any mercy. Please wait. I'll tell you everything about her. I know you want revenge. Please. Hearing her pleas, Issei hesitated. Should he trust this woman? She had intended to kill him, but this could be the only lead he had. All right. She's in the abandoned church. All her members are there. Just don't kill me, please. The fallen angel began to cry. Oh, they do show emotions. Issei looked down at her with a glare while she whimpered. What to do with you? Raising his sword high, he was prepared to end it. Please don't. I'll do anything. I'll even serve you. Her desperation only fueled his anger. If he were the one begging, she wouldn't have cared about helping him. She was here to kill him, showing no remorse for what would happen to him. It disgusted him that she thought she could escape unscathed. You disgust me. Those words told the fallen angel all she needed to know. Widening her eyes in realization, she formed a light spear and threw it at Issei, who remained unfazed. He absorbed the hit with minimal damage, continuing to look down at her. This is impossible. I never thought my end would come so soon. Calawarner dropped to her knees, awaiting her fate. Please. Show mercy. Holding his great sword, Issei brought it down decisively. Hearing her cries fade, he removed his weapon and walked away. There was no need to feel remorse for what he had done. It was justice. Achievement unlocked. Defeated your first fallen angel. Reward: level up X1. Plus 15 bronze coins. Seeing the bronze coins, Issei decided to keep some for later. He needed to ensure he had enough for health potions during tough battles. He did not want to die without getting his revenge. Walking towards his house, Issei dreaded the fact that he was still far weaker than the devils nearby. He needed to train, to fight in the dungeon for days. It didn't matter how long it took to level up, he needed to ensure his stats could match the level discrepancy. Arriving at his house, the sight of the familiar place made Issei smile in appreciation. As he approached the front door, he hesitated. Was he really going to take this risk? He needed to head straight for the stairs. He didn't want his parents to know about the supernatural world. Sighing and nodding to himself, Issei was ready to execute his plan. Entering the house, he dashed towards the stairs. "Issei, honey, is that you?" His mother's voice echoed from the kitchen. His father was out at work, so he didn't need to worry about encountering him. "Yeah, Mom. But I don't have time to talk, I need to play some games with my friends." Using this excuse, Issei quickly ran up the stairs and made it to his room. This excuse worked perfectly because Issei often played games with his friends during this time. A perfect excuse led to a perfect result. His mother's voice echoed through the house. "Okay, honey. Remember, you don't have school tomorrow. I don't want a repeat of the last few times when you thought there was school on the weekends." "Okay, he shouted from his room. The weekend was approaching, and he just needed time to grind out the dungeon. How long had it been? Issei stood atop a large ice golem he had defeated. He had lost count after the 100th. After spending 10 hours in this area, he was starting to get bored from effortlessly taking down these golems. He had been alone, collecting random rewards from the drops after defeating these monsters, such as bronze coins and a single titanite shard. Would he consider this grinding session a success? After defeating so many enemies, the system had registered everything in the area as trivial. He had only leveled up 4 times after all that effort. Leaving dungeon. Total time within dungeon, 10 hours 23 minutes. Loot obtained, 1 titanite shard. Plus 103 bronze coins, 1 silver coin and 3 bronze coins. Sitting down on his bed, Issei finally returned with all his loot. Now he had a mission. He was determined to confront that enemy, no matter what it took. Standing up, Issei realized his father had left for work again, leaving his mother to rest at home. He knew she would usually take a long nap after all the work she did for him and his father. Walking out of the house, Issei made his way to the abandoned church. Nothing was going to stop him. Upon arriving, he found the door already ajar. As he stepped inside, he sensed a presence. Freed. Race. Human. Level. 23. HP. 950. MP. 600. STA. 23, plus 2. AGL. 26, plus 2. Int. 19. Int. 24. Freed's speed was superior to Issei's, which posed a problem. Would you look at that? Someone decided today would be their last, Freed taunted, his tongue out as he brandished his guns. I wonder. How many bullets? Issei leaped toward Freed, his great sword drawn back, and slammed it into the ground. Freed narrowly dodged the attack, but the force of Issei's blow caused the entire building to tremble. The structure collapsed around them, burying both in rubble. Freed coughed through the dust as he freed himself from the debris. He glared at the spot where Issei had stood, gritting his teeth and aiming his gun. You really just made me angry. Clenching his sword, Issei knew he couldn't match Freed's speed while carrying his great sword. He threw his sword at Freed as fast as he could, and it sliced through the air, striking Freed's arm. Issei remained silent throughout the encounter. What the? Without hesitation, Issei charged at Freed, who was now clutching his injured arm. In a swift motion, Issei grabbed Freed's head and pulled it away from his body. A surge of rage consumed him. Anyone associated with Rainier would face his wrath. With the building in ruins, Issei noticed a hidden pathway leading downstairs. As he descended, an unsettling chill crept up from below. Retrieving his weapon, he looked down to see blood seeping into the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, Issei entered a room filled with fallen angels. None resembled Rainier, but one sight caught his attention. In the center of the room lay a corpse. The body appeared fresh, with blonde hair and a haunting expression frozen on her face. Issei felt a wave of anguish wash over him as he noticed the dried tear marks on her cheeks. "Would you look at that? Another human wants to play," one of the fallen angels sneered, prompting laughter from the others. Issei ignored them, the haunting sight etched into his memory. The worst part was that she would never come back. His teeth clenched as anger surged within him. He didn't know this woman, yet he felt a deep sense of loss. It wasn't just her death that fueled his rage, it was the realization that he was too late to save someone from suffering a fate similar to his own. "I don't know why Rainier had us stay here to clean this mess while she went to show off her new equipment to Lord Azazel." His anger exploded upon hearing that. That woman had taken another life. No, that monster was still out there, harming innocent people. His fury intensified, and a white glow began to calm him, but the rising anger countered its effects. All hell was about to break loose. His great sword began to glow, and his body moved of its own accord. Approaching the group of fallen angels, Issei was consumed by a single thought: eliminate everyone in the area. Emergency quest: defeat all fallen angels in the area. Reward: level up x4. Ignoring the message, Issei's sword shone with a bright bluish-white light as the fallen angels advanced toward him. "Hey, how about one of us just goes and finishes him off?" one of the fallen angels suggested. One of them lunged at Issei, but upon contact, they exploded. Issei had sliced the fallen angel in half in an instant. Another fallen angel charged at him, meeting the same fate. Walking steadily, Issei kept his emotionless gaze fixed on the corpse of the girl. She didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve what happened to him. They didn't deserve this. In a scream of frustration, Issei drew back his sword, which began to glow with a brilliant light. The fallen angels formed their light spears, aiming to take him down in a single strike. However, they were unaware of the immense power Issei wielded within his sword. A thunderous explosion erupted, reminiscent of a tiny star collapsing in the basement. The shockwave sent nearby objects flying, and the intensity of the blast overwhelmed the fallen angels who dared to confront him. Issei stood amidst the chaos, hearing the echoes of their cries and witnessing the devastation he had unleashed with a single move. The ceiling above him crumbled, leaving nothing behind. Not even the girl who had been there. Issei sat in the wreckage, his arms scorched from the blast, watching as the flames he had ignited continued to burn brightly, reaching toward the sky. "I will get you," were the only words he needed to say. New skill unlocked, energy wave. Details: creates a wave of pure energetic chaos from the tip of your blade. The longer you charge, the more destructive it becomes until it reaches a maximum. Every second charged costs 20 MP, 100 MP max. Damage increases by 15% for each second charged, capacity is at 75%. Emergency quest completed. Defeat all fallen angels in the area. Reward: level up x4. Issei looked up at the sky and sighed. He planned to relax for the rest of the day. Name: Issei Haidu. Race: Iron Golem. Level: 29. HP: 4,500–4,500. MP: 0–310. STR: 42.5 plus 11. AGL: 31.5 minus 2. And 42 plus 3. Int: 31. Bonus: 20% damage reduction. Skills: Tank, Lion's Claw, Energy Wave. He was becoming quite powerful, with his greatest strengths being his health and strength. However, his agility was lagging behind compared to his other stats, and he knew he needed to work on it. In terms of stats, he matched someone who was 5 to 10 levels higher than him without equipment, giving him confidence when facing some of the devils if they chose to challenge him. Rias could only stare at the devastation before her. The only thought in her mind was, who could have done this? There was no doubt in her mind that it was Issei. He was the only one she suspected. Aquino, who do you think could have done this? She asked her friend, who was clearly concerned about the destruction. Aquino, I want you to tell Kaneko that I have a mission for her. All right, Rias. But still, you didn't answer my question. Aquino, I will handle this. Rias didn't want to share her suspicions about Issei because the last time she mentioned him, Aquino had insisted on trying to calm her down. She didn't believe Issei could be the culprit. Aquino sighed and nodded as she walked away. As you wish, Rias. Rias continued to survey the ruins, the flames that engulfed the area, and the rubble from the collapsed building. It was inevitable that rumors would spread among the humans about what had happened here. Where was Issei after his confrontation? He was sitting on his bed, reviewing his shop menu. He had 1 silver coin and 18 bronze coins and wondered what he could purchase with that. Uncommon, Sword of Thorns 55 bronze coins. Uncommon, Leggings of Dishonesty 45 bronze coins. Rare, Shield of Judgment 1 silver coin. Rare, Great Sword 1 silver coin and 25 bronze coins. Epic, Ruins Great Sword 5 silver coins. Rare, Gold Chest Plate 1 silver and 5 bronze coins. Epic, Great Shield 5 silver coins and 25 bronze coins. Health Potion 5 bronze coins. A Mana Potion 3 bronze coins. Larger Health Potion 15 bronze coins. The Mana Potion 10 bronze coins. These items caught his interest. Issei could save up for another great sword, but the shield intrigued him the most. In games, shields were essential for tanks, and he wanted to equip the shield in his offhand. Curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to buy the shield, which magically appeared before him. Shield name, Shield of Judgment. Attributes, plus 5 endurance, plus 10% damage reduction, minus 2 agility. Requirement, 15 star. Details. Once a holy shield used by many in the past, this relic is now a lost treasure. It was one of the best shields for foot soldiers during the Great War due to its simple yet effective design for tanking attacks. Issei felt a surge of power while wielding the shield. With the shield, a large sword, a substantial health pool and impressive strength, he felt like a true tank. Coupled with his massive size, he felt ready to take on anyone, even Rias. Standing up, Issei realized someone would soon inquire about the chaos he had caused, but he decided to deal with it later. As he turned to the window, he was startled to see a familiar figure approaching. Rias Gremory was coming to his home. Why was she here? Did she witness the chaos and know it was him? Those thoughts quickly shifted as he remembered that his mother would be the one to answer the door, and she would surely notice his height and the changes to his appearance. Opening the window, Issei jumped out and landed in front of Rias. She gasped, surprised by his sudden appearance. "What do you want?" he asked. "I was right. You weren't normal. You've changed so much in such a short time. What are you?" It was clear that his transformation was anything but human, and Rias, being part of the supernatural world, would see through any lies. The bigger question is, what do you want from me? Issei took the opportunity to check her stats, something he hadn't done before due to his anger toward her for using his perversion against him. However, he was confident that he would be able to defend himself if they fought. Name, Rias Gremory. Race, Pure Devil. Title, Heir to the House of Gremory. Level, 36. HP, 1600-1600. MP, 3400-3400. 40. Gil, 34. And 32. Int, 48, plus 20. Bonus, plus 30% magic damage. She was 4 levels higher than him. Comparing his stats to hers, Issei realized that she was primarily a magic user. He also suspected that being a devil enhanced her mana, as her level multiplied by the normal amount still resulted in only half of her current mana. "You did it, didn't you?" Issei knew she was referring to the destruction of the abandoned church. "Yeah." "Why?" "Fallen angels." That was all that needed to be said. Rias's eyes widened in disbelief. Fallen angels had been hiding in plain sight, and here she was, trying to figure out where they were concealed. She was torn between assessing Issei as an ally or an enemy. While the fact that he had taken down the fallen angels gave her hope, the destruction left in the aftermath made her question that hope. "The fallen angels. Why did you kill them?" Issei replied immediately, "They tried to kill me, so I gave them a taste of their own medicine." Rias was stunned. Not only had Issei survived an encounter with fallen angels, but he had also managed to defeat them with minimal injuries, aside from some singed arms. Are you a threat to this town, to me, to my people? At that moment, a message appeared before him. Major choice incoming. This decision will dictate your future. Choice 1. Claim you're an ally, preventing an unnecessary conflict with her peerage and avoiding making an enemy of her race. Choice 2. Declare yourself an enemy and fight her peerage, which would lead to significant trouble, as the devils are a major force in this world. He didn't know much about Rias, but one thing was clear: she could easily be a threat if she chose to be, especially with her peerage backing her. He didn't want to make unnecessary enemies, especially not with an entire race. Issei looked at Rias and said, "I won't hurt you if you don't hurt me. It's as simple as that. I'll treat you based on how you treat me." The choice was made. Rias softened her glare and smiled. "You don't know how happy that makes me. I didn't want to hurt you, Issei." Ignoring her comment, Issei turned away. "How do I get into the house without my mom noticing?" Rias laughed, covering her mouth to stifle her amusement. "Have you been trying to hide your changes from your parents?" Issei nodded slowly. "You know, I can help with that. I can alter their memories slightly so they can accept that their son has transformed." Issei scoffed. "What makes me think I can trust you with anything about my parents?" With a serious expression, she crossed her arms. "If I do anything wrong to them, I will, by my name as the future leader of the House of Gremory, allow you to do whatever you wish to me without hesitation." Looking into her eyes, Issei could tell she was serious. She was willing to put her life on the line for her promise. That was something he found intriguing. He wanted to see his mother again, to embrace her and see his father. "Fine. But I promise. Nothing bad will happen." Nodding, he let her walk into his house. Issei knew he was going to have issues with this troublesome woman. Issei was happy sitting with his mother, watching a movie she had chosen. Rias had kept her end of the deal, allowing his mother to believe that her son had always been this towering figure. His father would be home soon, and he was excited to see him after avoiding his parents for a couple of days. Knowing he was on the verge of surpassing Rias and that she was the most powerful among her peerage, made Issei feel secure, as he anticipated that eventually Rias and her peerage would be left behind compared to his growing power. "So, did you see that scary monster?" The problem with having this system was that he couldn't fully enjoy the movie. Whenever he felt strong emotions, the system would immediately calm him down. His mother couldn't see the bright white aura surrounding him. Was it a supernatural phenomenon or something unique to him? It wasn't that scary. His mother clung to him, screaming multiple times when the killer was revealed. She had a childlike spirit, especially when it came to movies. He chuckled at her frightened reactions, but this moment was short-lived. New quest: go to the abandoned building where you can sense Rias Gremory's presence. Reward: level up. Plus reputation points with Rias Gremory. I need to deal with something. Issei saw the rewards and felt excitement at the prospect of leveling up. His mother pouted. "You never want to spend time with me. You always say you have something to do. I would love to spend time with you, but I really have to finish this task. I promise I will be back in 2 hours." His mother continued to pout, still ignoring him. Issei sighed and walked away. "And I will bring a surprise for you and Dad when I return." "Fine. Just don't get hurt." Issei smiled at her. To ease her worries, he boasted, "Do you really think anyone could hurt this behemoth?" He was bluffing, but he didn't want his mother to worry. Seeing her cry once had hurt him deeply, and he never wanted to witness that again. He hoped he would never see his father cry either. Sensing Rias's magical presence from a distance. Turns out, he learned how to do this by sensing huge mana presences nearby, which allowed him to detect individuals with excessive mana. Rias was practically a beacon of mana, making her easy to find. Issei appeared at the building where Rias and her peerage had entered, walking in to see them standing before a large, demon-like creature. A woman's body was protruding from the center of a grotesque, mutated form with 6 beast-like legs covered in fur. "Issei? What are you doing here?" Rias exclaimed, surprised to see him. I should be asking you that. Oh. Another unfortunate target, the beast-like woman said, her gaze locking onto him with a predatory intensity. Another abomination. Issei replied, moving closer to Rias. Are you going to handle this, or should I take care of it? The strength of the stray devil was notable, but its level rendered it nearly useless against Issei. Actually, I think this is the perfect time to show you the power of my peerage, Rias said proudly, signaling Kiba to begin. Kiba charged at the stray with his sword drawn. As he rushed in and swung his blade, Issei observed the stray's attempt to swipe at Kiba, but the speed difference was overwhelming. Kiba easily pierced through the stray, appearing behind her and slicing off a leg before retreating. Kiba is my knight in my peerage. His specialty is speed. Issei interrupted, his eyes fixed on Kiba. He's quite fast. You guessed it right. Well, there's still Kaneko. Strength. Yes. There. Akino is more well-rounded compared to the two, but she heavily relies on her magic. Rias pouted, crossing her arms. Stop being right. It takes away the joy of surprising you. Issei chuckled at her pout, but then noticed the beast making one last desperate move against Rias. It sprayed acid from its form, but Issei stepped in front of Rias, allowing the acid to wash over him without inflicting any harm. Rias gasped, "Issei." Unfazed, Issei remarked, "This isn't the shower I was expecting today." He continued walking toward the beast, seemingly unaffected by its attacks. Rias watched in awe as Issei approached the creature, looking like a hero from an anime. "I'll handle the monster," he declared, drawing his sword and pressing forward through the beast's acidic attempts. "What are you?" the beast woman shouted, panic rising as her attacks proved ineffective against Issei. Instead of responding, Issei drove his sword into the creature. With a swift motion, he cut through the beast woman, leaving her in shock. Another one bites the dust. Rias observed the raw power Issei displayed with his sword. One swing was all it took. The sheer force of his strike shook the building. "Say, that was so cool!" Rias exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She rushed toward him, bouncing with excitement. "You were like HYA, and the monster was like, blah." Issei looked at the others in confusion. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko chuckled, surprised by their king's sudden childlike enthusiasm. He patted Rias on the head, but then received a message. Quest completed. Go to the abandoned building where you can feel the presence of Rias Gremory. Reward, level up. Plus reputation points with Rias Gremory. Reputation points. How does that work? Reputation points indicate how much someone thinks of you. A higher reputation leads to more interactions, bonuses, rewards, and opportunities. Currently, from the supernatural world of people you know, this is what they think of you. Rias admires you. Akino and Kiba think positively of you. Kaneko dislikes you. Sona neutral. He had just met Rias, and she already admired him. Kaneko's dislike likely stemmed from his reputation at school. He was surprised that Akino and Rias didn't hold a negative view of him because of it. Emergency warning. Hidden boss incoming. Issei's eyes widened at the message. He quickly grabbed Rias and pulled her close, summoning his shield just in time to block a powerful fist aimed at him. Before him stood a colossal figure cloaked in darkness, its obsidian armor adorned with sinuous patterns that radiated malevolence. With eyes ablaze with infernal fire peering from beneath a grotesque helm, it wielded a massive, wickedly serrated blade. An aura of dread surrounded it, and Issei stared at the knight. Name, Demonic Knight of the Abyss. Level, 32. HP, 2750 2750. MP, 550 STR, 38 plus 10. AGL, 33 plus 4. And 45 plus 10. Int, 22. Bonus, 40% damage reduction. This was not good. Issei was significantly weaker in agility and was at a lower level. He faced a monster with 60% damage reduction. Rias looked at the knight with concern, but she didn't seem to think it would pose much of a threat. Suddenly, the monster glowed bright red and exploded with a furious aura that began melting the ground around it. Boss has entered enraged state. Enraged state, 15% to all stats. Issei looked at the monster. He felt an unexpected surge of worry. Rushing toward the knight, Issei watched as it moved faster than him, swinging its blade. He met the strike with his shield, parrying the blow, but missed his own swing. However, Kiba seized the opportunity, landing a quick strike from behind. Yet, due to the level difference and boosted stats, Kiba barely managed to inflict any damage against the knight's formidable defenses. Issei noticed the knight turning its attention to Kiba. Seizing his chance, he activated Tank and used Lion's Claw. He spun in the air, but the knight was already aware of him. He felt a powerful stab, but he pushed through it thanks to the hyper armor of Lion's Claw, landing a devastating blow. If it were any other enemy, Issei would have dealt a significant amount of damage. However, the knight was different. The knight didn't flinch as it grabbed Issei by the throat and slammed him hard into the ground. Coughing from the impact, Issei swung his hand in an attempt to hit the knight. When he made contact, he saw that the knight remained unfazed. The knight retaliated with a powerful punch to Issei's face. While the knight focused on Issei, Rias threw an energetic ball of destruction at it. Being of a higher level, she could deal 40% more damage. When the attack hit, Issei watched as the knight was momentarily blown away. "Issei, are you okay?" Rias called out. "Not the time, Rias," Issei replied, rushing at the knight again. But the knight used its superior speed to maneuver behind him and swung its blade, landing another blow. Issei felt a significant portion of his strength drain from the impact, but the knight didn't stop there. It grabbed Issei and threw him into the air, empowering its blade for another strike. Issei tried to block, but he was too slow. The knight landed a series of blows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 10, 20. It was relentless. Each strike felt like a weight pressing down on him, and Issei gritted his teeth against the pain. Nothing had prepared him for this monster. The knight continued its assault, stabbing Issei through the stomach. He felt helpless as Rias and Aquino kept firing magic, but the knight ignored their efforts, intent on defeating Issei. When the knight prepared a powerful charged attack, Issei instinctively moved his sword to block. He managed to deflect the blow, but the force still sent him skidding across the ground. Issei was grateful for his golem form. Without it, he would have been finished. Coughing as he looked down at his bleeding chest, he steeled himself and activated his tank ability, empowering his blade with energy. With a determined slam of his foot, he shattered the ground, sending the knight into the air. Rushing toward it, Issei saw the knight charging its blade as well. They swung their weapons, colliding in the middle. Issei felt the knight beginning to overpower him, but he refused to let that happen. He charged his blade, and the knight did the same. Rias watched as the clash between the two heated the area. Kaneko was in no condition to approach. She was a liability. Rias and Aquino waited for the perfect moment to launch their magic at the knight, knowing that attacking too soon would put Issei in danger. As the struggle continued, Issei noticed the knight trying to dodge his blade. In a split second, he activated Lion's Claw, throwing the knight off balance. Taking advantage of the moment, Issei slammed his empowered blade into the knight, creating a massive explosion that shook the building. Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba were sent flying as the structure collapsed around them. When the dust settled, Rias gasped in horror. Standing amidst the debris was Issei, with the knight beneath him. The knight's armor was cracked, while Issei had a sword piercing through his own stomach. The explosion had severely weakened him. "Clever fighter," Issei struggled to say before the knight's sword blasted him further into the rubble. The knight was not going down easily. Despite Issei's efforts, it managed to stab him again. Both combatants were heavily wounded, but Issei was closer to defeat. The knight approached him with a menacing presence, dragging its feet across the ground. Issei could only cough up more blood. Rias and Aquino fired magic bolts at the knight, but it deflected them with its sword. Rias charged in, launching more magical spheres, but the knight countered, grabbing her by the head and delivering a brutal knee strike that sent her crashing to the ground, nearly incapacitated. Kiba rushed in to attack while the knight was distracted, but it simply backhanded him away. Akino was charging a powerful spell, but the knight saw her vulnerability. With raw strength and speed, it hurled its sword, piercing through Akino's arm. She screamed and fell, clutching her injury. This left Kaneko as the last one standing. She watched in fear as her comrades fell to the knight. Trembling, she felt the knight tower over her. Before she could react, it grabbed her head, squeezing tightly. The sound of her screams echoed around them. Rias, regaining her senses, shot up, disoriented but determined to save her friends. Seeing Kiba still recovering and Akino unconscious from her injury, Rias felt tears welling up. She had never been this close to losing everything. Forming a powerful attack, she hoped to catch the knight's attention. When it noticed the reddish glow behind it, the knight turned to see Rias powering up her attack. "Let her go, you monster!" Rias shouted. The knight released Kaneko, but not before delivering a harsh kick to her face, leaving her limp on the ground. The knight began walking towards Rias. Closing her eyes, Rias released her strongest attack that she could muster in the few seconds she had to charge. She watched as the knight prepared to block her assault. However, the sheer power behind her attack shattered the knight's blade. With that, Rias closed her eyes, accepting her fate. "I'm sorry. Brother. Kiba. Akino. Kaneko. Issei. If only I were stronger, we could have survived. I'm such a disappointment." Tears streamed down her face. "Please. Someone. Save us. Brother. Save us." She opened her eyes to see the knight ready to end her. At that moment, Issei appeared, his entire blade glowing with pure white energy. Blood trickled down his face as he shouted and slammed his sword straight into the knight. Issei struck the area where he had previously cracked the knight's armor. The force behind his blow was immense. The knight attempted to defend himself, but there was a problem: he no longer had a blade, thanks to Rias. Issei's strike was so powerful that it shattered the knight's armor upon impact. As the smoke cleared, the knight was nowhere to be seen, but an exhausted Issei stood with his blade embedded in the ground. "I'm so glad I had 18 bronze coins. I used all of them." Note to self: always keep bronze coins on hand. Hidden quest completed. Defeat the demonic knight. Reward: level up x5. Plus 25 bronze coins. Plus 1 titanite shard. Hidden quest completed. Save Rias and her peerage. Reward: plus reputation with them. Plus new equipment. Well, at least he managed to save a few people from peril. I guess he could call that a win. Rias looked at Issei and then broke down into tears, hugging him tightly. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." She repeated her gratitude as Issei began adjusting his stats. I wonder. The knight definitely had stats that surpassed Rias, even though it was 4 levels lower. So, stats have their role while levels also have their roles. Interesting. That was when he felt new equipment appear on top of his head. Really? On top of my head? Armor, Plate of the Abyss. Attributes, plus 5 endurance. Plus 20% damage reduction. Details, armor once worn by the soldiers of the Abyss. They fought in the deepest pits of Tartarus and lost their sanity from the sheer time they spent there. The armor is now a shell of its former self. Now Issei was reaching a point where his damage reduction was so powerful that even against monsters that outclassed him, he could endure for a while. He was the perfect tank in every way. His speed was slow, but his strength was earth-shattering in comparison. His health was immense, allowing him to withstand attacks from beings with far greater strength and speed, such as the knight he had just fought. Name: Issei Haidu. Race: Iron Golem. Level: 35. HP: 1,306,000. MP: 0,370. STR: 51.5, plus 10. AGL: 42, minus 4. And 48, plus 12. Int: 37. Bonus: 45% damage reduction. Thus, the Lion's Claw. Energy Wave. So, they think of him as a hero? Is that a good thing in the long run? Rias was still clinging to him, nuzzling into him while still crying. Oh no. I still need to get something for Mom. Brother, he was like this. And then he was like that. It was so cool. Then he even hugged me and told me that everything was going to be alright, Rias exclaimed while calling her brother. Surzex looked at his sister with relief. Upon seeing her through the communication circle, he panicked at the sight of her bruises and cuts. He instinctively wanted to rush to her side without regard for anything else. He would do anything to protect his family. However, Rias smiled and began calming her brother down, telling him how her hero had saved her. She described how impressive Issei was during the rescue. Where was Issei? He had brought Rias to her clubhouse, where most of her members were in critical condition. Rias herself was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, from her encounter with the knight. Where is this hero of yours? Surzex asked, eager to thank the man who saved his little sister. Issei needed to recover before embarking on another mission. After dropping Rias and her peerage off at the clubhouse, he quickly left, allowing her to call her brother. Rias sighed before looking at Surzex. He disappeared. He said he had something to take care of with his family. I really wanted to give him something. Anything really, like money, jewelry, or even weapons. He went through all that trouble and pain just to save me and my peerage when he didn't even have to be there. Surzex sighed in disappointment, realizing that this man could have been the one to protect his sister from a certain blonde-haired individual. Well, I'll be coming with Graphia and some phoenix tears to heal you all. Closing the communication circle, Surzex turned to his wife. I feel so relieved seeing her safe. Graphia chuckled. You really care for her. Perhaps a little too much at times. Surzex pouted at his wife. I'm only giving her what I didn't have during the Devil Civil War. He wanted to ensure that his sister could enjoy her life without the threat of conflict looming over her. Who knows? Maybe if another war happens, Rias might find her true love, Graphia joked while holding their son, Milikas, who was trying to sleep in her arms. Surzex shook his head, causing Graphia to laugh even harder. Gently taking his son from his wife's embrace, Surzex could only smile lovingly at him. I'm just glad she has someone else besides me to rely on now. I hoped that she would find someone else to look up to as a hero, because I wouldn't always be there to help her. Graphia remained silent for a moment before placing her hands on her husband's shoulders. He truly is like you. Milikas is just a younger version of you. Like father, like son. Yet the father still acts like a child most of the time. Surzex scrunched his face and pouted, Graphia is being mean. Graphia could only sigh. This was her husband. No. Graphia is always right. Issei sat on the couch next to his parents. They had finished the first movie and were now watching the sequel. The number of times his father had jumped in fear while his mother did the same was quite amusing. Instead of focusing on the movie, Issei began to think. That knight was built like me. Its abilities were far beyond those of other creatures at its level. The encounter with the knight had made Issei much more cautious about exploring the world. Thanks to Rias and her peerage, he had managed to defeat it. If Rias hadn't destroyed the sword, he wouldn't be here with his family. Quest unlocked. Quest. Speak with Sona and Rias with their peerage. Details. With your strong friendship with Rias, you have been invited to a meeting between the two rulers of the lands. Reward. New title. So, this was his reward for becoming friends with Rias? Issei was curious about the new title he could earn. However, he wondered why he was receiving this quest when neither Rias nor Sona was around. How would he be invited? Just then he heard a knock at the door. Getting up, Issei knew it was Rias. She was the only person in the supernatural world who knew where he lived. Opening the door, he was greeted by Rias, who was smiling and bandaged up. Issei! Upon hearing a high-pitched scream from a girl, Issei's mother jumped up from the couch and rushed to the door. She narrowed her eyes at the girl. Wasn't going to let her son go out with just anyone without knowing she could trust them. It didn't matter how beautiful or wealthy they were. Her son's safety was far more important. Issei, who is this woman? Oh, she's A friend of mine. Rias waved her hand gently at his mother. You must be his mother. Mickey still had a stern expression. Playing nice wasn't going to work. Rias then took Mickey's hand and shook it. I didn't want to say this, but your son saved my life. He is an amazing person. Your son is my hero. My admiration. Mickey was confused. What was this woman talking about? Her son being a hero. She hadn't heard anything heroic from him. Turning to Issei, she saw him shrug. What are you talking about? I haven't heard of anything heroic my son has done. You don't know? Your son saved me from some robbers. Looking at Rias more closely, Mickey noticed the bandages wrapped around her body, some stained with blood. He came in and did this. After that, he gave them a little bit of this. Huya. Mickey finally connected the dots. Her son had come in with a bit of blood on his shirt, the one he had tried to rip apart but failed to completely tear off. It must have come from saving this woman. My son is a hero. Your son isn't just a hero. He is the best hero. Rias exclaimed excitedly. Mickey felt warmth from hearing about her son's accomplishment. Her son, the mischievous boy, had become a brave hero. She never expected this to happen. Her guard lowered and she looked at Rias. Thank you for telling me. This dolt next to me decides to hide everything from his mother. Glaring at Issei, he simply turned his gaze away. I was here to pick Issei up, the student council, and I want to speak with him. It's regarding the heroic deed your son did. Mickey nodded. Sure. Just don't hurt my little goofball. Nodding to Mickey, Rias grabbed Issei's hands and rushed toward the school. Slow down. Issei called after her. Never. Mickey watched them with a smile. Maybe she could somewhat trust this woman to be close to her son. As they got farther away, Rias hugged Issei. What's this? Getting all clingy? Did something happen again? Rias shook her head. No. I just wanted to hug you. Anyway, speaking with Sona and me was part of the situation. My brother wanted to meet the person who saved me. Oh. Issei was taken aback. You have a brother? Rias chuckled nervously. Let's just say, I don't bring him up often because of what he might do to all the boys staring at me during school. Processing her words, Issei's eyes widened in panic. Does he not know my reputation at school? No. Plus, I think being my savior takes precedence over being a little bit perverted. A little bit perverted? This woman had no idea who he used to be. So, I'm back here in the occult building again? Issei asked as he stood in front of the door with Rias. The school doesn't look that great, and this is the closest we can get to a private building. Rias turned to Issei before opening the door. Pouting and squinting her eyes, she added, Do you not like my little home? It looks almost as old as some of our teachers. Don't be mean. Just always be mean. Sighing, Rias opened the door, revealing her peerage and Sona, along with Tsubaki and Saji. Oh. I didn't believe you, Rias, when you said Issei was the one who saved you, Sona said, eyeing Issei. How powerful is he, Rias? Sona, trust me when I say this. Even if my entire peerage and I were to fight him, he would defeat us. Sona was a bit skeptical of that claim. This was Issei, the same guy who was known as the perverted beast of Kuo. President, I don't really see what's so special about Issei. He just looks normal to me, Saji said, looking confused as he observed Issei. How about every single one of you come and fight me? I'll take all challengers. Issei summoned his great sword and activated tank. Saji stepped forward, determination in his eyes. Let's see what you're truly made of, Issei. Name, Title, Pawn of Sona. Race, Reincarnated Devil. Level 12. HP, 750-750. MP, 250-250. Heart, 11. So, 11. And, 15. 10. Saji was clearly outmatched. Issei had 23 levels over him, making it nearly impossible for Saji to inflict any real damage. With a burst of energy, Sada charged, his fist drawn back, aiming to take Issei down. But as his fist connected with Issei, it halted, the impact absorbed by Issei's formidable defenses. Really? You thought that would work? With a swift motion, Issei grabbed Saji and brought him down to the ground. The force behind the slam was overwhelming, leaving Saji stunned. Standing tall, Issei turned his gaze toward Sona. Not the brightest move, was it? Now, shall we continue this meeting with violence, or can we talk like civilized individuals? Name, Sona. Title, Heiress of the House of Citri. Race, Pure Devil. Level, 32. HP, 1600-1600. MP, 3250 3250. 26. 30. And 32. Int, 45, plus 20. Bonus, plus 20% magic damage. Issei noted that Sona was merely a weaker version of Rias. Both had similar abilities, but Rias clearly had the upper hand in stats and bonuses. If Sona was weaker than Rias, she was no match for him. Sona hesitated, holding back her queen piece. She sensed the chaos that could ensue if she sent her to confront Issei. The way he had effortlessly taken down Suyu revealed a glimpse of his power, and she feared for her peerage's safety if they fought him. Rias, observing with a smirk, knew Sona was about to learn a lesson. I'm sorry about that. Sometimes he acts without considering the consequences. He just cares about me a lot. Rias, let's start this meeting. Rias, secretly cheering for Issei, sighed in disappointment. She had hoped to see Sona get a taste of Issei's strength. This meeting was mainly to discuss who caused the abandoned church to collapse. I'm guessing it was Issei, Sona replied, connecting the dots. It wasn't hard to deduce that Issei was the culprit, especially since he was a newcomer to the supernatural world. Rias pouted, I really need to work on my surprises. One day you'll get better, Issei joked, earning an eye roll from her. Kiba and Akino exchanged glances, shocked by the revelation. So, Issei was the one who took them all down? Kiba asked, seeking confirmation. Rias nodded, prompting a sigh of relief from both. They were fortunate to have Issei as an ally rather than an enemy. So, was that really all you wanted from me? Issei inquired. Rias shook her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously. I also wanted to ask for your help. Could you assist me and Sona in dealing with stray devils? Ever since yesterday, I've been too afraid to face them alone. I just can't do it by myself anymore. Issei considered her request. The more he connected with them, the more rewards he might receive. Could I get some equipment in return? Rias nodded eagerly. Of course. This could be beneficial for both of us. Excited, she hugged Issei again, thanking him profusely. Issei groaned inwardly. This was the third time that day. Sona smiled at Issei. Issei Hayadu. I know we may have started off on the wrong foot with my pawn's disrespect, but I truly appreciate your willingness to help us. When I heard Rias was hurt by a stray devil, I worried for both her and myself, knowing my peerage is weaker. If something happened to her, I couldn't imagine the consequences. As she walked toward the exit, she added, if you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. I will also reward you for your help. Issei nodded in response, and a message appeared before him. Quest completed. Complete the meeting. Reward, new title unlocked. Title, The Guardian of Kuo. Passive bonus, +2 to all stats. Issei smiled at the notification. Another boost to his power was always welcome. However, his smile faded when he sensed a powerful presence in the room. Protectively, he moved Rias behind him, drawing his great sword and shield, bracing himself for what was to come. So, this is your hero, dear sister. His instinct to protect you is impressive, a voice echoed. Standing in the center of the room was Surzek's Lucifer, flanked by his wife. The others bowed in respect, but Issei felt a chill run down his spine. Rias, the only other person not bowing, shook him gently, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Didn't tell me your brother was this powerful, Issei stammered, his eyes wide with apprehension. Surzek smirked, clearly amused by Issei's reaction. Warning! 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 Opponent too powerful to be scanned with your current level. This was the first time the system had failed to scan someone due to their overwhelming power. Issei realized he needed to grow stronger to face such a presence. The pressure emanating from Surzex was unlike anything he had felt before, and he struggled to keep his legs steady. But don't worry, Issei. I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to thank you. Surzex approached, gently patting Rias on the head before turning to Issei. My sister often finds herself in dangerous situations. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have the chance to see her safe here. He extended his hand for a handshake. As a brother, I want to express my gratitude for looking out for her. Issei reached out and shook Surzek's hand, nodding. No problem. I also wanted to reward you for saving my sister. I'll give you anything. Choice 1. Ask for money. Choice 2. Ask for equipment. Choice 3. Ask for women. Choice 4. Ask for his sister's hand in engagement. Choice 5. Ask for nothing. Option 1 was pointless since his system operated on its own currency. Option 3 was equally unhelpful. What use would women be in a fight against a monster? Option 4 was in the same category. Useless. Option 5 felt like the system was just teasing him. I would like to have another sword. Just like this. He showed his great sword to Surzex, who nodded in response. That's it. Issei looked at the Lucifer in confusion. Yeah. Surzex chuckled. You're truly built like a hero. I assume you want another replica of this sword to help others. No, he just wanted another one to bolster his strength for the upcoming dungeons. Why did they misunderstand his intentions? Issei didn't mind. The more rewards he received, the safer he felt about entering the dungeons. While I prepare your reward, how about we all sit down and talk somewhere? Ria squealed. How about we all go to your house, Issei? That sounds like a wonderful idea, Surzex agreed with his sister. Before Issei could protest, they had already teleported to his house. Rias was knocking on the door. The challenge of introverts hanging out with pure extroverts was that sometimes they just didn't stop to think. Really? My son really helped you do that? Rias was at it again, talking about all the good things he did during the meeting. He honestly thought he hadn't done anything remarkable. My little sister truly admires your son. When Surzex arrived at his house, Issei's mother was welcoming, pleased to see him making friends, especially with those who seemed well off. This eased her worries about them taking advantage of her son. What could they possibly want from him? Grafia sat next to Issei's mother while his father was away again. Work was demanding a lot from him. My husband isn't the brightest. But he's right when he says that his little sister really sees your son as her hero. Rias blushed while Issei stared up at the ceiling. He had just received his reward before all these antics began. Hey! Don't say that in public, brother. What am I saying that's wrong? Don't. Just don't. Don't say that. Surzex chuckled at his sister's embarrassment. Oh, come on. What am I saying that is wrong? Rias leaped toward her brother, and a playful scuffle ensued while Grafia urged them to stop. Mickey could only chuckle, wishing her son could experience these moments. It saddened her to think of the siblings Issei could have had if not for the miscarriages. While they continued their playful bickering, Issei received a new message indicating that a new icon had opened up. Clicking on it, he noticed that only his 2 great swords were highlighted. Welcome to the infusion section of equipment. Here, you can take 2 of the same type of weapons and infuse them. This will enhance their power while taking up 1 less equipment slot. The first infusion is free. Clicking on his 2 great swords, Issei received another message. 2x Great Sword, Rare, Great Sword, Epic. Attribute increase, plus 10 SR, plus 15 STR. Attribute added, plus 10% pierce damage. Pierce damage, damage that can cut through damage reduction depending on the percentage of pierce damage. Will you continue the infusion? Yes, no. Clicking yes, Issei preferred having 1 stronger sword and his shield rather than 2 of the same swords, even if 2 swords would provide more strength. The added pierce damage would likely balance out any strength lost. He was eager to take this deal. Once the infusion completed, Issei was thrilled with his new sword and immediately replaced it in his build. Now, he felt much more powerful and confident for the next dungeon. He planned to enter the new dungeon as soon as Rias and her family left. "Sid, are you okay?" his mother asked while he continued staring at the ceiling. "Yeah. I was just thinking about school." He was lying and his mother knew it. Issei being studious? That was a stretch. The last time he had really studied was during a math test last year, and he still only managed an average score. Seeing that he didn't want to answer her concern, his mother smiled instead. "Guess what I'm making today? Cheesecake." Issei snapped his head toward her with a cheerful smile. He loved cheesecake. "Really? Wait, Issei, is that a gaming console?" Surzex pointed at the console in front of Issei's television. "Yeah. Why? You play Smash." Narrowing his eyes, Issei walked toward the console. "What's your main?" "Luigi," Surzex replied, narrowing his eyes back. Rias watched as the tension in the room began to rise. "I am about to dominate you in this game." Grabbing one of his controllers and tossing the other spare one to Surzex, he looked at Rias, who was staring back at him with hopeful eyes, and threw another spare controller to her. "Prepare to be defeated." As he turned on the console, his mother sighed, knowing chaos was about to ensue. Grabbing Graphia's arm, Mickey began dragging her to the kitchen. "Come on. Let's leave the children alone. I have some things I want to show you." Graphia didn't get a word in as Mickey excitedly led her to share cooking recipes and prepare a large cheesecake for everyone to enjoy. A couple of hours later, all that could be heard was, "What? How are you this good?" Surzex exclaimed, watching his beloved Luigi get overwhelmed by Issei's Captain Falcon. "Brother, I give up." A sobbing Rias was comforted by her brother while Issei sat back, enjoying the spectacle of their defeat. Did he destroy them? Destroy would be generous. He still had 3 stocks left while Rias and Surzex were already out of the game. "I don't know what to say. Just get better, you do." And he shows no mercy. This monster is no hero. He is a sadistic monster. As the triumphant echoes of victory faded into the air, Issei couldn't help but bask in his glory, feeling like a conqueror. But his moment of self-satisfaction was short-lived as his mother returned from the kitchen, bearing a large cheesecake in her hands. Graphia was right behind her, holding on to Mickey to prevent her from tripping over in her excitement. "Behold, the fruit of our labor," she announced, presenting the decadent dessert like a trophy. Issei's eyes widened in awe, momentarily distracted from his gaming conquest. "It's beautiful." Graphia, standing beside his mother with a smirk, added, "It looks almost too good to eat. Surzex and little Rias, how about we all dig into this?" Within seconds, Issei was the first to reach the cheesecake. With lightning speed, he grabbed a fork and plunged it into the creamy depths, savoring the first heavenly bite. He rushed towards the table in the middle of the living room, right in front of the television, and began munching on the cheesecake. Surzex and Rias, despite their earlier pride being wounded, chuckled at Issei's childlike excitement, especially since he had been nearly stoic throughout the day. "I guess we should join in as well." Rias nodded in agreement, and the two quickly followed Issei. Surzex tried to keep up with Issei's speed in devouring the cake, but that was short-lived when Graphia stood behind him and playfully tapped him on the head. "Have some manners when eating." Issei laughed at Surzex's dismay, but his amusement was cut short when his mother also gave him a light smack on the head. "Hey! Don't you dare me. You were acting like a wild animal eating this cheesecake. You should have some manners too." Rias giggled at the scene, earning herself 2 glares from both women. She quickly shrank back, deciding it was best to eat quietly. A little later, it was time for the 3 to leave. Issei noticed Rias looking at him with a saddened expression. As she walked up to him, he sighed, knowing what was coming. Rias hugged him tightly once more, while Surzex and Graphia stood nearby, chuckling at Issei's dismay. Soon enough, the 3 left, leaving Issei and his mother alone. "Sit. What do you think of that girl?" In an instant, Issei responded, "She's an interesting friend." "Just a friend?" his mother teased, but Issei stared at her with an emotionless expression. "Only a friend." With that, he walked past her, giving her a gentle pat on the head. You've already done so much today. With that, Issei headed up to his room. Finally, it was time to grind. Dungeon name, Dungeon of the Drakes. Recommended level, 30. Host is much higher level than the dungeon recommended level. Dungeon will be scaled upwards to be challenging for host. It was time for the grind. Entering the dungeon, Issei was met with a blazing inferno tornado right in front of him. Backing away, he narrowly dodged a lightning bolt striking the ground nearby. Getting a better view of the area around him, Issei found himself in an infernal hellscape. Jagged obsidian peaks rose from molten ground all around, while rivers of lava snaked through the desolate terrain that stretched into the distance. The sky was a canvas of swirling shadows, occasionally lit by bursts of flames and tornadoes. Amidst glowing veins of phosphorescent minerals, fiery geysers erupted, casting an ethereal light. However, what truly caught Issei's attention was the multitude of drakes flying around. Soaring through the sky, there were nearly 1,000 drakes, all beginning to notice him. This was going to be a challenging time for him. How long had it been? Issei had defeated many of the drakes. None of them were too powerful. They were just normal enemies, easily defeated without much difficulty. How many times had he leveled up? 4 times? 5 times? He had lost count after 10 hours of grinding. He still hadn't met the conditions to fight the boss just yet. How many bronze coins had he collected? Easily enough for 2 silver coins. I wonder, when will I be able to fight the boss of this dungeon? Upon hearing that, Issei heard a loud screech behind him. Turning around, he was met with a draconic woman standing twice as tall as him, with bloodshot eyes and purplish hair flowing down her shoulders. Her draconic horns curled from the top of her head and continued looping until they reached her hips. Mini-boss incoming. Lisa the Draconic Empress. Title, Draconic Empress. Level, 40. HP, 4,840-800. MP, 2,720-700. STR, 43, plus 20. AGL, 42, plus 8. And, 46, plus 18. 36. Bonus, pure immunity to fire. Alright, here comes the mini-boss. She was powerful, but Issei felt that with his damage reduction and his powerful greatsword combined with his skills, he could overpower her in a clash. He just needed to land a decisive blow to control the fight. Human. Enemy. Devour. A few simple words, and she lunged towards Issei. Grabbing his great sword, Issei activated Lion's Claw. The woman saw this and giggled, thinking Issei was foolish to use this attack while she was lunging at him. Swiping her claws towards Issei, she managed to land a blow. However, thanks to Issei's incredible defense and the hyper armor from Lion's Claw, he was able to withstand the hit and deliver a devastating blow of his own. He slammed the woman into the ground, shattering the obsidian surface. Issei heard her screech before she summoned flames from her mouth. Not taking any chances, Issei activated Tank and quickly charged an energy wave with his sword, shooting it straight towards her fire breath. Issei's attack, thanks to his superior strength, pierced through the flames. If it hadn't been for the dragon woman's quick reflexes, she would have been in serious trouble. The only thing that was harmed was her right wing as she dove to the side just in time. Blood began to trickle from her wing as she glared at him with pure hatred. Human hurt me. Human bad. Before Issei could respond, he was kicked hard in the side. He was sent flying, skidding across the surface, and came to a halt by stabbing his sword into the ground. Issei turned his attention to the new opponent. Mini-boss incoming. Name, Elizabeth the Warrior. Title, Draconic Warrior. Level, 39. HP, 5,550-5550. MP, 3,000-3000. STR, 40, plus 10. AGL, 42, plus 8. And, 46, plus 28. Int, 40. Bonus, when next to her Empress, 10% increase to all stats. Another mini-boss. Issei watched as the two communicated. Elizabeth, will you help me? Yes. My Empress. We will defeat the human together. But I want to have a bite at the end. Elizabeth pouted before nodding. Yes, my empress. But can I have a little taste? Before Elisa could respond, Issei sent another energy wave straight at her. Elisa couldn't dodge, but she managed to shield herself from the full force of the attack. This is going to be a bit annoying, Issei thought as he sensed another disturbance approaching. Moving his shield to reflect the attack, Issei barely managed to parry another strike from a different opponent. Stunning his attacker, Issei seized the moment and kicked them away. Warning! Boss incoming. Face, Dragon. Title, Ruler of the Drakes. Level, 42. HP, 5625 5625. MP, 3975 3975. STR, 40, plus 23. AGL, 40, plus 8. And 50, plus 25. Int, 53. Bonus, when next to her members, 10% increase to all stats per member. Issei's eyes widened at the sight of two mini-bosses and the real boss. What was he supposed to do? He was outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Backing away, Issei watched as the queen charged towards him, with Elisa close behind and Elizabeth right beside her. Activating tank once more, Issei rushed in with Lion's Claw ready. Charging up his blade, he noticed the queen had charged her fist with flames. He had to quickly block a powerful fireball from Elizabeth. As smoke filled the air, Issei saw the shadow of the queen approaching. Activating Lion's Claw, he met her hand with his blade. An explosion followed as they were both thrown back. Issei halted his movements as Elisa came into view. If he could isolate one of them, he had to take the chance. Charging up another energy wave with his sword, Issei propelled himself towards Elisa. Although her speed was superior, her fighting experience against humans was lacking. Slamming his foot into the ground, he caused a small pillar of rocks to rise, momentarily blinding the Empress. Issei swung his sword with all his might. Upon seeing the pillar, the Empress swung her claws forward, shattering it. "Watch out!" the queen screamed, but it was too late. Issei's fully charged attack struck the Empress directly. The impact was overwhelming, leaving her in a critical state. She fell to the ground, her vision blurring as Issei prepared for another strike. Activating Lion's Claw and using all his remaining mana, he slammed his sword down onto the same spot he had struck before. Mini-boss has been defeated. Reward, level up X1. Standing with only his strength and endurance left, with no magic and burn marks scattered across his body, Issei watched as the two remaining drakes rushed towards him in fury. "That was my daughter," the queen screamed, diving straight at him, engulfed in flames. Using his sword, Issei blocked most of the impact, but the flames still singed him. Elizabeth came from behind, aiming to catch him off guard. However, Issei ducked just in time to avoid her attack. Twirling around with his great sword, he struck Elizabeth in the stomach, sending her flying back. But he wasn't quick enough to evade the queen's flaming hook, which landed squarely on his face, burning his flesh and sending him flying. As he tumbled through a flaming geyser, his clothes were burned away. Once he regained his composure, he looked up to see the queen unleashing a powerful laser toward him. Using his sword, Issei managed to block some of the damage, but the beam still scorched his body. With barely any health remaining, Issei watched as Elizabeth charged in. The queen was close behind her. He had to take down Elizabeth first. The queen was too much of a threat with her around. Entering the shop, Issei quickly purchased a mana potion for 3 bronze coins. Just as he finished drinking it, Elizabeth approached with her fist drawn back. Activating Lion's Claw at the right moment, Issei dodged her attack and landed a powerful strike on her head, slamming her into the ground. But he was inevitably caught by the queen's laser beam, landing a critical hit on his chest and sending him crashing to the ground. "Finally, the human is done," the queen stated, moving to assist Elizabeth. As the queen approached, Elizabeth felt a pang of fear, uncertain if the human would rise again. When Elizabeth stood before him, she noticed something strange. An empty bottle lay beside him. Confused, she tilted her head and glanced back at her queen, unsure of what to do. "Never lower your guard," Issei said, surprising her. Before she could react, he swiftly struck, slicing Elizabeth's head clean off with his sword, aiming for the unprotected spot on her neck. Standing with more health restored, Issei faced only the queen now. Mini-boss has been defeated. Reward, level up X1. Skill leveled up, Tank and Lion's Claw. Tank, level 1. Iron Flesh, level 2. Details: this skill allows the user to become the embodiment of defense. The user will still gain 5% endurance and strength, but will also gain 10% damage reduction. The cost of activating the skill is now 3 MP per second. 15% HP healed upon using the skill, once only during battle. Lion's Claw, level 1, Berserker Wrath, level 2. Details: the skill allows the user to have ultra-hyper armor to withstand nearly all attacks. Upon withstanding these attacks, the user gains a 5% damage reduction based on their strength compared to their opponents. This skill allows for the blow, upon contact, to deal 50% more damage and 10% pierce damage. 20 MP per use. Smirking, Issei prepared for annihilation. Popping another mana potion while the queen was shocked at the sight of her comrade falling, Issei activated Iron Flesh and felt a little heavier, but he didn't care. His damage reduction was easily over 50%. Running straight towards the queen, he knew he had little time since Iron Flesh drained MP faster than Tank. The queen unleashed a powerful laser aimed at Issei. Being the formidable fighter that he was, Issei activated Berserker Wrath and charged through the attack. With his level being closer to the queen's and benefiting from an additional 15% damage reduction, Issei brought his sword down onto the queen's head. Not letting up, he seized her and began striking her relentlessly. When she attempted to use her wings and tail to swat him away, he simply grabbed her wings and tore them from her body. With a fierce scream, Issei then seized her jaw and wrenched it free with sheer strength. Without her wings, she was not only weaker due to the loss of her bonuses, but Issei was only growing stronger. Without giving her another chance, Issei plunged his sword through her head with all his might. "Please, human. Show mercy." This again. Issei clenched his teeth and drove his sword into her back. She had the audacity to beg for mercy when she had sought to kill him without reason. Dropping his sword, Issei began to strike her with his fists. Blow after blow. Blood began to pool on the ground, growing larger with each passing moment. The queen's face became increasingly unrecognizable. Issei hurled her into the air and sent his sword after her. It pierced through her midsection. As he leaped up, placing his feet on her back while gripping the sword's handle, Issei pulled upwards, tearing her apart. The queen had fallen. Dungeon completed. Reward, level up X3. New title obtained. Plus new equipment. He finally finished the dungeon, even if he felt burnt out. He needed to ensure he had potions ready instead of having to buy and open them in his inventory. Landing awkwardly, he found some boots in his hands. Armor, Draconic Boots. Attributes, plus 3 endurance. Plus 3 agility. Plus 5% damage reduction. Details: boots crafted from the scales of many drakes that have been defeated. Soldiers used these to combat their kind, providing extra protection while remaining light on the feet. New title unlocked, Drake Slayer. Effects: 30% damage when fighting against drakes. Those boots were excellent. Though the title seemed unnecessary, he didn't anticipate fighting drakes anytime soon. Looking at his stats, Issei felt he was done with this dungeon. Name, Issei Haidu. Title, Guardian of Kuo. Race, Iron Golem. Level, 45. HP, 1,7400. MP, 0,490. Sure, 66.5, plus 17. AGL, 57, plus 1. End, 58, plus 16. Int, 47, plus 2. Bonus, 48% damage reduction. Skills, Iron Flesh. Berserk Wrath. Energy Wave. Issei landed back on his bed, trying to recover from the damage sustained. He hoped his parents wouldn't walk in, it would cause too many issues. Closing his eyes, he felt exhausted. Just then she attacked him again, causing his heart to race before the calming white aura enveloped him. She was still there. He would have to confront her. Getting up, he decided to explore the outskirts of town to clear his mind. Meanwhile, a specific someone entered the forest near the town. With her bow in hand and her huntresses by her side, she was ready to explore and hunt in this sacred ground. She believed it would be excellent hunting grounds for her newest pack members. With her beautiful face framed by flowing platinum hair and a goddess-like figure, she stood with a stern expression. Her majestic sapphire eyes narrowed as she observed her huntresses bickering among themselves. "My lady, what should be our first move here?" one of her huntresses asked. Artemis looked at her youngest member and replied, "We must first build a place to call home for the time being. We will all work together until our home is established." Nodding to their lady's request, the huntresses began gathering resources in the open area nearby. The experienced members taught the younger ones how to properly set up tents. While doing this, Artemis heard a branch snap in the distance. Determined to investigate, she dashed toward the sound. Upon arriving, she spotted a large brunette standing in a clear area where sunlight streamed through the trees. Seething with disgust and rage at the sight of a man, Artemis angrily drew her bow. However, something within her urged her to stop. There was something unusual about this man. He was simply staring at the sky, which confused her. Issei turned around and saw the beautiful woman before him. Instead of blushing or shying away, he regarded her with an emotionless expression. Rather than greeting her, he began walking away, more interested in exploring the forest and enjoying the sights he had missed as a child. It was quite relaxing, especially since he could move at a much faster pace. Halt! Warning! 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 Opponent too powerful to be scanned with your current level. She was a formidable opponent. Instead of panicking, Issei remained calm and stared at her. The more he felt anxious internally, the more the white aura soothed him. "What? What are you doing around here?" "Exploration." "What?" She was puzzled by his response. Exploration. Why on earth was this man wandering in her forest? "I need to explore this place." "So, could you please not bother me?" he politely asked her, but Artemis sneered and began to draw her bow. There was something about this mortal. He looked at her without any hint of desire or intention. He was just staring at her as if she were nothing. Never had she encountered a mortal man who saw her as insignificant. They always approached her with ulterior motives, captivated by her divine beauty and the respect she commanded. Even though she despised men, she couldn't understand why she meant nothing to this one. "Tell me. I want you to answer me honestly, or else I'll have to take drastic measures." The last part came out with a sharp edge. "What do you see me as? Do you see me as a goddess? Do you see me? I see you as someone who's bothering me." Shocked to her core, Artemis was at a loss for words. She looked at Issei with confusion. She didn't want attention, but she simply couldn't comprehend. "Why don't you see me as someone different? Why don't you see me as a true goddess? Why would I?" Again, his words sent Artemis spiraling into confusion. "Because I'm Artemis. I only see people as three things: family, friend, or that's it." "What?" While Artemis grappled with her thoughts, Issei began to walk away quietly. "That doesn't make sense." By the time Artemis looked up from her confusion, Issei was already gone. Where did he go? Issei was walking back to his house, reflecting on his encounter with Artemis. She had randomly shown up, wielding power far beyond his own. Thanks to his system keeping him calm, he managed to speak to her without fear. However, he may have unintentionally angered a goddess who had little love for men. He felt relieved to be done with her. But Artemis wasn't ready to let Issei go. Following him, she easily sensed his presence and tracked him down. Her speed far surpassed his, and she watched him from a distance, curious about what made him so normal around her. What made him different from Orion? As he approached a group of girls, she prepared to see how he would react, but he simply walked past them without a glance. Aren't boys his age usually desperate for attention? What is up with this boy? Sitting down, Artemis continued to observe him from afar. That was when she noticed him heading toward a store. A bikini shop. Ah, I knew it. Every man has their interests. Wait, is he going into that? Are those small action figures? Artemis was baffled as she watched Issei walk into a Gundam shop. Artemis followed him inside, surprised to find the store was quite small, about the size of 2 small bedrooms. What made this old and dusty place so special? That was when she noticed a brunette staring intently at the shelves. What is so important about these action figures? As she walked along one of the shelves, she saw various sizes of mech action figures. What's so fascinating about these? Oh, you also like Gundams? Issei said, not realizing who he was speaking to. He saw a woman standing in front of the shelves and thought he might help her. What's so amazing about these? Artemis still didn't turn to face him. These Gundams are incredible. They have epic battles, laser swords, and they look so cool. Plus, you can customize them with different weapons and armor. And the best part? They're like giant robots fighting for justice. Issei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Artemis couldn't help but giggle at his enthusiasm. What was up with this kid? Not only that, but they come in different sizes. Different sizes? Issei nodded and eagerly reached for the perfect grade. These are the perfect grades, the largest and most expensive. They have many parts, but they are totally worth it. Artemis watched as Issei carefully examined the perfect grade Gundam, his enthusiasm infectious despite her initial confusion. She found herself intrigued by his passion for these mechanical figures. It was endearing to see this giant of a man so captivated by such small action figures. Interesting, she remarked, finally turning to face him fully. So, they're like intricate puzzles, but once assembled, they become symbols of power and justice? Yeah. Do you want one? I was going to buy one, probably the perfect grade, but I can help someone get their first model. It will have to be the cheapest model. I don't really have much money. Issei finally looked at her face and realized who she was. It's you. I didn't expect to find you here. I thought you were in the forest. I was. But then Artemis hesitated. She couldn't just admit she was following him. However, Issei was the first to break the silence. I didn't know you liked Gundams this much. That's so cool. Issei was a massive Gundam fan. Artemis took the opportunity to nod, trying not to seem strange. It was just checking out the store. I'll be back to buy some of these mechs in the future. With that, an embarrassed Artemis quickly fled the scene, leaving Issei bewildered. His reputation with Artemis had increased. If she disliked him now, what did she think of him before? His meeting with Artemis was something. After purchasing the Gundam, Issei was walking along the sidewalks to his house when he was interrupted by an emergency quest notification. Emergency quest. Some of Artemis's huntresses are in deep danger while she is attending to her father. Details. There is a Cyclops nearby. Make sure to save them. Rewards. +++ reputation with Artemis plus reputation with the huntresses. This will enhance your connections with the Greeks and could result in more protection and rewards. This must be strange. He had just met the woman, and now he was saving her people. Was the system trying to guide him toward becoming a hero? Was it choosing his future? He could ignore the quest, but after seeing the rewards from helping Rias, he couldn't help but wonder what he could gain from assisting a goddess. Opening the menu once more, he noticed a map icon. Upon opening it, Issei saw a large map of Kuo and the forest nearby. There was a yellow arrow highlighting the path Issei needed to take for his quest. As he ran toward the event, he wondered what had led Artemis's huntresses to confront a Cyclops. A few minutes earlier, one of her huntresses, the youngest named Sophia, was gathering sticks. She was a petite woman with blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Eager to be helpful, she wanted to prove her worth to Artemis, who had given her a home when she could have been struggling on the streets. Accompanying Sophia was her friend Veronica, who had purple hair and was slightly older and taller. Veronica kept a watchful eye on Sophia, ensuring she stayed safe from any dangers lurking nearby. While they were stronger than ordinary humans, they were still vulnerable to the larger threats in the supernatural. Veronica, I collected 15 sticks. Sophia exclaimed, displaying her arms filled with sticks. Is this enough for our tent? With my 20 sticks, it's still not close to enough. We might be able to borrow some cloth from the others, but we still need more sticks for the fire, Veronica replied, gathering a few more sticks. Just place them in my bag. She pointed to her heavy-duty black bag on her back. Sophia nodded and opened the bag to add her sticks. Do you think Our Lady will appreciate our work? I even found some shiny rocks for her, Sophia said, her big blue eyes sparkling with hope. I don't know, but we can hope she'll be happy. We worked hard together and did everything the older girls needed help with, Veronica reassured her. Sophia squealed with excitement, but then the ground began to rumble. What was that? She asked, her voice trembling. Probably just a bear or something. Come on, let's finish our job, Veronica said, though she felt a twinge of unease. Sophia nodded, still a bit shaken, and continued to help her friend. However, the rumbling grew louder, and Sophia spotted a massive branch protruding from the ground in the middle of an open field. Realizing its size, she knew it would be perfect for their fire. As she approached the branch, a huge figure began to emerge from the ground. Sophia screamed as she saw the towering giant with black skin becoming clearer. The Cyclops opened its single eye, glaring menacingly at her. Veronica quickly grabbed Sophia and pulled her back. Other huntresses nearby gathered, knowing they were in serious trouble. When the Cyclops fully emerged, it let out a deafening roar that shook the ground. Veronica and the huntresses drew their bows, aiming for the Cyclops's eye, but it was too fast. The Cyclops shielded itself with its arm, then slammed it down, shaking the earth beneath them. Trees nearby began to topple, and Veronica watched in horror as one fell toward them. The Cyclops then focused on Veronica and Sophia, rushing at them with alarming speed. Veronica barely dodged as the Cyclops's hands came crashing down, but she felt a sharp pain as the ground shook. She turned to Sophia, only to see her friend struggling under the weight of the impact. The Cyclops roared again, preparing to strike once more. The huntresses fired another volley of arrows, but they seemed to have little effect, only serving to further anger the beast. Closing her eyes, Veronica silently apologized to Artemis for putting her huntresses in danger. Just then she heard a different voice amidst the chaos. I missed the head again. Opening her eyes, she saw a tall brunette standing before her, and the Cyclops was now missing its right arm. Issei had arrived. While the Cyclops was distracted, he threw his sword into its arm and swiftly spun it, severing the limb. The Cyclops let out a roar of frustration, but Issei was already charging in, activating his magic. With a burst of speed, he aimed for the Cyclops's head and sliced through it with ease. Now I know what I can do if Rias gets on my bad side, Issei joked to himself. After the battle, Issei turned to see Artemis rushing toward him, her eyes wide with concern as she reached her huntresses. She hugged them tightly, tears welling in her eyes. I'm so glad you two are okay. What were you thinking, going out here alone? Veronica, despite her pain, managed to respond for both of them. We wanted to make you happy, my lady. You've done so much for us. We didn't want to bother you, so we thought we could build our tent ourselves. Artemis's expression shifted to one of frustration. You fools. What matters to me is that you're alive. I brought you into my group because I wanted you to have a family, to be part of my family. Issei watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of sadness as it reminded him of his own mother's tears when he had gone missing. He knew it was time to return home. As he began to walk away, Artemis called out, Wait! Don't leave just yet. Sorry, he replied, continuing into the forest. But my mother is waiting. Did this woman truly try to stop him? Did she not know who his mother was when she was angry? Still carrying his Gundam in his arms, Issei quickly dashed away. Artemis could only watch as Issei moved into the darkness. Without him, she would have lost two of her family members, Sophia and Veronica. Artemis was truly grateful to Issei, even if she had her reservations about men. She was happy to know that he was there to save her children. That boy is a hero, Artemis said, still holding on to Veronica and Sophia tightly. I want to know your name, boy. Meanwhile, Issei swung from tree to tree, trying to get home as quickly as possible. It was 3:56 p.m., and his mother wanted him back by 4 p.m. His father expected the same. Gotta lock in. He began moving even faster. Reputation with Artemis has increased. Artemis is grateful to you and sees you as a good man. She thinks of you as a hero in some way. She is definitely not going to let you go. Great. Now I have Rhea seeing me as a hero and a goddess too. I better get a good reward for this or something. How did you even find my house? It had only been one day, and Artemis was back in front of his home. She had sensed his presence easily. Issei really did struggle with hiding it. What do you mean? I found you pretty easily. That's beside the point. I wanted to ask you, why did you save my huntresses? Issei figured this question might come up since Artemis was the goddess who supposedly hated all men. Honestly, I saw two human girls about to be harmed by a giant one-eyed monster. My instincts told me to intervene, so I did. Artemis looked at him skeptically. She had met many people who acted heroically for their own reasons. However, the emotionless stare that Issei gave her made her believe otherwise. There were no ulterior motives in those eyes. He was simply being a hero. Could you hurry up? I have school to go to. Artemis widened her eyes in shock. What do you mean you have school to go to? You're not an adult? I thought you were done with school. Hey, I'm not that old. I still have this year and next year of high school. Artemis was confused by this boy. How could he be so emotionless and yet so large, still being a high school student? Never mind that, she just wanted to know where her savior lived. While Issei was thinking something completely different, this woman has to leave quickly. If my mom finds out I'm talking with another girl, she would go crazy. My dad wouldn't really care. Since he believes I have everything under control, there was something bothering him. One piece of her hair was sticking out, and he just couldn't take his eyes off of it. Alright, let me do this quickly. Moving his hands, he watched as Artemis tensed and narrowed her eyes, but Issei didn't care. Gently pulling that one piece of hair down, he sighed in relief. Now he could look at her in the eyes rather than that one strand. Now what would he say? His mother always told him to compliment someone when the situation was awkward. It would redirect the conversation. Sorry, there was a single strand of hair that was poking out, and it really bothered me. Your hair is beautiful, and that one piece was ruining its symmetry. Now you look perfect. He hated how corny that sounded. However, when he looked at Artemis's face, she was blushing slightly. Oh no. I embarrassed her. I need to leave before things get awkward. Taking his bag, Issei patted Artemis on the head and ran off, saying he had class in a couple of minutes. That was the first time someone had patted my head like that. Liked it a lot. Reputation with Artemis has increased. He shut that message immediately. He wasn't going to deal with that right now. Now, here he was approaching the main entrance of the school, and he saw Rhea standing right there. Upon seeing Issei, her entire face lit up, and she ran toward him. Everyone else in the area was shocked that she would even dare approach the academy's so-called pervert. One thing Issei noticed was that no one cared about his appearance change, which meant Rhea had changed the minds of everyone in town to think of him as this behemoth from the very start. Before Rhea could reach Issei, Kates, one of the people who deeply despised him, stopped her and shook her head. I'm sorry, Rhea, but I can't allow one of the queens of this academy to come anywhere near Issei. Rhea glared at her and watched as Issei began walking away. What do you mean? Issei is my friend. Kates remained firm. Sorry, Rhea, but this is for your own good. I don't want you to be influenced by any issues that disgusting man has. You speak as if I'm a useless piece of trash. There was something about her tone that began to irritate him. Something about her looking down on him and treating him like he was worthless. Kates glared at Issei before turning back to Rhea. He's not even worthy of words at this point. Please, Rhea. Rhea grabbed Kates by the collar and brought her face to face with her. I want you to understand one thing. You don't make decisions for me, and just because he's a pervert doesn't mean he's insignificant. He's far more of a human and hero than you will ever be. One more thing. No one talks down about my friends. Especially my hero. She threw Kates onto the ground and watched as Issei walked away. She clenched her teeth, looking down at Kate with frustration. This girl ruined their perfect reunion. Sighing in frustration, Rias walked off to her class, leaving Kate to contemplate what had just happened. Sitting down in class, Issei noticed that his two friends weren't there today. This was definitely going to be a boring day. If he skipped classes, he would get a phone call sent home. The last time he managed to skip was because they thought he was at the occult building all day. He didn't have that excuse anymore. Closing his eyes, he began to drift off before Kate slammed her hands onto the desk. "What did you do to Rias?" Looking up at her with his usual emotionless stare, Issei observed as Kate seethed with rage. "Rias? I did nothing." "Bull. Why are you close to her, you creep?" "Say that word again, and I'll show you why people call you that," Issei interrupted, his voice steady but laced with irritation. The countless times he had been labeled a pervert and singled out by his peers began to boil his blood. Not to mention, this was one of the very girls who had mercilessly tormented him in the past. "Excuse me. Coming from someone with a mouth as big as yours, it's honestly not surprising that you talk more than you think." "What? Speaking of which, I've never seen your mother during family visits. Is it true you were a mistake? Because I can definitely see the lack of thought process kicking in." That struck a nerve with her, but Issei didn't stop there. "I mean, come on. You think you're the top girl in school, yet you still don't have a boyfriend or any real hobbies. Kendo won't save you in a street fight." "Why you? I dare you to use your sticks on me." "No, I triple dare you to try. I'll take you down this time." Issei's voice was filled with such intensity that it shook Kate and silenced the entire classroom. Looking at the frightened girl and the others who were now silent, Issei realized he might have gone too far. He sighed and said, "I was just venting. I need to cool off." With that, he got up from his desk and walked out of class, leaving the room in stunned silence. It was the first time they had ever seen Issei that angry, and the first time he had ever lost his temper like that. Kate was left speechless. Part of her was shocked to see Issei like that, while another part simmered with anger over his words. Kiba, watching from a distance, felt a pang of sadness for Issei. He knew that Issei would forever be labeled as the pervert at the academy when he was so much more a hero. He was the one who had saved Kiba and his master from danger, the same person who risked his life for them. It pained him to see his hero being unfairly judged for his childish habits. As he walked through the hallways, he came across Sona and Rias talking. Upon seeing Issei, Rias stopped and waved cheerfully. "Issei." Seeing her made Issei grateful that Rias and Sona were among the few who didn't despise him for his reputation. Sona adjusted her glasses and gave Issei a knowing nod. "Hey Rias." "Hey, Sona. How are you doing on this fine day?" Sona shook her head at Rias's exaggerated attempt at cheerfulness. "Why aren't you in class?" "I'm taking a break. Could you do me a favor?" Rias and Sona exchanged glances, sensing something was off in Issei's tone. "What's the favor? Can you give me the locations of the strays? I want to handle them alone." "Say I want." Rias was cut off sharply by Issei. "I want to go solo." His tone and expression left no room for further questions. Sona summoned some papers and handed them to Issei, sensing that something was definitely wrong. "Thank you. I'll be taking a break from school. Can you prevent the school from calling my parents?" Sona nodded, but before either she or Rias could ask anything else, Issei vanished from sight. He decided to grind in the dungeon of the Drakes. "Rias, something is definitely wrong." Rias nodded, her expression tinged with sadness at Issei's tone. "I think I have a clue. I think I know what's happening," Rias said, while Sona looked on, confused. "This is going to be a long conversation between us." It had been a long time. Issei didn't show up for an entire day. He didn't want to face anyone. The only time he would appear was to leave a note for his mother saying he wouldn't be home. For the whole day, Issei was grinding in the dungeon, trying to gain as much experience as possible. If he could level up 5 times in 10 to 12 hours, he thought he could easily achieve 10 levels with a full day of grinding. However, he only managed to gain 7 levels after that length of time. Leaving the dungeon, he checked his rewards. plus 8 silver coins and 18 bronze coins. That was all he had earned. With the 2 silver coins he already had, he now had a total of 10 silver coins from the dungeon over the past few days. Opening the shop, Issei wanted to see what he could buy with his coins. He had 10 silver coins, and that was it. He had already spent some bronze coins on health and mana potions for when he faced the 3 bosses of the dungeon, so the 18 bronze coins were just making up for that loss. Rare, Shield of Judgment 1 silver coin. Rare, Great Sword 1 silver coin and 25 bronze coins. Epic, Ruins Great Sword 5 silver coins. Rare, Gold Chest Plate 1 silver and 5 bronze coins. Epic, Great Shield 5 silver coins and 25 bronze coins. Epic, Iron Great Shield 9 silver coins. Health Potion 5 bronze coins. A Mana Potion 3 bronze coins. Larger Health Potion 15 bronze coins. Larger Mana Potion 10 bronze coins. Issei spent nearly all his coins and purchased the Iron Great Shield. Equipment, Iron Great Shield. Attributes, plus 3 strength, plus 10 endurance, minus 5 agility, plus 25% damage reduction. Requirements, 50 STR. Details, a shield forged by the warriors of Olympus, made to combat the very titans they fought. These shields would be given to some of the lesser gods to defend against the attacks from the titans. With that, Issei began adjusting his stats to be as prepared as he could be for his next mission. Name, Issei Haidu. Title, Guardian of Kuo. Race, Iron Golem. Level, 52. HP, 8,600-8,600. MP, 560-560. STR, 77, plus 20. AGL, 67.5, minus 2. End, 65, plus 21. Int, 54, plus 2. Bonus, 63% damage reduction. Skills, Iron Flesh. Berserk Wrath. Energy Wave. Standing proud, Issei walked through the portal that opened up in front of him. Wait, a portal? What was this doing here? Since the host decided to teleport to the dungeon from school, the host will be teleported outside of the forest and away from humanity. Okay. He didn't really have anything else to say. He stepped into the portal and found himself in the forest where Artemis's huntresses had decided to stay. Wow. That was when he spotted Artemis staring right at him. Where did you even come from? Teleportation. Issei replied. I don't even. Why are you so confusing? Artemis couldn't understand this boy at all. Without saying anything, Issei began walking away. Artemis watched him, hesitating to ask what she wanted to say. She wanted to confirm something with someone outside her family. Opening her mouth, she called out, "Wait!" Issei turned around with his usual emotionless expression, noticing her hesitant demeanor. I wanted to ask you, could you accompany me for a walk? A walk? Yeah, just a walk. Issei was going to refuse, but Artemis quickly pressed on, please. I just want to ask you something. Seeing that she wasn't going to let him go, Issei nodded. All right. As they walked deeper into the forest, Issei couldn't help but notice the tension in Artemis's posture. Her usually confident stride seemed weighed down by invisible burdens, and the lines of worry etched across her brow betrayed her inner turmoil. The dense canopy overhead filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns that danced across the forest floor, casting an ethereal glow around them. Issei stole glances at Artemis, observing the way her gaze flickered nervously between the towering trees and the path ahead. Artemis hesitated, then finally spoke, her voice soft yet tinged with uncertainty. I suppose you're wondering why I asked you to accompany me, aren't you? Issei nodded, his expression neutral as ever, allowing her to continue at her own pace. It's kind of strange that the goddess of the hunt would want a man like me to accompany her. I've been grappling with doubts, Artemis admitted, her words carrying the weight of vulnerability. As the goddess of the hunt, I am expected to lead my huntresses with unwavering confidence and strength. But lately, I find myself questioning whether I am truly fit to guide them. You saw. My lack of proper guidance nearly caused 2 of my youngest members to be in danger. She paused, the silence enveloping them like a comforting shroud. Before she continued, her voice barely above a whisper. I fear that I am failing them. That my decisions are leading them astray, endangering their lives. Issei listened attentively, his demeanor calm and receptive. He didn't fully grasp the weight of responsibility, the burden of leadership, and the struggles that Artemis was facing, but he didn't want to simply sit there and listen without being somewhat helpful. It just didn't feel right to him. I'm pretty sure you know that I don't have much experience in that field at all, Issei remarked gently. Artemis could only nod, knowing he was still just a kid in high school, but Issei continued, but what I could say is, why do you doubt yourself? Was your father always a perfect leader? I'm sure that Zeus struggled with the same doubts you have right now, and look at where he is now. No. My father sometimes made mistakes. Artemis. From what I've seen of you and the stories I've heard, you're the perfect balance between being a strong leader and a caring figure. You care for your members as if they are your own family. You guide them as if they are your children. Issei said while picking a small flower from the ground. I don't know if you watch cartoons or television, but all great leaders from those shows always doubt themselves after failing. I see you in the same way. If you didn't doubt yourself at all, I would have thought of you as a bad leader. Artemis wanted to hear those words from someone else, not just her family. Even if Issei's words were cliché and lacked the explosive feeling she desired, hearing them from someone she hadn't interacted much with was refreshing. It was something she needed to hear. There's a saying out there. I am not afraid of an army of lions led by a sheep, but afraid of an army of sheep led by a lion. Issei stopped to turn to Artemis, who was illuminated by the moonlight reflecting off her beautiful, majestic silver hair. To be honest, if I were in your shoes, everyone would be praying because I would surely bring the huntresses down with me. Issei joked, causing Artemis to laugh at his lightheartedness. Before they could continue their conversation, a petite, blonde-haired girl appeared before Artemis again. My lady, I have done what you asked of me. When she turned to see who Artemis was talking to, she squealed. It's the big muscular brown-haired dummy. Dummy? I may or may not have told this little girl that all men are dummies. Oops. Artemis giggled at Issei's bewildered expression. Issei shook his head and watched as Sophia rushed toward him and hugged him tightly. She began sobbing into his shirt. Thank you. Without you, I would have. Veronica would have. Issei did the best he could in that moment. He had watched enough anime to know how to comfort someone. He patted the little girl's head and lifted her up, facing her tear-streaked face with a gentle smile. No need to think of the what-ifs. Think of what happened. I was there and I came to save you. Why am I a dummy? Sophia began giggling while still crying. My lady said that all men are big dummies. Are you a big dummy? Issei's gentle smile softened as he looked into Sophia's tear-streaked face, his heart warming at the innocence and vulnerability of the young girl before him. He decided to humor her and played along. Well, Sophia, I suppose it depends on who you ask, Issei replied playfully, his tone light and reassuring. Some might say I'm a big dummy, while others might say I'm just a regular dummy. And some might even say I'm not a dummy at all. Sophia giggled through her tears, her small frame shaking with mirth as she clung to Issei's shirt. But you saved us, Mr. Dummy. You're the best dummy ever. Issei chuckled, feeling a swell of affection for the spirited young girl in his arms. She was just so innocent and adorable. Well, if being a dummy means saving the day, then I'll gladly wear that title with confidence. He placed her on his shoulder, and Sophia squealed with delight at the new perspective. I can see my tent from up here, she exclaimed, her earlier sobs forgotten, replaced by pure joy. Want to see the world from even higher heights? Sophia nodded eagerly, and Issei jumped slightly, soaring through the trees and into the sky, easily hundreds of feet above the ground. He watched as Sophia screamed in excitement, her eyes widening at the breathtaking view of the forest below. When he landed gently, ensuring Sophia wouldn't be hurt, she hugged him tightly once more. Artemis watched the exchange with a mixture of amusement and fondness, her earlier tension melting away in the warmth of the moment between her littlest child and the heroic figure of Issei. Seeing Issei interact with Sophia, with such kindness and patience, made her smile warmly as well. She couldn't help but continue watching the scene. "You truly are a remarkable young man," Artemis remarked, her voice tinged with admiration. "To think that you could bring joy to a child even while they were feeling down. You truly care for children." Issei shrugged modestly, his attention still focused on Sophia's radiant smile. "Of course, children are just so pure and innocent. Plus, it's hard to resist the charms of such an adorable little girl." Sophia beamed up at Issei, her tears forgotten in the glow of his praise. "You're not a dummy, Mr. Issei. You're a hero." He gently placed her on the ground, but Sophia pouted at the sudden change. "Artemis, it was nice being here, but I have a couple of stray devils to deal with." "I could come and help you," Artemis offered, but Issei shook his head. "Don't worry. I'll handle them alone. There's no need for a goddess to step in. They're just regular stray devils." Issei didn't want to share the experience points he would earn. With that, he began walking away from Artemis and Sophia, giving the little girl one last affectionate pat on the head. Issei returned from his meeting with Artemis only to be met by his mother, who wore a stern expression. "Where have you been?" "I was with my friends. Didn't you see the note? Did you get permission from me?" Issei groaned. "I'm 17, Mom. I'm not a baby anymore." Mickey snapped back. "And where do you think you live again?" "Right, my house. If you live in my house, you live by my rules. One of those rules is, let me think." Mickey playfully placed her finger on her chin. If Issei is going to do anything, he should consult with his parents first. "Right, Garu?" His father was sitting on the couch, slumped against the back of it and reading the newspaper. Hearing his wife, he simply sighed, knowing that his son was causing trouble again. "Yes, honey. Now where was I?" Mickey smiled, a smile that meant trouble for Issei. "Guess who is grounded?" "Not me. No cheesecake for a month and no more Gundams in the house. Understand?" Widening his eyes at her ultimatum, Issei began to panic. 2 of his favorite things taken away for a month? This was true misery. "No talking back to your mother," she said with a smug smile. Groaning, Issei headed back upstairs, feeling frustrated. He still needed to deal with the strays he had promised to take care of for Sona and Rias. Deciding that he could release some frustration on these unfortunate monsters, Issei jumped straight out of his window and headed toward the first stray devil. He landed in front of an abandoned factory, noting that these places in Ko were often hotspots for stray devils. Danger ahead, stray devils, a horde of them ahead. Defeated, 0-10. Reward, level up. Plus reputation with Rias and Sona. Another quest requiring him to defeat a horde didn't bother him. Hopefully, nothing too crazy would show up. Last time he had Rias and her peerage to help him. This time, he was on his own. Busting the door down, Issei was met with a stench that made him shiver in disgust. "Oh." Another one decides to show up. He heard a voice from above. Looking up, he saw a stray arachne, its 8 legs and spider-like body connected to a small, fragile humanoid form. Issei noticed that it wasn't alone. There were several more arachne hanging from the ceiling. They were weak. Issei guessed that the reward for defeating them was just completing the quest. Rushing in, Issei closed the distance instantly and began to fight. Meanwhile, Rias was feeling extremely frustrated and worried. Her arranged marriage with Riser was still looming over her, and she didn't want it to happen. She had just met Riser and realized how outmatched she was for the upcoming raiding game. Riser had only lost 2 raiding games out of respect for his opponents, while Rias had only a third of the members he had, and one of hers was unavailable for reasons beyond her control. She didn't know what to do. "Rias, we should get help. From someone. We need Issei's help. He's our only hope. Your brother can't do anything, and no one else we know is strong enough to beat him. Aquino. I will not bring my problem to Issei." He did not need to help her, nor did he need to know this. Rias declared, continuing to sulk. "Rias, we don't have any other plans. We only have 15 days. Riser was only giving us pity for the fact that we only have 4 members against his full peerage. Even her queen was getting worried, but that was when Kiba stepped up. We just need to train and become more powerful. But do you really think we can become powerful enough to beat him? What else do we have? We must fight for our survival. We won't be given a scapegoat, we won't be given a magical opportunity, we must create our own. Kiba declared, and Rias nodded in agreement. Before they could continue, Surzex made his entrance known, appearing with his wife by his side. Rias's eyes widened upon seeing him, and she rushed over, latching onto him as tears began to form. They both understood the gravity of the situation. Even with training, Rias faced a daunting future. "Brother, I don't want to marry him." Rias's voice cracked, her vulnerability evident. "He's going to do things I can't bear. Please, brother." Surzex looked down at his sister, hugging her tightly. He felt helpless. Even as the powerful Lucifer, there were rules he had to follow. He couldn't save her from what lay ahead. Graphia turned away, sorrowful. The end felt inevitable. But then something shifted within Rias. As she reflected on her situation, it reminded her of the time when the knight had confronted her. She felt just as hopeless then. She remembered how she had closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Backing away from her brother, she despised that feeling. Always hoping for the best while feeling powerless. She longed to be strong like Issei, to be strong like her brother. Why couldn't she be like Issei? She clenched her teeth and fists tightly. She needed to take action. "Brother, can you teach me how to use my power of destruction more effectively? Can you also train my peerage and me rigorously?" Surzex was taken aback by her request. Rias had never asked him for training before. He hesitated, concerned about the intensity of the training he would put her through. "Why do you want to be trained by me?" "Because I feel so helpless. I always feel like I need someone to save me. With the knight, I felt that way and nearly lost everything. I want to be like Issei. He got beaten up and still stood back up to face the knight. I want to be able to do that. Even when the odds seem impossible, I want to overcome them." Rias's aura began to glow brighter with each word she spoke. Seeing his sister's determination and the brilliance of her aura, Surzex smiled with gratitude. "Thank you, Issei Haidu, for this. I will train my sister for the first time." Rias was about to face a challenging journey ahead. Quest completed, stray devils, a horde of them, ahead. Defeated, 10-10. Reward, level up. Plus reputation with Rias and Sona. Finally, he was done dealing with the trouble. However, he sensed someone approaching. Turning around, he found Sona staring at him in amazement. "You defeated all 10 of them." "Yeah. I was just about to speak with you. You made my job a lot easier." Sona was still in shock. She knew that her entire peerage and Rias's peerage would have struggled against a few of them at once, but he had taken on all 10 alone. She was beginning to understand Rias's words about being saved by him. He was powerful. Thank you. You don't know how much this means. You just saved us so much time and trouble." Shrugging, he replied, "Just doing my job." As he walked away, he turned back to ask, "By the way, you did keep your end of the deal, right? About the phone call?" Sona chuckled. "Of course, Rias made sure to stop anyone from calling your parents." Issei smirked. Rias was proving to be a better friend than he had expected. Speaking of which, he thought it was time to check the reputation between the 2 people he knew he had helped. Reputation system. Artemis considers you a friend and someone she can trust. She sees you as a hero who means well. Rias, her admiration for you is immense, and she will follow you around like a lost puppy. She trusts you and treats you with almost as much respect as she does her brother. Rias's admiration was becoming a bit overwhelming, but at least it wasn't obsession. As Issei walked out of the factory, he noticed a small black feather drifting through the sky. His eyes widened, and he dashed toward it, recognizing it as a fallen angel's feather. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted in the direction from which the feather had come. Sona, noticing his sudden movement, rushed to keep up, but Issei's speed left her behind in seconds. Following the feather's trail, Issei detected movement in the forest. A strange wind brushed past him, prompting him to explore. He may have been reckless, but he wanted to keep a safe distance from the source of the wind. He hurried toward the sound, running faster as he tried to catch up to whatever was causing it. After a few minutes of running, he stumbled upon a small clearing. Rather than walking into the area, he looked around to ensure he wouldn't fall for a trap. Crouching down, he tried his best to sense anything nearby. Issei remained calm as he cautiously scanned the surroundings of the small open area. He knew better than to rush into unfamiliar territory without thoroughly assessing the situation. He crouched down, his senses on high alert, as he carefully examined the area for any signs of traps or hidden dangers. The open area was bathed in dappled sunlight filtering through the dense canopy of trees above. The grass under Issei's feet was slightly damp, indicating recent rainfall. His eyes darted from one tree to another, searching for any unusual signs or disturbances. The rustling sound that had led him here had ceased, adding to the eerie silence that enveloped the area. Issei took a deep breath and focused his senses, attuning himself to the subtlest of details. He closed his eyes momentarily, relying on his instincts to guide him. When he reopened his eyes, he began to meticulously examine the ground for any anomalies. He noticed a few small pebbles scattered haphazardly on the forest floor, leading towards a particular spot. Issei's curiosity piqued, and he followed the trail of pebbles, his movements deliberate and cautious. As he approached the designated spot, he noticed a faint outline in the grass and almost imperceptible indentation. A hidden area. Kneeling down, Issei gently brushed away the overgrown foliage to reveal a concealed trapdoor, partially hidden beneath the thick vegetation. The trapdoor appeared to be made of weathered wood, its hinges rusted with age. It was evident that the entrance had not been opened in quite some time. Humans couldn't be underneath this trapdoor. It wouldn't make sense. They wouldn't have been able to move faster than me running, Issei thought. There was no way he was going to enter this. He only had one more chance at life, and he wasn't going to waste it with such a foolish risk. Backing away, Issei charged a small energy wave with his sword, moving away and hiding beneath the trees, placing himself within the bushes. He swung his sword, and a small explosion occurred. This explosion alerted someone, and a few seconds later, a fallen angel began peeking out through the trapdoor. Looking around, the fallen angel moved from the trapdoor and began soaring through the sky. Humans. Ignorant little pests, they seem to think playing around with their gadgets is a good idea. Looks like I'll have to deal with you. Issei frowned upon hearing what the fallen angel had to say. Clenching his hand around his sword, he began thinking. That expression. That same expression of disgust and disdain. It reminds me of her. It reminded him of Rainier. Ever since his fear of women began to surface, the haunting image of the lifeless, traumatized face of the woman at the church where he guessed Rainier hid had troubled him. Issei felt his control slipping away. However, he noticed that no other fallen angels were emerging from the trapdoor. There was no way a lone fallen angel was here. It only had two wings, similar to Rainier. Issei watched as the fallen angel began forming light spears. Anger built within him as memories of Rainier flooded back. That was when he finally decided to act, forming a small energy ball at the tip of his sword and swinging it straight at the fallen angel's head. Feathers were all that could be seen falling down onto the ground. Issei began walking toward the trapdoor, a smile spreading across his face as he expanded his power. They weren't going to come out, and Issei felt his anger intensifying. With his right hand, he formed a massive energy wave and swung it into the trapdoor. In seconds, he could hear screams as a huge explosion erupted from the ground, leveling the trees around him. A larger portion of black feathers began raining down. He didn't know how many he had defeated, but he knew this was far from over. New major quest, survive. Objective, eliminate all traces of fallen angels in the area. Reward, level up x10. Plus new title. As Issei stood amidst the aftermath of the explosion, black feathers littering the ground, a sinister presence began to fill the air. The distant sound of beating wings grew louder and more frantic, accompanied by the anguished cries of fallen angels. Issei's display of power had attracted the attention of numerous fallen angels, and now they were descending upon him with fury in their eyes. Hundreds of fallen angels materialized in the sky, their wings outstretched as they descended upon Issei like a swarm of vengeful creatures. All of them ranged in strength, from some being as strong as the fallen angel he had defeated to nearly as strong as him. Issei's eyes narrowed, determination shining through as he prepared himself for the incoming battle. He knew he was about to face a formidable challenge, but he couldn't back down now. The fallen angels attacked with a flurry of energy blasts, their collective power overwhelming. Issei swiftly dodged and weaved through the onslaught, his instincts guiding him through the barrage of attacks. However, the sheer number of opponents was a disadvantage he couldn't ignore. For every fallen angel he incapacitated, 2 more took its place. The white aura surrounding him tried to calm his rising frustration, but the intensity of his emotions was too much for it to handle. Issei fought valiantly, utilizing his abilities to counter their attacks. Using iron flesh to withstand countless strikes and relying on his remaining bronze coins to keep his health afloat, Issei was determined. Leveling up several times, he laughed hysterically as he clawed his way through the horde. Each clash reverberated through the forest, causing the trees to tremble and the ground to shake. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity, with Issei pushing his body and magical reserves to their limits. Despite his efforts, the fallen angel's numbers seemed endless, and his strength began to wane. Fatigue settled in, weighing down his limbs as he struggled to keep up with the relentless onslaught. Damn it! I'm beginning to lose my ground. Sensing Issei's weakening state, the fallen angels grew bolder in their attacks. They unleashed even more light spears, trying to pierce through him. Issei bore the brunt of their assault, feeling bruises and cuts form with each strike. Despite blood trickling down his face and his vision blurring, he refused to yield. Even with his immense damage reduction, Issei found himself overwhelmed by the much more powerful 6 to 8-winged fallen angels. With his back against a tree, he fought fiercely, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength. His sword and feet shielded him with determination, his attacks landing with precision and power. But for every fallen angel he incapacitated, several more pressed forward, overwhelming him with their sheer numbers. Issei's body screamed with pain, his muscles protesting each movement. His vision began to blur, and his breathing grew labored. The fallen angels sensed his vulnerability, seizing the opportunity to strike at his weakest moments. "Push now! He must be taken down," one of them shouted, and the crowd of fallen angels echoed the command, intensifying their assault. Memories flooded Issei's mind, reminding him of past traumas, the haunting image of a woman whose face he could never forget, with her soulless eyes and tear-streaked cheeks. Rias was his only saving grace, the one who showed him what true friendship meant. Just having someone who genuinely cared made a difference. But now, seeing the anger, the rage, the hatred, and the disgust around him, he felt he could no longer endure it. Finish him. He deserves no mercy or love. Those words pushed Issei over the edge. With his entire body glowing with a bright white light, the fallen angel horde could only watch as Issei began laughing hysterically. "I'll defeat you all. I will defeat you all." In an instant, a massive explosion erupted. Expanding at speeds faster than the fallen angels could react, they had no chance to scream as they were swept away. The sheer force of Issei's explosion began to erase the very nature surrounding them. The once beautiful forest was reduced to a crater filled with sand and glass, with a battered Issei standing in the center. How many had he defeated? He lost count. There were easily hundreds. Yet he stood there, smiling. "Rainer, I will find you. No matter what it takes." New major quest completed. Survive. Objective: eliminate all traces of fallen angels in the area. Reward: level up x10. New title unlocked. The Slayer. Effects: plus 25% damage against supernatural beings. He ignored the title message and continued staring into the distance. Name: Issei Haidu. Title: Guardian of Kuo. Race: Iron Golem. Level: 63. HP: 2,9700. MP: 0.560. STR 100.5 plus 20. AGL 74 minus 2. End 76 plus 21. Int 65 plus 2. Bonus 63% damage reduction. Skills: Iron Flesh, Berserk Wrath, Chaotic Manipulation. Again, Rias focused on controlling her power of destruction, trying to create a small aura around her, a physical manifestation she could use as a weapon. Her brother wanted her to HRSS her power without heavy concentration. This was the first step, summoning a barrier around her body. Relaxing, Rias closed her eyes and began to expand her aura outward. Now, think only about the magical presence within you. Slowly expel the power, surrounding yourself with it. Let it engulf you. As she visualized herself with a core burning with the power of destruction, Rias realized how many mistakes she had made in her training over the years. Instead of letting her power flow, she had always tried to concentrate it into a condensed sphere, which had never worked out well. Surzex watched closely as Rias's aura began to envelop her. Continue this mindset. We'll start training. It's not just about offense. Defense is crucial. Don't use your power to attack me. Focus on dodging and deflecting my attacks. Nodding, Rias opened her eyes and heard a single command. Dodge. She was caught off guard, sent flying into the wall, but she maintained her aura. It was going to be a challenging training session. While Rias trained with her brother, Issei sat at home, staring at the television. He turned it on to give the impression he was watching something, but his mind was elsewhere. After reaching level 60, he had received a unique quest, a race-changing quest. Race-changing quest: survive as long as you can in the dungeon. Objective: you will be placed in an infinite world, fighting against thousands of monsters. The longer you survive and the more enemies you defeat, the better your new race will be. Upon defeat, you will return to your original location. Leveling up is possible during the dungeon. Restrictions: you will only have 5 large health points and 5 large mana potions available. Determined, he decided to enter the dungeon, clicking the yes button and being transported to the very first area he had ever entered, the desert. Monsters defeated, 0. Time survived, 1 second. And so it began. The familiar fog enveloped the area, transforming the desert's yellowish-orange sand into a grayish-white hue. Instead of the fog spawning enemies, Issei watched as they erupted from the ground, crawling forth. The first zombies he had fought against were back. However, in the distance, he noticed a few familiar figures: the 3 drakes, the Queen, Elizabeth, and Elisa. Hello, human. It's so great that we can fight again. Oh, you 3 still can't handle the fact I defeated you all by myself. They exchanged sneers at his comment but soon chuckled together. We are not the same as before. We are much stronger. They seemed to have gained some strength, appearing to be 10 levels higher than before. Still, it was nothing compared to Issei. Gripping his great sword, Issei charged a powerful chaotic wave into it and slammed the blade into the ground. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves through the area and leaving nothing but silence in its wake. His strength was truly in a league of its own. Who needs speed when you can hit so hard that your attacks create a shockwave? Before anything else could unfold, a roar echoed from the distance. Issei turned to see a terrifying sight. A massive dragon-like figure was charging toward him, its mouth stretching from the head to the back, filled with jagged teeth. Its wings were tattered, and it continued to screech as it approached. The sheer stats of the dragon easily overshadowed Issei. Not only did it have a level advantage, but its health and mana pools were intimidating. This was the first monster Issei had faced that surpassed him in strength. He couldn't simply absorb its attacks and strike back. One hit could send him flying. Backing away to create some distance, Issei gripped his great sword. He realized he could only stand a chance if he used all his health and mana potions. Changing his race would be crucial, especially if he wanted to confront beings like Artemis. He needed to ensure he could withstand her blows. Then an idea struck him: what if he could escape and let others fight the dragon? Although he was slightly slower, he could stow away his sword and shield to increase his speed. With a determined mindset, Issei dashed away from the looming dragon, which roared in pursuit. As he ran, he noticed smaller creatures scurrying about, but one figure stood out among them. Name: Demonic Tank of the Abyss. Level: 65. HP: 5000. MP: 1650. 98. Plus 10. AGL: 83, plus 4. 90, plus 10. Int: 66. Bonus: 70% damage reduction. A large abyss warrior, reminiscent of the knight he had fought alongside Rias, approached him. This tank was bulkier, clad in heavy armor and wielding a great shield. Issei realized this could be the perfect ally against the dragon. With the tank charging toward him and the dragon hot on his heels, Issei seized the moment to slow down and re-equip his sword and shield. He turned to face the dragon and unleashed a wave of energy into the ground, then dug into the sand, concealing himself. He hoped the tank and the dragon would engage in battle. As the dust settled, the tank confronted the dragon. One rule applied to these monsters: they had no allies. The tank, wielding its great sword, struck at the dragon, chipping away at its health. The dragon retaliated with a fierce swing of its tail, but the tank absorbed the blow thanks to its armor. It swung again, landing another hit on the dragon. While the two monsters clashed, Issei dug himself to a safe distance and prepared to escape. Watching the fight unfold, he noted their health levels. Gaping Dragon: 49,800. 49,800. Tank: 4,980. 4980. This was going to be a long wait. Issei observed the knight enduring the dragon's attacks while the dragon tried to damage the tank's thick armor. Deciding to return later, Issei sprinted off to tackle some smaller creatures. Meanwhile, Artemis was making her way to his house, accompanied by Sophia. She wanted to spend time with Issei while Sophia hoped to play with him like an older brother. It was a perfect opportunity for both. "I wonder what silly things that boy is up to," Artemis mused, knowing where he lived. "My lady, what do you think Mr. Dummy is doing right now?" Sophia asked eagerly. Artemis smiled warmly and ruffled her hair. "I imagine Mr. Dummy is probably studying for an exam or something. I'm not sure what kids his age do." After nearly an hour, Issei returned to the scene of the battle. Both the dragon and the tank were down to a sliver of health. Seizing the moment, Issei charged up a powerful attack and launched it between the two. They were too engaged in their fight to react, and the attack engulfed them. The dragon let out a final cry as it was consumed, while the tank was left watching in disbelief. Issei had triumphed. He had defeated them without even fighting directly. What mattered was that he had survived. Level up X4. Plus 2 Titanite shards. 4 level ups were significant. They must have been 2 boss-level creatures. Sitting down, Issei watched clouds swirl around a specific point. He decided it was time to upgrade his shield. Iron Great Shield - Iron Great Shield, plus 1. 30. Attributes, plus 3 Strength, plus 4 Strength. Plus 10 Endurance - plus 11 Endurance. The damage reduction didn't increase, but that was good to note. With his upgraded shield, Issei took a step forward and noticed another armored figure approaching him. As the figure drew closer, Issei recognized it as another knight, wielding a sword similar to his but thicker. The black armor it wore exuded a menacing aura. The knight stood before Issei, breathing heavily but showing no signs of fatigue. Black Knight. Race: unknown. Level: 70. HP: 5500. 5500. MP: 1750. STR: 128 plus 30. AGL: 62, minus 2. End: 100, plus 10. Int: 70. Bonus: 50% damage reduction. Plus 15% pierce damage. The knight's strength was overwhelming. As it rushed in, Issei prepared to counter, aiming to use his damage reduction and skills to his advantage. But before he could react, the Black Knight swung its sword, catching Issei off guard. The difference in strength was staggering. Issei couldn't handle the strength difference and was sent flying back into the distance. This time, his opponent was a better-built version of himself. The only advantage Issei had was his greater health pool. He readied his shield, preparing to parry one of the knight's swings. As the knight charged at him, Issei noted that the knight was much slower. He timed his parry perfectly, but the force of the swing overpowered his shield, slamming him into the ground. Gasping, Issei rolled to the side just in time to avoid a potentially devastating blow. Jumping back, Issei activated Berserk Wrath and struck at the Black Knight with his sword, but the knight blocked the attack effortlessly. Undeterred, Issei backed up, the knight's crimson eyes tracking his every movement. Using Iron Flesh, he charged in again, but the knight's counterattack sent him reeling backward. As Issei's blade clashed against the Black Knight's once more, frustration surged within him. Each strike felt insignificant against the knight's unwavering might. The impact reverberated through his arms, threatening to shake his resolve. Desperation fueled his movements as he pivoted, searching for a weak spot in the knight's seemingly impenetrable defense. Each swing felt like striking solid stone, sweat dripping down his brow as he fought against the unyielding force before him. In that moment, Issei decided to give everything he had to this battle. Channeling chaotic energy into his body, he enhanced his strength and agility, reminiscent of the time he unleashed a devastating attack in the forest. Yet, even in this heightened state, exhaustion weighed heavily on him. His mana was dwindling from the constant use of Iron Flesh and chaotic manipulation. Every movement felt like a struggle, but he refused to back down, his determination burning brightly despite the overwhelming odds. The clash continued, each blow exchanged between the two combatants echoing the intensity of their struggle. Issei was the only one taking damage, the shockwaves from the knight's punishing attacks leaving him reeling. Doubt crept into his mind, could he truly overcome this formidable foe? He pushed the uncertainty aside, focusing on the rhythm of his heartbeat and the steady cadence of his breath. Then, in a moment of clarity, Issei spotted a weakness, a small crack in the knight's lower leggings. The knight roared, enveloping itself in a dark aura, but Issei saw his chance. He rushed in, pulling a sledgehammer from his inventory and throwing it with all his might at the knight's helmet. The knight, caught off guard, was struck directly in the head. Slightly annoyed, it tried to refocus on Issei, but another sledgehammer followed, homing in on its head. Seizing the opportunity, Issei activated Berserk Wrath, Iron Flesh, and chaotic manipulation, slamming his great sword into the exposed crack. The leggings shattered, and the Black Knight screamed in pain as Issei's energy manipulation triggered an explosion that engulfed them both. The knight was blasted backward, but Issei wasn't finished. He charged a nuclear blast with his great sword. It's all or nothing, he thought, channeling all his mana into the blade. The energy surrounding his sword began to swell, tripling, quadrupling in size. The Black Knight, witnessing this, began to conjure its own energy blade. When both were ready, Issei and the knight charged at each other. Issei swung his blade while the knight did the same, but he was faster. Instead of colliding with the knight's blade, he narrowly dodged and aimed for the knight's critical weak spot. His sword pierced through, delivering a devastating blow that detonated within the knight. Screeching in agony, the knight's body erupted from the inside out. As the smoke cleared, Issei stood, his front side scorched from the backlash of his own attack. The remnants of the Black Knight lay scattered, save for its sword. Issei leveled up twice from the victory. Weapon name, Black Knight Ultra Great Sword. Rarity, Legendary. Attributes, plus 30 Strength. Plus 15% Pierce Damage. Minus 5 Agility. Requirement, 70 Strength. Details. This ancient artifact was once wielded by the legendary Black Knights who served the gods. The sword was indeed a legendary weapon. Issei faced a choice. Either forego his shield for pure strength or keep the shield and replace his great sword with the Black Knight Ultra Great Sword. He decided that if he needed to switch, he could do so mid-battle, keeping his shield easily accessible in his inventory. Issei stood atop a mountain, gazing down at a vast opening filled with monsters at his level. Unlike the boss-level foes he had faced before, these creatures had stats more aligned with their level. What if I land a nuclear blast in the middle without them noticing me from up here? He thought. Grabbing a few large mana potions, Issei quickly consumed them to restore his mana and health. With all his potions used, he focused on the center of the crowd of monsters, who were preoccupied with each other, and began charging his attack. Igniting himself with his own magic, Issei felt his energy draining, but his body began to shine so brightly that the sky itself seemed to illuminate from his brilliance. His entire being was enveloped in a crimson-dark energy, to the point where the outline of his form disappeared. Shooting straight into the sky as high as he could, Issei looked down and propelled himself toward the crowd of monsters below. There were at least 1,000 of them. Issei would call this attack the final wish. The monsters gazed up to see a brilliant projectile the size of a human crash into the ground with such force that the entire mountain trembled. A massive wave of pure illuminated energy surged outward at blinding speed, incinerating everything in its path. The monsters screeched in terror before vanishing into ashes as Issei obliterated them all. With the immense strength he had gained, combined with the use of all his mana at once, Issei shook the entire area, causing the clouds to swirl around him. In mere seconds, the weather shifted from snowy to rainy, alternating rapidly. Once the explosion subsided, nothing remained but a crater that continued to emit molten rock. Not even Issei himself was left. He had only received 4 level-ups from his explosive finale. Opening his eyes while gasping for breath, Issei jumped off his bed to survey his surroundings. Confused, he finally remembered that he would respawn back to his original location upon dying in this dimension. Monsters defeated, 1,000 plus. Time survived, 4 hours 20 minutes. Host had defeated 3 true boss-level enemies. Evaluating performance. Host had performed impressively well, going out with a bang and defeating many more enemies than expected. Race change options will be given. Crystallized Golem, rank, Legendary. Titan, rank, Legendary. Dragon, rank, Legendary. The dragon would be more magic-focused than the other two. The Titan would emphasize tanking and strength, while the crystallized Golem would excel in pure strength. Issei immediately chose Titan. He didn't want to be a glass cannon, he wanted to tank and hit hard, not just be a powerful force that couldn't take a hit. Titan has been chosen. Changes will occur. Benefits: every endurance point will now grant 200 HP instead of 100 HP. The strength stat will increase by 1.5, and from now on, every level up will enhance strength by 1.5, plus an additional 30% passive damage reduction. However, the host will be restricted from ever using a shield. Drawbacks: intelligence will increase MP by 5 for every level in that stat. Agility will continue to increase by 0.5 for every level. Issei was surprised to see his magic stat reduced so significantly. He had barely any mana points to begin with, and this solidified that he would never become a magic user. Nuking his enemies was out of the question unless he significantly increased his intelligence stat. However, the strength stat would increase by 1. That was worded differently than before. Checking his stats, Issei was astonished his stats were now extraordinary. Name: Issei Haidu. Title: Guardian of Kuo. Race: Titan. Level: 74. HP: 19600-19600. MP: 390-390. STR: 160 plus 47. AGL: 87.5 minus 2. End: 87 plus 11. Int: 76 plus 2. Bonus: plus 58% damage reduction. Plus 25% pierce damage. Skills: Iron Flesh, Berserk Wrath, Chaotic Manipulation. While reviewing his stats, Issei noticed that his strength had surpassed the boost from becoming a Titan had elevated his strength tremendously. He could easily overpower Rias if he wished. Not only that, but his health pool was reaching astonishing levels. While Issei focused on his stats, he didn't notice his body beginning to change. Instead of growing taller, he began to shrink back to his normal height, but his muscles became incredibly dense. His physique was the same as before, but his muscles bulged from his shirt, making him appear excessively muscular. Taking a step forward, Issei felt his room wobble slightly. Wow! How much do I weigh? Also, I need to ask someone with more magic to help me make everyone think this is my normal body. At least use magic to convince my parents. Meanwhile, someone was at the door. What do you mean he isn't here? Artemis asked, puzzled. He usually does this. He just leaves and comes back a little later. Just give him a couple of hours and he'll return, Issei's mother replied with a sad look. Sophia glanced at Artemis with concern. Artie, is this the right house? Artemis nodded. Don't worry. We'll wait here for that silly man to show up. Hey, my little boy is not silly. My Issei is a brave hero. Issei's mother defended him. Artemis chuckled at the mother's pride. I'm not denying that. That boy is truly a hero. He saved his little girl and her best friend from danger. I will always be in his debt. His mother smiled at her son's achievements and stepped aside to let the two in. Artemis entered the house, while Sophia rushed toward the living room. Oh my gosh! It's a TV! Amazed, Sophia rushed to the TV, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Who is here? Hearing her son's voice, Mickey softly replied, There's a beautiful woman and a little girl with her. Oh, could you tell them that I am in my room and they can come in if they want to see me? Issei called out. Artemis nodded to Issei's mother and walked with Sophia in her arms to Issei's room. Upon opening the door, she noticed a smaller Issei standing in the middle of the room. His shirt was a bit large, and he appeared shorter than her. What happened? Magic. I don't even know, he shrugged, glancing at Sophia in Artemis's arms. Mr. Dummy, is that you? Sophia asked hesitantly, unsure about hugging the new Issei. I don't know. Is that little girl the one who cried to the big bad Cyclops? Upon hearing that, Sophia leaped from Artemis's arms and rushed to Issei, hugging him tightly. Mr. Dummy. Small little girl. Issei returned the hug. Artemis. I need your help. Badly. After a few minutes, Issei was seen sitting in the living room with Artemis beside him and Sophia on his lap. The TV was playing a cartoon, and Sophia was completely absorbed in it. Hey, sit. I wanted to ask. Can I speak with you privately? Issei noticed her body tense and her gaze shift away from him. It was clear she had something personal to share. He nodded softly. Sure, Sophia. This show will be on for a while. Just stay here. Mom, could you make sure Sophia doesn't do anything silly? Sophia pouted. You're Mr. Dummy, not me. And you're also half my age. Now go back to watching, or I'll turn the TV off. Sophia quickly returned her attention to the screen, hoping Issei wouldn't actually turn it off. Issei had a feeling he was in for a long day with this conversation. What could be so important that she wanted to tell him? I wanted to start with this. The reason why. Artemis wanted to share her story with someone outside her family. She had always been supported by them. Her brother and father were her biggest advocates. But she had never felt the connection of true friendship, someone to confide in. Ever since she met this peculiar boy, he had intrigued her. He seemed distant at first, wanting to escape her presence, yet he had shown kindness and even saved her little ones. A part of her felt she could trust him. Do you know why I call men sinners and dislike them? Issei shrugged. Was it because one of them cheated on you? She shook her head. Because one of them abused you? Another shake. Maybe. Because one of them stole your fries. Artemis chuckled at his silly response. No, it's because one of them took advantage of my innocence and tried to force himself on me. Issei's eyes widened in surprise. Artemis continued her story. You see, I was naive. It felt like love at first sight. I had heard many stories about men being beasts, but Orion was different. He was a true warrior, someone fascinating to me. I often visited his island to play with him. Artemis smiled at the memories of her time with Orion. I loved him deeply, but I feared my father would disapprove if he found out. Issei listened intently, absorbing her words. One day, my brother discovered our secret. He told my father and I feared the worst. But to my surprise, my father accepted it, and it was the happiest moment of my life. Then Issei noticed a sudden change in her expression. I wanted to be with this mortal forever. But my naivety led to betrayal. One day, Orion tried to force himself on me during a vulnerable moment. He nearly succeeded before my brother intervened and used his magic against him. I grabbed my bow, but I couldn't bring myself to kill him. I was in shock over his betrayal. The one I loved was the one who wanted to hurt me. That's why I had to banish him to the constellation after my brother ended his life. To remind me of where my hatred began. After hearing her story, Issei noticed tears streaming down Artemis's beautiful face. She was broken, perhaps even more than he was. She had suffered a betrayal that began as true love. Artemis. The goddess looked at him with tear-filled eyes. I know I can't say anything profound that wouldn't sound cliché. But there's one thing I want you to know. Gently, he approached her, wrapping his arms around her. Artemis froze for a moment at the touch but didn't pull away. It was clear he meant well. All those nightmares you've experienced. All those dreams and hopes crushed in an instant. It's time to let them go. Holding her tightly, Issei felt her break down in his embrace. I may not be the wisest when it comes to love or friendship, but I can be a shoulder for you to cry on. She leaned into him, absorbing his comforting words. I may not be able to erase the pain that Orion caused, but I promise to be a friend you can rely on. Artemis wrapped her arms around Issei, resting her head against his neck. Have no fear, Artemis. For I am here. People often misunderstood Issei. They labeled him as a pervert, but the truth was he was always willing to help those in need. He hated seeing anyone suffer when he could offer support. He wanted to shield those he cared about from pain. In this moment, Artemis saw the real Issei, the one society overlooked, the one branded as a treacherous pervert. This was the Issei that Rias recognized, the hero who wanted to save everyone, even when his words suggested otherwise. I promise, Artemis. I will help ease your pain until you forget about Orion. Artemis smiled slightly, knowing those words were cliché and that the chances of it happening were slim. But just hearing him say it, seeing her little hero so determined, filled her heart with warmth. Issei was different from nearly all the other men she had encountered. Oh no, she's starting to crush me. Artemis didn't care about anything else at that moment. She held him tightly, nearly overwhelming him with her strength. Thank you, my hero. Reputation with Artemis has skyrocketed. You have changed Artemis. Now Rias is the least of your worries. This goddess is going to be showing up at his house frequently. While Issei was comforting Artemis, Rias was on her grind. She was already bruised and battered from the confrontation with her brother. However, she had become much more powerful, learning to infuse her body with her magical powers. Simple fixes from her brother had amplified her abilities to levels she never thought she could reach. There was only one thing on her mind. This time, I'll be the one to save you, Issei. She smiled before closing her eyes to rest from her injuries. She would be treated with some phoenix tears to restore her to full capacity. Her rating game with Riser was fast approaching. An entire week had passed. Issei had decided to spend time with his family and Artemis, who would frequently visit. Each day Artemis would show up, and Issei noticed that her reputation for him was increasing. He never checked what her reputation could be described as, but he knew that she was very fond of him. So, how about we watch the newest horror movie together in the theater? Artemis asked, noticing Issei staring at the ceiling. A new movie? Sure, this will be fun. He was really looking forward to her reactions. This was going to be a memorable moment. After a little bit of time to travel and settle down with their popcorn in hand, Issei watched as Artemis became very excited to see the movie. A few minutes into the film, she was sitting on his lap, hugging him tightly to shield herself from the scary scenes. Say, I don't want to watch the movie anymore. Doing what he did best, he continued watching the movie while holding her close. This woman was very confusing. He was just going to be a very good friend. Placing her down, Issei turned to her and spoke, Don't watch the movie just for the scares. Watch it for the funny parts. For example, the scary monster in the movie is just a cuddly teddy bear with bad breath. Trying to soothe her fear, Issei watched as Artemis nodded slightly. After a few hours, she was hiding her face in his chest. Artemis was quite clingy to him. This had been happening for the past couple of days. Issei didn't think much of it. She was just like this naturally, right? After arriving back at his house, Artemis decided to leave. That was when he noticed another presence in front of his house. Seeing Surzek standing there, he was confused. "Lucifer, what are you doing here?" "I wanted to invite you to Rias's first rating game. She wanted me to invite you to watch from the VIP section." Staring blankly at him, Issei responded, "What is a rating game?" "Oh, it's like a game of chess. Let me cut to the chase. It's where a team fights against another team in a specific area. Their combat abilities will be showcased, and the winner will be the last team standing." "Like a team deathmatch?" "Without the death part. Yes." "Do I have to go?" Surzek laughed at this. "Rias really wanted you to come. It would make her day to show up. Plus, she wants to showcase her abilities to you." Issei really didn't want to go. He was going to figure out a way to get back at Surzek after this. Not only did Surzek promise him food, but he also said there would be free drinks. The food turned out to be just a simple piece of bread. Issei's disappointment was immeasurable, and his day was ruined. That was when the raiding game began. Rias stood on top of a replica building of her occult building. With her hair tied back and her outfit more suited for battle, complete with armor and a proper sword, she stood proud and tall in front of Riser's peerage from a distance. Rias was far stronger now. Issei smirked, seeing that she was wearing a suit that could defend much better against attacks. She was learning from her past mistakes. Surzek noticed this and smiled with pride, knowing that his little sister was going to win this game. Issei sat down in the VIP section, away from anyone, to ensure that no one would notice his presence. Issei knew that Rias should have an easy time with this. Her peerage members seemed to be more powerful as well. As the raiding game began, Rias rushed in to fight against Riser while her peerage members scattered to take on the other team. The first member to be tested was Kiba. His breaths were shallow as he ran as fast as he could. He didn't want to let his king down. Around him, the silhouettes of 5 formidable women emerged from the swirling dust, their presence as ominous as the darkening sky above. Maihi, Carlin, Isabella, Lee, and Nell stood before Kiba. 2 of the women wielded chainsaws, their blades gleaming with a fierce desire for battle. "We won't let you get any fur." Kiba interrupted them by rushing in with his many swords surrounding him. Transforming the ground below the women into blades, all 5 of them backed away. Rushing in, Kiba grabbed one of the swords from the ground and swung. Lee tried to use her chainsaw to deflect the blow, but Kiba was just using the initial swing as a distraction as Kaneko came from behind the women and struck one of them with a powerful blow. Immediately, the woman was eliminated from the raiding game. Looking at each other, Kiba and Kaneko nodded as they sensed the presence of Nell and Isabella approaching. Kiba ducked to avoid a swinging chainsaw aimed at him and countered with his own sword, which he quickly formed from the ground, stabbing it straight into the woman's side. Kaneko wasn't holding back either. She dodged the sword coming from behind her as Isabella charged in for a decisive strike. However, Kaneko, with her raw strength, struck her feet into the ground hard. She shot straight up, slamming her fist into Isabella's head, knocking her out. Another one eliminated. This left Riser's peerage down 3 members. Kiba quickly threw a couple of swords towards the other 2 women. Taking his chance, he rushed in, pressuring them to back up. Grabbing their respective weapons, the 2 women prepared their counterattack against Kiba, but that was when Akino unleashed 2 lightning bolts at them, easily eliminating them. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko had trained together to prepare for this fight. They might not have received special training like their master, but they made sure to be ready for battle. Akino. Kaneko. Middle. I'll come from the side. Nodding, Kiba rushed from the right. Formation trio of danger. Commence. Issei watched as Rias's peerage began to quickly cut down Riser's numbers. However, what Rias's peerage didn't account for was that Riser's queen was far stronger than the rest of his pieces. With her being the only piece remaining on Riser's side, she decided to go out with a bang. Channeling all her magic, she unleashed a powerful attack towards Rias's peerage, taking down herself and most of Rias's team with relative ease. Talk about a last stand. This is just perfect. Rias scoffed. Your queen had a special attack hidden away. Riser was not faring any better, feeling humiliated in this game. He never thought the match would come down to him facing Rias. Rushing at her, he intended to use brute force to defeat her. He needed to do this for his family. For the sake of the devils. Rias dodged the first blow and landed a punch straight to Riser's face, stunning him. She swung her blade, but Riser unexpectedly shot flames from his mouth, blasting her back. Rias quickly retaliated with a beam of destruction aimed at Riser. Hitting him in the chest, Riser scoffed and charged at her. The battle between Riser and Rias escalated quickly, their powers seemingly matched as they exchanged blows. Riser, fueled by a sense of duty to his family and the pride of the devils, lunged forward with renewed vigor, his fists surrounded by a fiery aura. Rias, her crimson hair contrasting against the chaos, met his assault with equal ferocity, her hands crackling with arcane energy. I do this for our race. For our name. I will win this and bring glory to our kind. Riser declared, enhancing his flaming fists as he empowered his body with the flames of his clan. I will win and set a precedent for those in arranged marriages. For my freedom and the freedom of many others. Rias responded, glowing with a powerful and radiant crimson aura. As Riser's flames met Rias's force field, the air shimmered with heat and power. They were locked in a fierce struggle, each strike more desperate than the last. Riser's punches, swift and heavy, were parried by Rias's deft movements, her counters sharp and precise. The ground beneath them cracked, a testament to their might. Rias's sword was long melted, but she didn't need it when she had the advantage in power. However, Riser quickly intercepted her attempt to empower herself, blasting her in the face with flames from his eyes, stunning her. Seizing the moment, Riser unleashed a massive wave of flames that took the shape of a phoenix. Rias could only watch in horror as the flames engulfed her. An explosion echoed through the area as Riser laughed. I knew you couldn't beat me. However, he was met with a powerful beam of pure radiant crimson light blasting his body. Rias, emerging from the smoke with burn marks and determination, unleashed a massive beam of destruction with all her magic. She knew this was her only chance to win, but she quickly noticed that Riser was not backing down. Another phoenix was forming at the end of her beam, colliding and pushing back her attack. Rias poured all her energy and strength into it, her sweat, her tears, her will matching Riser's power. Neither yielded, their eyes locked in a silent vow to emerge victorious. As they neared the limits of their magical capabilities, Issei and Surzex focused intently on the battle, sensing that something significant was about to happen. Rias was supposed to win, and her beam began to slowly push Riser's phoenix back. That's when they noticed something. I will not lose. I will not disgrace my family. I will not fail my race. Rias, you may want to be selfish, but I want to honor my family. Riser pulled out a vial of phoenix tears and drank it in one go. I'm sorry, but I must win. In normal circumstances, this wouldn't have been an issue. However, consuming an entire bottle during a raiding game was illegal. A single phoenix tear could greatly heal a person. A whole bottle would allow the user to reach their peak once more. In that moment, with most not paying attention to Riser, he was able to unleash his full energy again. He easily overtook Rias's magical beam, engulfing her in flames once more. Rias has been eliminated. That cheating BSTRD. Surzex gritted his teeth. Issei sat there, feeling a deep distaste for what had just happened. There was something about Riser cheating in such an honorable battle that unsettled him. Surzex stood in front of Issei. You saw that, didn't you? Nodding, Issei understood what Surzex was asking. It was pretty obvious. He wasn't supposed to win. I have one last step. One last thing to ask. One last way to save her. Surzex, the Lucifer of the current underworld and king of hell, kneeled before Issei. Please, come to her wedding and fight Riser to save her. New secret quest. Save Rias from her eternal torment. Reward, new equipment. +++++ reputation with Rias. +++ reputation with Artemis. +++++ reputation with Rias's peerage. The host will have the choice of teleporting back home after the mission to avoid the huge crowd wanting to speak with him after the event. What the heck? The rewards for this mission were huge. Why was he getting more reputation from Artemis? Unless, is this marriage being streamed to the supernatural world? The Lucifer nodded, causing Issei to groan slightly. He didn't have much of a choice with the rewards being too enticing to ignore. Fine. I'll handle him alone. Do you really think you can win? Issei simply smirked. Nah, I know I will. As time passed, the day of the wedding arrived. Rias sat in her room, surrounded by her mother and brother, both of whom were strongly opposed to the marriage but could only watch from the sidelines, hoping for a miracle. Venelana looked at her daughter's tear-streaked face and couldn't help but pull her into a tight embrace. Seeing her daughter in such distress brought tears to her own eyes. Don't cry. Please don't cry. I don't want to marry him. I don't want to. Why couldn't I win? The two found solace in each other's presence while Rias's brother turned away in disgust at what was about to happen to his sister. Rias's only thought was a desperate plea, please. Help me. As she stepped out with her family towards the stage where Riser stood, the entrance door suddenly burst open. Hey everyone. Through the smoke, the crowd's reactions varied from disbelief to anger, happiness, and confusion. Issei Hayadu stood boldly in the doorway. Guards! Seize the intruder! Riser commanded, and the guards rushed toward Issei, swinging their weapons. But Issei walked straight through their attempts, unfazed. The crowd fell silent, watching the scene unfold. What is the meaning of this? Riser's father demanded. Your son decided to cheat during the rating game. From behind the crowd, Surzex, the Lucifer, stepped forward, asserting his authority as he positioned himself between Rias and Riser. What do you mean? Riser, will you explain or shall I? Riser's confidence wavered slightly at the accusation, but he maintained his composure. I suppose I will have to. You see. Surzex raised his hands, and a holographic video displayed the moment Riser drank an entire bottle of Phoenix Tears. Your son broke the rules. Can someone explain what that means? No, you must have forged this. Riser's father protested. You were always against my son marrying your sister. Silence. Do you dare question your lord? Surzex's voice boomed, silencing Lord Phoenix with sheer authority. You all chose to ignore the truth while I observed the fighters. Rias gave her all. Riser did too. But why cheat? Riser, realizing he had been caught, sighed before responding. I must do this for our race. We, devils, are losing numbers quickly. We may have reincarnated devils, but pure-blooded devils are scarce. But isn't cheating against the pride of a true devil? Regardless, we digress. The man before you, the human before you, is the same man who saved Rias from peril. Issei felt a surge of annoyance. Surzex was trying to leverage the situation for his own popularity in the supernatural world, and Issei wasn't interested in that. The same man who stands for justice whenever it is needed. This is the hero of the supernatural world, and he has come to bring justice. Riser, if you wish to marry my sister, there is a way, even after your cheating. And that is, my lord? Defeat this human. Is that all, my lord? Riser scoffed, confident that defeating a human would be easy. What do you say, hero? Will you? Yes. Everyone gasped at Issei's interruption. Just start the fight. Surzex chuckled at Issei's bluntness and nodded, teleporting the two into a separate dimension. You will fight. Until one of you gives up. Riser laughed, certain of his victory. Human. You're unfortunate. Just start the fight. I don't have all day. Issei was annoyed that the wedding was happening so early. He had an exam later that day, and his mother expected him to pass high school. Riser launched a fireball at Issei, expecting to incinerate him, but Issei walked straight through the flames, unaffected. What? Riser tried again, throwing another fireball, but Issei continued to advance without flinching. Riser's confidence began to waver. He charged at Issei, fists ablaze, landing a solid punch to Issei's jaw. Nothing happened. This is pointless. You cannot hurt me. Riser continued his assault, but fear crept into his heart as he met Issei's emotionless gaze. You're cheating. Where is the force field? No human can withstand. Grabbing Riser's head, Issei applied pressure, causing Riser to scream in agony. Issei knelt before him, a calm presence amidst the chaos. Come on. Drink another shot of Phoenix Tears. It won't be considered cheating. I'll allow it. Riser quickly opened a bottle of Phoenix Tears, attempting to heal himself. But Issei delivered a gentle kick, sending Riser crashing to the other side of the dimension. But didn't expect that much strength. Riser struggled to his feet, coughing, his energy nearly depleted. He couldn't comprehend Issei's overwhelming power. I can't quit. As Issei approached, Riser unleashed all his magic, frantically consuming more Phoenix Tears to combat his fatigue. But each attack was effortlessly neutralized. Getting closer, Issei gripped both of his swords tightly, raising them high before slamming them down with all his might. The impact shattered the surrounding area, causing the small dimension to tremble under the force. Riser Phoenix has been eliminated. Wait, what? Was that all? No way. Issei found the fight to be incredibly anticlimactic. He had swung his blade, and just like that, Riser was gone. As he reappeared in the real world, he noticed the crowd's disappointed expressions. I'm heading home now. Rewards, new equipment. Plus reputation with Rias. Plus reputation with Artemis. Plus reputation with Rias's peerage. With that, Issei teleported back to his house, leaving everyone behind. So, Rias is officially free. Rias exclaimed with joy, searching for Issei. She turned around, but he was nowhere to be found. Brother, where did Issei go? Oh, he just vanished. Didn't you see him teleport? What? But I wanted to thank him. Rias shouted, pouting in disappointment. Yet she couldn't help but feel a warm blush creeping onto her cheeks. Issei had saved her twice. He truly was the perfect man. As the events unfolded in the supernatural world, a certain woman watched with a proud smile. Artemis observed the aftermath, her heart swelling with admiration for Issei. He was a hero, always ready to help those in need. The thought of him made her heart race, and she felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Issei was the second person to make the goddess blush. Both Rias and Artemis had finally found someone who made them feel loved. However, Issei checked his reputation. Artemis, deeply in love with you. Rias, she will now follow you around like a lost puppy and sees you as a figure to admire even above her brother. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko deeply respect you. This is the funniest thing I have ever seen. There's no way those two love me. Not in a million years. Issei declared while sitting on his bed. They are far too beautiful for me. There's no way they would ever want to be with someone like me. She was right. I will never find love again. I can't trust anyone anymore. Clenching his chest, Issei felt tears welling up. Why does the world always play with me? Why does this system give me false hopes? Rias, the queen of the school. Artemis, the most beautiful woman I have ever met. Being with someone like me. No way. If Artemis finds out who I am. If Rias knows what I am. No. The equipment Issei received was useless, just another weapon far inferior to his current ones. It had been a few days since the fight with Riser, and he hadn't met with Artemis or Rias. He was hesitant to face them, feeling a strange fear he hadn't experienced before. Why was he feeling this way now? He was so confused. Was it because of her? He continued to ponder the reputation system. What was so special about him? There was nothing special about him. Sit. Dinner will be ready soon. Will you eat now or later? I'll eat later, Mom. Issei replied. He didn't need to eat anymore. The system kept him alive as long as he rested. As he relaxed in silence, a knock echoed from the front door. Getting up, Issei went downstairs to find two figures with white cloth covering their faces. Sit. Is that you? Grace, Human. Title, Exorcist of the Church. Level, 35. HP, 1600-1600. Himit, 1050-1050. STR, 36 plus 6. AGL, 39. And 32. Hint, 42. Bonus, plus 10% damage to devils. Irina. Issei remembered a close friend from his childhood with that name. Yeah. Is that you, Irina? Irina removed the cloth from her head and smiled brightly. She rushed to Issei and hugged him tightly, squealing in joy. Finally! I found you! Issei, I can't believe it's you. Gently pushing her away, Issei felt uncomfortable with the sudden affection. So, what are you doing here? Classified information, said the other girl who accompanied Irina. Ignoring her, Issei waited for Irina to respond. Oh, I was just checking on you. With a serious look, Issei glanced at his mother, who nodded and walked away, sensing something significant was about to happen. Once she was in the kitchen, he led the girls outside and closed the door to keep his mother from overhearing. His father was still asleep in his room. What are you two doing here in devil territory? The blunt question caught them off guard, but the other girl replied quickly, we don't need to tell you. Then don't. Again surprised by his directness, Irina spoke up. What? I don't really care what you're doing here. So why would I press for answers? Oh, that does make sense. Is that all you wanted from me? Issei asked, feeling a bit weary from the hostility of the girl in cloth. Irina shook her head. Since you know about the supernatural world, could we ask you for directions to where the leaders of the territory are? One of them is right in front of you. Irina and the cloth girl exchanged doubtful glances. But honestly, Rias is better at this than I am. Just go to the school and find the unusual building nearby. That's where she is. Just don't try anything bad. Or there will be consequences. He knew the system would warn him if anything went wrong. The cloth girl finally removed her covering, revealing her blue hair. Is that a threat? No. What I say will happen. Narrowing her eyes, she didn't like that. Are you on the side of the devils? What if I am? What will you two exorcists do with your swords and questionable clothing? Grinding her teeth in frustration, Zenobia, as Issei noted her name from her stats, gripped the handle of her sword. Irina, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. Oh, calm down. We're here in peace. We didn't mean to cause any frustration. We'll be going now. Thank you for your help, Issei. I'll make sure to catch up with you soon. I promise. With that, the two left, but not before Issei and Zenobia locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. Issei simply stared at her with an emotionless glance. Should I warn Rias about what's going to happen? I have a feeling she has this under control. Issei took a couple of steps forward, and the next thing that happened was, new quest, give Zenobia a reality check. Reward, information. Very special information. Ugh. With that, Issei marched his way toward the school, only to be met with Rias and Zenobia making eye contact, the tension in the occult building reaching a peak once again. Opening the door, Issei was met with everyone gazing at him. The moment Rias saw him, she jumped toward him and hugged him tightly, nuzzling into his chest. Issei gently pushed her back a little, causing her to pout, but he turned his attention back to Zenobia. What are you doing here? Issei looked at her before speaking. Rias, what was she telling you about their business here? Without hesitation, Rias began explaining. They came here to tell us about their investigation into the 7 fragments of the holy sword Excalibur. Oh, okay. Looking a little confused, Issei turned to see Zenobia giving him a fierce glare. Why would you tell him that? He doesn't need to know any of this. He is the hero of this territory and someone I trust almost as much as I trust my brother. If you think I won't tell him anything, you are mistaken, Rias declared while glaring back at Zenobia. The woman in question gripped her sword once more, and that was when Issei had enough. You pick up that sword and I will stop you. You will make the entire church your enemy. Well, not if I handle both of you quickly enough. What? Appearing right in front of her, faster than she could process, Issei looked down at her and smirked. I want you to see how futile this is. Swing your sword at me. Zenobia, feeling mocked, angrily swung Excalibur Destruction toward Issei, but the moment it made contact, it immediately stopped. You can't hurt me. Gasping in shock, she swung again. And again. Is this sword special to you? This sword was given to me because of my servitude to the church and my devotion to my lord. Hearing enough, Issei grabbed her sword and smirked. What are you doing? The sword. Is this why you think you're so powerful? Do you really believe that a sword is what makes someone strong? Your superiors are strong because they possess many qualities that elevate them. But you waving this sword around as if it's the most powerful thing is just sad. Gripping the sword, he used his immense strength to crush it. Everyone gasped in shock and bewilderment. For a fragment of Excalibur to be broken so easily was unimaginable. Issei. Rias wanted to ask why he did that, but she quickly silenced herself when she saw Zenobia collapse onto the ground. How? But why would you crush the fragment of Excalibur like that? Kiba watched with a hint of amusement, seeing his nightmare shattered so easily. That was a sword given to me. For being special. And you are special. In the wrong way. Issei turned around and walked away. I just want to know. What are you truly doing here? The church and devils being in the same area. From what I have read, it doesn't usually end well. Is there something significant happening? Irina quickly interjected before anything could escalate due to Zenovia's disdain for anyone working with devils. Kokabeel. He is the prime suspect of collecting the fragments. We just want to retrieve them. Rumors are circulating that he also had someone working for him. Someone leading his armies. It was a woman. She had black feathers. Not only that, but she was rumored to have black hair as well. She was a merciless killer. Widening his eyes, Issei spoke in a pained tone. Black feathers. No, it can't be? Rias turned to see Issei's expression change, his eyes wide and mouth slightly open. Hearing the way he said that, she didn't understand what was happening. Why did this cause Issei to react like this? You said, a lady with black feathers was involved. There was only one thought and one person that could have been doing that. Irina nodded. Yes. The people from the church who went on a hunt, the ones who survived, said she was with him. Without saying anything, Issei began walking out of the building. Ignoring everyone around him, his soulless eyes stared straight ahead. That was all he needed to hear. Rias tried to stop Issei, but he continued, ignoring everything she said. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko watched this unfold. Even though Kiba was dealing with his trauma regarding Excalibur, seeing this side of Issei was shocking to them all. Irina felt the same way. The sudden shift from confidence to pure silence was concerning for everyone. Rainier. Issei mentioned once more before he disappeared. He had his goal back. And no one would stop him from achieving it. After 10 hours of grinding in the dungeon, Issei had gathered enough silver coins. He had roughly 10 silver coins after his efforts. Now he felt confident with his supply of potions. Back at his house, Issei was ready to face anyone. New major quest. Go into the forest and fight against someone. Reward, ancient artifact, legendary, and level up x3. Seeing the quest, he opened his map and followed the direction indicated. Issei arrived to see a crimson-armored woman in the sky, her draconic emerald-colored wings spread wide. Not only that, but the woman had fallen angel feathers parallel to her draconic wings. The moment Issei showed up, the figure decided to make herself known. Taking off her helmet, Issei was shocked to see who it was. Landing on the ground in front of him, staring into his eyes with a devilish grin, Issei couldn't help but clench his teeth upon seeing her. Hello. I can't believe that you're still alive. I guess I'll have to make sure I finish the job this time. But he completely outmatched her in every aspect except magic. Another detail to consider was that she had an additional 5 levels added to her own. Was it because of the armor she wore? It must have been something else. Oh, you noticed, she replied sarcastically, stepping closer to him. I wasn't satisfied with just one sacred gear. I decided to acquire another. It was convenient to find the host. I left Kuro, and the next town over had a host with the boosted gear. I simply played him like a toy. Just like I did with you. Instead of responding, Issei passively waited for her to make the first move. He was determined to make her regret her actions. Rainier charged at him, but being 5 levels lower and with Issei having 50% damage reduction, all her attempts to harm him were futile. She aimed a right hook at him, but Issei absorbed the blow and seized her arm. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized he had the strength to overpower her. Screaming in surprise, she stumbled back, fear etched on her face. However, her fear quickly transformed into a confident smile as she began to heal herself. Twilight healing. Such a useful power I acquired. Do you only take from others? Is there anything original about you? Issei challenged. Rainier chuckled. Why create something original when survival belongs to the strong? They were simply too weak, and I took their powers for myself. I am the strong. Hearing that, Issei noticed all her stats increase slightly. Interesting. She rocketed toward him, landing a solid right hook on Issei's jaw. Expecting to inflict damage, she was shocked to see him standing unfazed. He looked at her with a blank expression, attempting to grab her, but she narrowly avoided it. Still trying to hurt him, she conjured a light spear, which shattered upon contact with him. Rainier unleashed her magical powers upon him, but he remained silent and unyielding, merely staring. He stood there, an imposing figure. Why can't I hurt him? Why can't I do anything to him? He was just a useless human not long ago. True fear began to creep into her heart as she realized none of her attacks were effective. Jumping straight at her, Issei missed and landed back on the ground. Looking up, he saw her trying to escape, and he dashed after her, determined not to let her get away. Empowering his feet with magic, he increased his speed. New skill unlocked. Blitz. Effects. Plus 15% agility stat. Running faster than before, Issei closed the distance between them. No. I can't be caught, she cried, desperation evident in her voice as she flew even faster. You won't escape from me. His words sent shivers down Rainier's spine. Turning around briefly, she saw Issei's black knight sword soaring through the air, slicing through one of her wings. She fell to the ground, skidding to a halt. Frantically looking around, she found nothing. Breathing heavily, she turned to face forward, still seeing no sign of him. Getting up, she spoke to Drake. Where is he? I can't sense him. You're on your own. What do you mean I'm on my own? Be useful and save me. Rainier shouted at the dragon. You don't give me orders. I could easily stop lending you my powers, you greedy fool. Watch your tone. Sighing in frustration, Rainier was unaware that her fate was sealed. Issei was right behind her. Swinging his sword down, he severed her other wing and her left leg. Screaming in agony, she tried to heal herself, but Issei swiftly disabled her right arm, the one with twilight healing. Observing the glowing finger, Issei inspected the ring. Sacred gear, twilight healing. Powers. Allows the host to heal themselves or their allies. 5 HP MP per second. Details. Sacred gears are weapons created by God to slay the very gods that govern the world. Each sacred gear has the potential to grow powerful enough to evolve and mutate to their host's liking. Placing the ring on his finger, Issei watched as Rainier's eyes widened in terror as she lost one of her most valuable powers. At that moment, a group of fallen angels arrived, drawn by the commotion. Confused by the sight of Rainier and Issei, Rainier saw them and felt a glimmer of hope. Please. Save me. Help. Issei merely stared at them, his expression devoid of emotion, radiating pure intensity. The fallen angels quickly launched light spears at him, only to see them bounce harmlessly off his skin. The fear they felt was palpable. They realized that confronting him would mean certain death, especially with Rainier on her knees before him. Turning away, the fallen angels fled. None leave the slaughterhouse. Not alive. With a swift movement, Issei appeared above one of the fallen angels and incapacitated them. He turned sharply, swinging his dual blades and slicing the nearest fallen angel into pieces, which exploded into feathers. The last one, paralyzed by fear, fainted at the sight of Issei. He positioned his sword perfectly and let it drop onto the unconscious fallen angel's head. The feathers filled the air as Issei landed in front of the beaten, bruised, and terrified Rainier. "Sit. Please. Don't do this. I swear," she pleaded, but he grabbed her jaw and removed it cleanly. "Sit. Is that your name? I want to ask you a favor. Please. Make her pay for what she's done. She is a cruel monster, only seeking her own gain and misery for others. She took me from my original partner, luring him in with false promises. My host was just a child. She decided to destroy him before stealing me." Hearing the green gauntlet on Rainier's arms speak, Issei's anger flared. She had taken another innocent life. A child who never got to experience the joys of life. She decided to confront them. Grabbing both of her arms, she felt a surge of pain as she cried out in distress. Blood was everywhere, and that was when Issei began to heal her. "What are you doing? I knew it. You still love me." Once she was fully recovered, Issei noticed Rainier's devilish grin. But then, in a moment of fury, he tore her arms apart again. "What? We still have 12 hours to go." Widening her eyes and crawling back, she began to see the pure rage and anguish in Issei's expression. He wasn't just going to make her pay, he intended to break her mentally. The clock ticks now. The next 12 hours were filled with her screams of despair. Issei stood amidst the chaos he had created. The area around him was stained, and his clothes were drenched. "You will never see the world again." With that, he struck Rainier's lifeless form, and she exploded into feathers. Issei continued to stare at the ground, lost in thought. New major quest completed. Go into the forest and fight against someone. Reward, boosted gear, legendary, and level up x3. He got the boosted gear. That's nice to see. Sacred gear, boosted gear. Power, legendary. Powers, for every boost, the host stats increase by 1. The stronger the strength stat, the more the host can boost. For every 10 STR, 1 additional boost is given. Passive effects, makes women more attracted to you. Boosts reputation among current acquaintances. I'm glad you're my partner. To think I would go from a monster of greed to a monster of rage. Partner. Partner. Talk to you later. Ignoring Drake, Issei continued to stare at the ground. He didn't expect Artemis to be behind him. "Sit. What happened here?" The worry was evident in her voice as she watched him remain fixated on the feathers that were once Rainier. "Sit. What happened?" He remained unmoving. Artemis stepped in front of him and gasped at the emptiness in his eyes. "I finally beat her." "Sit. What happened?" As she got closer, Issei slowly turned his head to her and smiled faintly. "I beat her. I beat her." Issei. Approaching him, she felt an urge to hug him, to offer warmth. She watched as he stiffened and tried to pull away. "No, not again. I will not be used again." He attempted to back away, but Artemis held him firmly, pulling him into her embrace. He panicked, repeating, "No, no, no." Artemis sensed something was deeply wrong. "Have you found him?" Sona stood before Rias, who was worried sick for Issei. She needed to ensure he was okay, especially after he had gone silent upon hearing a certain name. "I haven't. I don't know where he is." Sona replied. "Dimenit. Not only is Kokabeel around, but Issei is missing. What if he's hurt? What if he's already fighting against Kokabeel?" "Rias. Calm down. Issei is powerful, and he knows when to fight and when to back down. I bet he's just blowing off steam. He'll be back. Has he ever let you down?" "No, but still. How about you organize your peerage and devise a plan for Kokabeel for when you do face him? Issei will show up and be impressed by you." Hearing the idea of impressing Issei, Rias smiled, and her worries began to fade, replaced by thoughts of making him proud. Artemis stood in front of Issei as he began to calm down. "Sit. Speak to me. What happened?" No, she hurt me. She did it first." Issei backed away, vulnerability evident in his demeanor. Seeing him in such pain hurt Artemis. She gently approached him. "You'll do the same. You'll hurt me too." Tripping on a stick, Issei fell to the ground, allowing Artemis to hold him once more. Gently whispering in his ear, she said, "Hey, I would never hurt you. I can never hate you. You are far too important to me." His eyes widened slightly and he began to calm. "Rainer, the girl that I killed. Her name is Rainer. Why did you kill her?" When he remained silent, she pressed on, "My dear, didn't I share my deepest secret with you? Why don't you tell me about this Rainer girl?" Seeing that Artemis was sincere and determined, Issei began to reveal his darkest truth. In her embrace, he croaked out, "She used me. She never loved me." As he slowly broke down, Artemis felt pain for her beloved. This was not the heroic goofball she knew. "Artemis, I think you need to know who I was before you met me." Nodding, Issei began to share his past. He spoke of being the notorious pervert of the school and all the terrible things he had done. He feared she would judge him negatively, but she held him tightly. "So, you were a pervert? A massive pervert?" Artemis asked. Issei nodded, bracing himself for her reaction. This was one of his greatest fears, her rejecting him for being like the others. Yet, she continued to hold him. "Do you expect me to change my view of you? You have already shown me who you truly are. You have saved my youngest members, listened to my pain, and made me enjoy life. Do you really think I would ever change my view of you?" Artemis sensed something was off. When she first met Issei, he hadn't looked at her in a way that suggested interest. He seemed to see right into her soul. Something must have happened for him to change so drastically. Feeling slightly more secure, Issei continued, "Rainer met me. She was a beautiful girl in my eyes. She asked me out, and the joy I felt knowing I might have a girlfriend was unmatched. I was so happy. I immediately accepted and ran home, making sure to clean myself multiple times before the date. I wanted her to feel happy." Artemis began to feel a sense of dread as she sensed where the story was heading. "I spent all my savings on her. I bought her everything. I did everything I could to make her enjoy our date. I even got her souvenirs. I gave her my heart." Issei's voice trembled as he struggled to keep his composure. "I thought I was being loved. That the one thing I ever wanted was finally coming true. I felt like my life was complete." Gently holding Issei, Artemis felt his emotional turmoil and pointed toward his chest. He looked at her with tear-filled eyes. It pained her to see him in such distress. "She hurt me deeply, and left me to suffer. What did I do wrong? Why did she do it? Am I really destined to be alone? Does everyone hate me?" As he continued to break down, she embraced him tightly, tears forming in her own eyes. His voice was so broken. She finally understood. Issei was a boy who longed for love. When he thought he found it, he felt like the happiest man in the world. It was similar to her. She felt like the happiest woman in the world with Orion. The difference was that Artemis didn't yearn for love. When Orion betrayed her, her belief that men were untrustworthy brought her back to her old self. Issei's entire existence revolved around women. He craved love, and when he finally experienced it, only to be betrayed, it shattered him. All this time, he had been suffering, and she hadn't realized it. "Sit. Look me in the eyes." Gently speaking to him, he looked up with bloodshot eyes, meeting Artemis's gentle, teary gaze. "You will find love. True love. Someone who will always be there for you." No, she said it. "I will never find love. That no one would love a boy like me. I'm worthless." The woman who hurt him truly was despicable. Then she went on to harm many innocent lives. "I will never forgive her." Gently stroking his hair, she tried to soothe him. "Sit. Everything will be all right. I am here." Looking into her eyes, Issei asked, "Artemis, I'm scared. I don't want to be alone. I want to find someone. But what if everyone hates me?" "Sit. I want you to know something. Do you know who my heart belongs to? Your huntresses. No. It's you." Hearing that, Issei's eyes widened, and he began to breathe heavily. "No. Artemis. Don't joke like that. There's no way you could ever love me." Her heart broke at the sight of him panicking, trying to pull away from her embrace. Taking the initiative, She leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips before pulling back, feeling embarrassed. Issei froze, unsure of how to respond. "Sit. You said you would always be there for me. That was a promise you made. I will always be there for you. I will ensure you never feel the pain of loneliness. I love you more than anything. Please, give me a chance." Panic rose within Issei as he processed her words. Part of him wanted to agree, to be with this beautiful goddess, but his trauma made him fear betrayal again. "If I ever leave you, I will never forgive myself. I promise to be yours. I will love you no matter what." Issei could only croak out his response, "Please, don't leave me." Kissing him again, she held him tightly. Pulling away, she looked deeply into his eyes. "I will never leave you. I will always be by your side, even if it means bringing you back from the brink." As he cried into her, Issei finally accepted Artemis. She allowed him to cry, eventually falling asleep in her embrace. "Sleep well, my little one. Let me take care of you from now on." Artemis's affection for him grew stronger. How far would it go? "Hello. Who is it?" Mickey opened the door, expecting someone random. "Artemis. Is that my baby?" In Artemis's arms was Issei, sleeping soundly as she carried him back to his house. The moment Issei heard his mother, he shifted slightly in his sleep. Artemis shot a glare at Mickey, who quickly fell silent, watching her son settle down again and snore softly. "Don't speak too loudly. Issei is a little tired," Artemis said. Mickey nodded and stepped aside. Watching her son peacefully sleeping in another woman's arms, she wondered if Artemis was truly the right person for him. "Do you mind if I sleep in your son's room tonight? He really needs me." Mickey smiled and shook her head. "Go ahead, dear. Just be gentle with my son." Mickey's thoughts wandered, and she blushed slightly as Artemis walked into Issei's room. She laid him down gently before climbing into bed beside him, wrapping her arms around him and closing her eyes. "Good night, my little hunter." With that, Artemis fell asleep. A few hours later, Issei opened his eyes to find himself resting on Artemis's chest. Her arms were wrapped tightly around him, and the blanket was tangled around them. He was stuck, and Artemis wasn't going to let him go that easily. She held him like a cherished teddy bear. The reason why he woke up. Boss quest. Kokabeel has shown up, help defeat him. Reward, level up x5. +++ reputation with Rias, her peerage, and her family. Plus equipment, rare legendary. Warning, not completing this quest will result in the entire town falling into Kokabeel's trap and being reduced to ashes. Staring blankly at the quest menu, he realized that this was something he couldn't avoid. Why did it have to happen to him when he was relaxing? Slowly escaping from Artemis's embrace and replacing himself with the chest piece he received from his most recent reward, which was much worse than his current one, Issei felt clever. "I have way too much of a galaxy brain sometimes." "No, you're still an idiot." Hearing the voice, Issei recognized it. The strange gauntlet creature. "I'm a dragon. Not a creature, you moronic child." Staring blankly at the wall while hearing that, Issei chuckled. "So, you're Drake?" "Yeah, you're Issei. Finally, I have a normal host. I've been waiting for someone who could fight against the world. My previous host. The one you defeated. I must thank you for that. She was a demon. Someone who didn't deserve to live." Being reminded of Rainier, Issei narrowed his eyes. "I'll find her again if I have to. Considering how you dealt with her. I wouldn't doubt it. Speaking of which, how did you manage to win over the goddess of the hunt? If I'm being honest with you, I'm just as surprised as you are, but I'm not complaining." Drake snorted with amusement before speaking. "Well, what are you going to do now instead of resting with Artemis? Let's just say, something significant is happening in the middle of Kuro." "Like what?" Instead of answering, Issei smirked and jumped out of the window. As he left, Artemis opened her eyes wide and sighed. "Sit. You could have been much better at replacing yourself from my hold with the armor plate. It felt hard and not cuddly." Getting up herself, Artemis sighed before watching where Issei ran off through the window. "I wonder where you went. Looks like I'll have to follow. But first, I need to ensure my huntresses are all right and that they know I am safe. I have a feeling Issei will be fine for now. Issei's first stop was Sona and her peerage, who were powering up a barrier that surrounded the entire area. Sona. Sona turned around and sighed in relief upon seeing Issei. Sit. I can't believe it. You're finally here. Please. You have to help us. Kokabeel. He's going to destroy the town. Rias and I can't do anything against someone of his caliber. Walking towards the barrier, Issei simply nodded. I want you all to continue supporting this barrier. I'll handle whatever threat is inside. Sit. Kokabeel isn't a joke. And we don't have any other options. I'm the only one left here. Well, besides Artemis, but Issei felt confident he could handle this. Not only that, but something told him that Artemis would be watching him from a distance. Walking into the barrier and entering the battlefield, Issei looked around to see Rias and her peerage, including Zenobia, fighting against a large three-headed dog. Grabbing his two large blades, Issei rushed into the battle and swiftly defeated the Cerberus. The sudden commotion caught Kokabeel's attention as he looked down at the newcomer. Name: Kokabeel. Race: Fallen Angel. Title: Survivor of the Great War. Level: 80. HP: 1110011100. MP: 999900. STR: 124 plus 25. AGL: 103. End: 123 plus 25. Int: 132. Bonus: plus 30% damage reduction. Plus 30% damage to devils. In terms of the stats that Issei used during his battles, he easily eclipsed Kokabeel in strength and health points. However, Kokabeel was 3 levels higher than Issei. He would deal 30% more damage to him and receive 30% less damage in return. Combined with his already decent damage reduction, Issei knew he wouldn't deal as much damage as he wanted. Currently, Issei didn't have the proficiency to activate the red armored form that Rainier had. That would have easily elevated Issei's power above Kokabeel's. Being 2 levels higher would have reduced Kokabeel's damage reduction by 20% and allowed Issei to deal 20% more damage. Kokabeel continued to stare at Issei with a wicked smirk. Sit. Thank goodness you're okay. Rias seemed overjoyed to see him. Smiling and running to him, Rias felt much safer with Issei around. She knew everything would be fine. Staring up at Kokabeel, Issei was lost in thought. What do you think you will do, partner? I have no idea. His speed will be an issue. What do you suggest? Honestly, your only way of defeating him with your current capabilities is to go blow for blow with him. From the way Drake spoke, did he know about the system? Did he know that Issei could see stats? Not only that, I suggest putting your all into your attacks to intimidate him. The more you can instill fear, the more likely you can subdue him with pure strength. Knowing everything came down to the same fighting style, Issei summoned his 2 ultra-great swords and watched Kokabeel begin to land on the ground. Seeing Rias right next to him, Issei spoke. Rias, grab your peerage and leave. I'll handle him alone. What? But Dash. Rias, if you trust me as much as you say you do, you would understand that I'm doing this for you. Backing away from Issei's sudden shift in tone, Rias nodded before turning to her peerage members. Kiba, with his balance breaker in hand, nodded to Rias while lifting Akino from her unconscious state. It seemed she had been severely injured. Kaneko was somewhat hurt but nodded and backed away. Zenobia, sensing the tension and knowing how powerful Issei was, decided to step back as well. This wasn't her fight anymore. So, human, I know of your feat against Riser. But don't be mistaken. I am leagues above that child. Forming 2 light spears the size of his own body, Kokabeel smirked mischievously. I can't wait to defeat you with my bare hands. Issei simply prepared to fight against Kokabeel. Chapters will be posted there slightly earlier than here. If you could review the story there and give your honest opinion, it would be greatly appreciated. Summoning a vast army of fallen angels, Issei watched as they charged toward him. Raising his great swords high into the sky, he brought them down with tremendous force, creating an aftershock that obliterated half of the army. Kokobeel's eyes widened in disbelief at the display of strength he hadn't anticipated. As Issei walked through the ruined schoolyard, his oversized swords at his side, he noticed that the remaining fallen angels were nowhere near his level of power. Kokobeel rushed at him with incredible speed, swinging his light spear. Issei barely managed to react in time, feeling a sharp sting as the spear grazed him. Grabbing onto Kokobeel's leg as he attempted to fly away, Issei smirked, "Where do you think you're going?" Kokobeel remained silent, hurling another light spear that shattered upon contact with Issei, leaving only a minor scratch. Clenching his fist, Issei felt Kokobeel scream in pain as he slammed him into the ground with such force that it sent tremors throughout the city. That was his fourth boost. Although his agility was still lacking, Issei activated his blitz ability, enhancing his reaction time. However, he knew he had to conserve his mana for when he truly needed it. "A brat that can hurt. I haven't seen one of those in years," Kokobeel said, a wide grin spreading across his face as he regained his composure and charged at Issei once more. Activating Blitz for a moment, Issei saw Kokobeel coming and activated Iron Flesh just in time to absorb the blow. However, he couldn't react quickly enough to land a hit on Kokobeel. "Malevolent Pierce!" Kokobeel shouted, unleashing a barrage of light spears that shot toward Issei. Unable to dodge them all, Issei braced himself, enduring the impact, though he hissed in pain as they exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke between them. "You were so confident in defeating me that you made sure to fight me alone. Did you really think you would win?" Kokobeel taunted, looking around for Issei once the smoke cleared. Confused, he searched until he looked up and saw Issei diving toward him at incredible speed. Issei slammed his swords down, and though Kokobeel barely dodged, the heat from the attack singed him. Issei realized that even a near miss could hurt Kokobeel, and if he landed a direct hit, it would be catastrophic. "So, the only thing I need to do is dodge your attacks?" Kokobeel laughed, glowing with a golden aura. "I guess I need to get serious." "Be honored, young one, for you shall be one of the very few to see me fight at my full strength." Issei decided to match Kokobeel's intensity. "I guess I don't need to hold back. Sona and Rias can easily fix any damage I cause." Kokobeel laughed maniacally, "Come at me. I want to see your best." Charging toward Kokobeel, Issei leaped into the air with pure strength, propelling himself forward. As Kokobeel prepared to unleash a beam of holy light, Issei activated Berserk Wrath, piercing through the beam with resilience. He slammed his sword into Kokobeel's wing, the force of the blow causing significant damage. "You coward!" Kokobeel shouted, enveloping himself in energy. "I will defeat you." "Big words. Worms don't talk," Issei retorted. Kokobeel summoned a weapon, declaring, "Yes. I will be one of the last users of Excalibur. Be grateful, young one, for you will fight me while I wield it." Kokobeel empowered his sword with a golden aura, holy energy swirling around it. Issei watched calmly as Kokobeel shouted, "Excalibur!" He slammed the sword into the ground, unleashing a massive beam of divine energy. The sound was deafening, but Issei stood firm, unflinching. "Issei!" Rias's voice rang out as everyone shielded their eyes. Artemis, watching from a distance, felt her heart race with fear. There was no way her beloved could be gone. Rias fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to comprehend the loss. But as the smoke cleared, Issei stood tall, his sword in front of him, having activated Iron Flesh and Berserk Wrath, creating a small barrier that absorbed most of the blast. He remained standing, only slightly singed and bruised, his shirt mostly destroyed but his pants intact thanks to his sword. Kokobeel stared in shock as Issei remained unyielding, a mere testament to his resilience. "Is it my turn?" Issei asked, walking toward Kokobeel, who could only watch in fear. What was he going to do? He had just withstood Excalibur's full force with only minor injuries. "I forgot. I can get much stronger the more I boost. Sometimes I'm an idiot." Hearing Draig laughing in his mind, Issei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I think it's time to end the fight." Leaping into the sky, Kokabeel watched as Issei began empowering his weapons with magic. While the smoke enveloped him, Issei had used a mana potion to recover after expending most of it to defend himself. Kokabeel braced himself to dodge the expected attack, but he was caught off guard when Issei threw his great sword. The blade pierced the sky and struck Kokabeel's leg, causing him to grunt in pain. However, that moment was fleeting as Issei appeared right in front of him with his Black Knight greatsword ready to deliver the final blow. He slammed his sword down, and Kokabeel burst into thousands of black feathers. Sometimes, a good hit is all you need. Boss quest completed. Kokabeel has shown up, help defeat him. Reward, level up x5. +++ reputation with Rias, her peerage, and her family. Plus equipment, rare legendary. Warning, not completing this quest will result in the entire town falling into Kokabeel's trap and being destroyed. Accidental reward, plus reputation with Artemis. Achievement unlocked. Defeat your first cadre fallen angel. Reward, +2 level ups. How did he gain more reputation with Artemis? Was she nearby? Issei wondered what type of equipment he would receive. He hoped for something legendary, at the very least something useful. Armor, Titanic chest plate. Rarity, legendary. Attributes, +30 endurance. +40% damage reduction. -5 agility. -10 intelligence. Details, crafted from materials used by the Titans themselves to battle the Olympic gods. The armor has been resized to fit the host, but it was originally of immense size. Squealing with excitement upon obtaining the armor, Issei felt like a child. He was surprised that he hadn't heard anything from Drake. Perhaps the old dragon couldn't see anything related to the system. Name, Issei Haidu. Title, Guardian of Kuo. Race, Titan. Level, 84. HP, 9,875 26600. MP, 200-390. STR, 177, +47. AGL, 102.5, -7. And, 97, +36. Int, 86, -8. Bonus, +78% damage reduction. +25% pierce damage. Skills, Iron Flesh. Berserk Wrath. Chaotic Manipulation. Partner, will you stop staring at your hands? Did you get something or are you daydreaming? Shut up, you impatient lizard. Give me a moment to gather my thoughts. What did you just call me? Issei temporarily cut off communication with Drake, only to be met with a slap from Artemis. Turning to her, he was shocked to see tears streaming down her face. The most beautiful woman he had ever met was crying, and it hurt him to see someone so special in pain. What happened? That was all he could manage to say. Issei knew he was in serious trouble. Artemis, I didn't mean to worry you. I'm sorry. He fumbled for words, having no experience with upset women. Issei and Artemis had returned to his house immediately after the slap, which had taken a significant toll on his health, more than nearly all of Kokabeel's health combined. So, why did you think standing in front of the beam and taking it was a good idea? Because I knew I would survive. Do you really think I'm an idiot? I was confident I would be fine. But what if you were too overconfident? What if you? Issei continued to stare at her with the same serious expression he always wore when he meant business. I already told you. I had everything under control. I knew that the attack wouldn't hurt me much. I had multiple ways to handle it. Are you lying to me? You don't understand. If you die, I might not be able to handle it. I might just follow you. Hearing that made Issei even more concerned. Artemis, trust me. Have I ever been in a situation I couldn't manage? No. But what if that would have been the first? Issei, you don't seem to understand. It's not just about tanking the blow. What if that attack was laced with poison? What if it carried a powerful curse? It's not always about the damage you take, but the lethal magic behind the attacks. Artemis, just trust me. I'm not that reckless. Artemis sighed, reluctantly agreeing as she gently placed her hand on the spot where she had slapped him. Just don't do that again. Or I will tie you down and keep you with me. Issei laughed at the joke, but then he realized she wasn't laughing. Oh no, she was serious. So, what do we do now? I was planning on keeping you with me while I go on my hunt. Issei stared blankly at her while Artemis grinned. And I'm not taking no for an answer. You will be with me no matter what you say. It's time for us to spend a nice, calm, and relaxing day together. Opening his menu, Issei noticed that another dungeon had been unlocked. However, this one was different. Land of the Giants. Mutation Dungeon. These dungeons are unique as they don't have a boss. Instead, the further you venture from the spawn point, the more powerful and better rewards you will receive. Dungeon recommended level, 85. Issei entered the dungeon, leaving Artemis baffled as she watched him disappear. Say, I will find you. With that, Issei arrived in a majestic cave. Sapphire-colored rivers flowed endlessly around him, and the surface he stood on sparkled with the colors of the crystals reflecting the river. The vast cave was filled with nothing but crystals. Taking a step forward, Issei encountered his first opponent in the dungeon. Name, Cave Giant. Title, Guardian of a section of the Cave of Delight. Race, Giant. Level, 85. HP, 22,500-22500. STR, 240. Jill, 70. End, 150. Bonus, plus 50% damage reduction. Issei noted the giant's speed. This would be an easy fight, especially since he could maneuver effectively to defeat this foe. You may not pass. For the king shall end you with ease, the giant declared, slowly advancing toward him. Issei knew it was time. He had his potions ready, aware that this was only the beginning of his ordeal. While Issei was in the dungeon facing his challenges, Ria stood with her brother in front of the school, her peerage behind her, alongside Sona and her group. So, Issei was able to defeat Kokubile? Surzex asked, glancing around at everyone present. Yes. Issei managed to defeat Kokubile quite effortlessly, from what I could see, Kiba added, with Akino nodding in agreement. Even when I was defeated, I could still watch Issei fight. To say he was impressive would be an understatement, Akino said, her cheeks slightly flushed. He was just so captivating. His strength, his determination. Okay, moving on, Rias interrupted, her own cheeks reddening. What do you think about this, brother? I seriously doubt you two will ever be seen as leaders of this town when Issei is handling everything on his own, Surzex joked, causing Rias and Sona to frown slightly. We really need to throw a party for him. How many times has he saved us? What kind of party should we hold for him? Rias pondered. Maybe we could have a large sword sticking out of a cake with his favorite flavor. Does Grafia know what kind of cake Issei likes? That sounds like a great idea for the cake. We should also include some words of gratitude, Sona suggested, to which Rias agreed. Surzex nodded. I believe Grafia knows Issei's favorite cake. I'm pretty sure it's cheesecake. However, we could make it a little different to surprise him. Ria squealed at the thought of surprising her hero, eagerly anticipating Issei's reaction. Sona chuckled at the joyful and childlike expression on Rias's face. They say, going from being the biggest troublemaker in school to bringing happiness to Rias like no one else can. Surzex bid his farewells before teleporting away to handle some business, leaving a delighted Rias bouncing with excitement. Not only had she survived the day, but she had also witnessed Issei's bravery, felt his care for her, and looked forward to surprising him. Why wouldn't she be thrilled? Kaneko couldn't help but laugh at the sight, drawing the attention of Akino and Kiba. Look at that. Kaneko can laugh. Returning to her usual stoic demeanor, she frowned slightly. Just because I don't do it often doesn't mean I don't know how. Kiba chuckled. Sometimes we forget you even have emotions. Akino chimed in, you can't blame us when all you do is eat, sleep, and stare at random things. Hey, I do more than that. I cloud watch, throw things at random troublemakers, and do schoolwork. Would Rias be considered a troublemaker? What? No way. The president. I mean, have you seen her when Issei is mentioned? Akino teased. She gets so excited about that boy. I can't blame her. Just looking at him is enough to make anyone swoon. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Kiba interjected, "Would you consider Akino a troublemaker? Just look at her." Embarrassed, Kaneko threw dirt at Akino and Kiba, who tried to escape but couldn't avoid the playful onslaught. Meanwhile, Rias curled up, knowing her life would become more challenging with the teasing to come. Sona watched with amusement. "Sometimes, you just have to be smarter," she said, turning to help rebuild the school. "What is that?" Issei wondered aloud, poking a slug on the ground with a stick. It was black and inching toward him, seemingly unaware of its fate. The slug continued to crawl, and Issei, with a swift motion, ended its existence. How many times had he leveled up? 6 or 7? He had lost count while exploring the area. What had he discovered? That he greatly disliked this place. He had been battling many giants, but now stood before a large room. The vast space inside was massive enough for him to maneuver without issue. Boss time. How much more obvious could this be? Issei thought, recognizing it as a boss area. Hidden boss warning. Secret boss of the area. Race, Titan. Title, King of the Giants. Level, 93. HP, 100,000 100,000. V, 00. STR, 250, plus 75. AGL, 75. End, 200, plus 200. Bonus, plus 50% damage reduction. Before him stood one of the most grotesque giants he had ever seen. Its humanoid form towered over Issei, with deep cuts revealing bone beneath angry eyes. Issei was unsure if the boss was undead or still alive. Human. It has been hundreds of years since I have seen a fresh human. My body has decayed since its prime. My strength has waned to the mortal realm. I am king, the leader of the giants. The Titan swung its hammer, crashing it into the ground. Issei began boosting himself. "Partner, I have no idea how you're going to fight this monster. Just judging by the power radiating from him. How do you plan to win?" Drake questioned. "Drake, boost me to the max. Boost X80. With his stats enhanced, Issei prepared to chip away at the boss. He rushed in with his swords as the king swung his hammer. Issei deftly dodged and countered with his own strike. Ignoring the massive destruction occurring behind him, Issei managed to inflict some damage. The Titan, already weakened, exposed its critical vulnerabilities, allowing Issei to land hits. Now, the challenge was avoiding all the incoming attacks. Issei was significantly faster than the Titan, but the challenge lay in avoiding the blast radius of the attack. "Oh boy, we're going to be here for a while." "Silence, human." The Titan slammed his hammer down again, but Issei deftly dodged it. He swung his dual blades once more, inflicting damage on the Titan. "Partner, aim for the exposed bone protruding from his rib cage. I predict the Titan will try to spin around to sweep you with his hammer." Nodding at Drake's advice, Issei leaped slightly forward, evading the hammer sweep and slashing at the bone. He heard the Titan grunt in frustration. "Back away." Obeying, Issei jumped back just in time to narrowly avoid a devastating blow aimed at him. "I've got your back, partner. We're in this together." "That's the first thing I can agree on," Issei chuckled. Drake couldn't help but chuckle a bit as well. "Let's take this Titan down." Smirking, Issei charged in once more. Artemis sat on Issei's bed, her worry growing. He hadn't returned in a while. According to his parents, he usually left and came back by morning. Looking for something to occupy her time, Artemis decided to tidy up Issei's room, which was a complete mess. "I should start with the clothes. How does he wear these? These uniforms don't seem comfortable at all." "Artemis, I found Issei's baby pictures. Do you want to see them?" Mickey burst through the door, startling Artemis. The thought of seeing little Issei made her smile mischievously, and she nodded eagerly. She would definitely tease him about this. "Oh my, please show me little Issei. I can't wait to see where that goofball started from." Following Mickey, she noticed her friend was in a much happier mood. "You seem to be in a rather good mood." Mickey laughed, her smile warm. "Artemis, You don't understand how much you've helped me. Issei was in a very dark place. But when he interacted with you, he showed more joy. I'm glad to help. Issei is special to me. I'll always be there for him. And we both know why he was in such a terrible emotional state. Mickey nodded somberly. Just make sure my boy doesn't get hurt. He's just a child at heart. Very sensitive. Artemis hugged Mickey. Of course, he helped me a lot. I'll always take care of that little boy. Thank you so much. Mickey wrapped her arms around Artemis, and they held the embrace for a moment before Mickey excitedly showed her the family album. Baby time. Yes. Artemis cheered, and they quickly began flipping through the pictures of baby Issei. And this was when he first got his toy. He was the most adorable little baby ever. Artemis squealed at the picture. Little Issei is just so cute. And this is when he first started crying. Even cuter. I wish I could just pinch his cheeks. And they continued. Issei dashed around the battlefield, landing on the walls of the area where he fought the Titan and leaping off to slash at him. Hours had passed since the fight began, and his health remained high, having only taken one blow that had been serious. Using his silver coins, he healed himself, determined to avoid any future hits. With the Titan's health dwindling, Issei could sense the Titan was on the verge of exploding with rage. If I can't hit you directly, then take this. The Titan slammed his hammer into the ground with all his might, shattering the very surface beneath them. Issei watched as the cave began to collapse around them. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the area in dust and debris. Standing tall, the Titan looked down at Issei, who was now on his knees. The force of the blow had been so tremendous that the shockwaves dealt critical damage to him. Coughing, Issei saw the Titan preparing to deliver another strike. This could be the end. The difference in strength was overwhelming, and Issei realized that the Titan would end him with the next blow. Closing his eyes, he braced himself for his fate. Are you serious? You're really going to let yourself die? What was the point of killing Rainier if you're just going to give up again? You wanted revenge for her taking your life because you wanted to live. Yet here you are, accepting death once more. How many times will you let yourself be hopeless? Drake's voice echoed in his mind, projecting a small barrier around Issei. What else can I do? There's no way out. Do you know how many people have faced similar odds? Many have been in situations where everything was against them, yet they still survived. There's always a way out. Always a solution. You must find it. Drake began channeling his magic through the boosted gear, strengthening the barrier to resist the impending shockwave. Issei pondered Drake's words. Rainier had already taken his life, and now he was on the brink of dying again. Partner, think of it this way. Living is the ultimate revenge against Rainier. No matter where she is, she'll suffer knowing you are alive. Issei's eyes widened in realization. Those words rang true. Rainier had wanted to kill him because of his sacred gear, yet here he was, about to die. If he continued to live, it would defy the very purpose of her assassination attempt, and he would outlive her. And if he died, he wouldn't be able to see Artemis, the one who had saved him from Rainier's mental grasp. He couldn't let her be alone. No way. Sensing his partner's spirit rising, Drake channeled all the barrier's power into Issei as he stood up, fists clenched, and shouted in defiance. I will not let you destroy my life. With a surge of energy, Issei felt a transformation within him. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. Not only that, the boost in capacity increased by 5 as well. With even more power, when the Titan slammed his hammer down onto the ground, Issei had already shot straight into the sky to escape the shockwave. Successfully evading it, Issei watched as the Titan slowly turned his head toward him. Condensing all his magic into his body, Issei dove straight down at the Titan. The Titan swung his hammer, hoping to use the massive shockwaves to knock Issei out of the sky, but Issei zigzagged successfully, completely evading the shockwaves. He crashed right into the Titan's exposed ribcage. Issei simply said one word, transfer. With that word, he transferred all his energy into the bone, shattering it from the sheer pressure. The Titan screamed in pain, unable to react in time as Issei stabbed the open hole in the Titan's ribcage. Channeling all his magic into his hands, Issei unleashed a powerful blast from the inside out. Dropping onto the ground, Issei watched as the Titan gurgled on his own cries as his life faded away. After a 3-hour-long battle, being hit only twice but nearly facing defeat twice was quite the experience for Issei. Why do I always end up fighting strength builds better than mine? Secret boss defeated. Rewards: level up x5. However, Issei noticed that the hammer the Titan carried was still on the ground. Walking toward it, Issei inspected it. Weapon name: Giant Crusher. Rarity: Legendary. Attributes: plus 80 strength. Plus 20% pierce damage. Minus 10 agility. Requirement: 200 strength. Details: this weapon was used by the King of the Giants to slay any giants that opposed him. The weapon itself was crafted from the very souls of the giants that had been defeated. Disadvantage: due to the sheer size of the weapon, the wielder can only use it with 2 hands, preventing dual wielding. Issei was amazed by the sheer stats of the weapon, but realizing he could only wield it with both hands left him feeling a little disappointed. Still, he was excited to possess a colossal weapon easily larger than his entire body. He would easily equip this weapon over his other 2. Talk about an incredible weapon. How much does this thing weigh? Almost as much as your ego. I will have my revenge. Name: Issei Haidu. Title: Guardian of Kuo. Race: Titan. Level: 95. HP: 6700-28800. MP: 100-445. STR: 200.5 plus 82. AGL: 112-10. End: 108 plus 36. Int: 97-8. Bonus: plus 78% damage reduction. Plus 20% pierce damage. Skills: Iron Flesh. Berserk Wrath. Chaotic Manipulation. His strength stat was now coming closer to the 300 mark. If anyone was around his level, he would dismantle them with ease. Oh, now I am back. Landing in his bed, Issei decided to take a shower first. After showering and lying down on the bed, Issei began to think to himself, what am I going to do now? I'm already 2 hours late for school. Before he could drift off to sleep, he heard the door opening. So, you finally decided to come back? I didn't mean to be gone for so long. Now you're calling me mom too. Didn't think you were this bold. Issei widened his eyes and turned his head to see Artemis standing in front of him with a teasing smile. He could only chuckle lightly. What are you doing here? Oh, now you don't want to see me? No, not that. I was just surprised to see you here. Oh, your mother decided to let me stay here until you returned. Okay. Didn't I say I wouldn't let you leave me? Will you leave me again? No. Now, what do you need me to do? That was when Issei felt a presence at the door, and Artemis sensed it too. Taking action first, Issei grabbed Artemis's hand before she could do anything rash. Wait here. I'll check who's at the door. You won't be going alone, Artemis said firmly, staring into Issei's eyes. Knowing she wouldn't let him go alone, Issei nodded but said, just stay a little behind. Artemis sighed and nodded. At least she wouldn't allow Issei to go alone. Walking to the front door, Issei found his mother already greeting the guest. Surzex, what are you doing here? There stood Surzex Lucifer and his wife, Graphia, at the front door. Artemis was astonished to see the strongest devil in history before her. There was no way she could harm such an entity. Grasping Issei's hand in fear of something bad happening, Issei simply patted her head and walked forward. I'm guessing something significant must have happened. That something is the fact that you saved the 3 factions from going to war, saved my little sister again, and saved me from doing paperwork while I visit you. Surzex received a small glare from his wife, which he decided to ignore. Don't worry. I have a proper reward ready to give you after a certain event. Issei's mother had long since left, returning to the kitchen to continue cooking. Issei's father was sleeping on the couch after a long day at work. I really have saved your sister multiple times already. Now I'm here saving the factions from war. What's next? Saving the world from a disaster. Issei joked, causing Surzex to chuckle lightly. Who knows? You might be able to. Anyway, I wanted to invite you to a meeting between the three factions. We're planning to establish a peace treaty. I wanted to bring the hero of the devil faction with us. Wait a second. That divine energy. Is that Artemis, the goddess of the moon? Pointing to Artemis, who stiffened upon being noticed by Surzex, Issei simply nodded. Not only do you have the favor of the devils, but you are also acquainted with a goddess. You truly are extraordinary, Issei. Surzex, how is Rias? Is she okay? I wasn't able to check up on her and her peerage after the fight. Smiling at Issei, Surzex was grateful that Rias had a friend like him, someone who cared about her well-being. She's perfectly fine. She is far more worried about your health than herself. I'm just glad to hear that. Also, I have heard about you skipping school for a few days. You do know that tomorrow is family visits, right? Issei widened his eyes and coughed. What? Now I have to go to school tomorrow. Surzex chuckled. Come on. Education isn't that bad, Grafia said, though Surzex's eyes revealed his true feelings. Surzex understood that education was somewhat overrated in the supernatural world, where power reigned supreme. Fame brought wealth and status, and that fame stemmed from power and riches. Anyway, when is the meeting? He asked. Tomorrow night at your school, Grafia replied. You chose the school, didn't you? Surzex shook his head, and Issei turned to Grafia. This fool did, Grafia said casually, causing Surzex to gasp in surprise. I would. Don't test me, Surzex. Yes, Grafia. Artemis observed the exchange with fascination, noting how even a powerful man like Surzex could be so intimidated by his wife. If the Lucifer was this SBMSV, what could Artemis achieve with Issei? A devious smile spread across her face as she looked at Issei, who was still focused on Surzex. Wrapped her arms around his, already plotting a few ideas. Anyway, I need to leave before I get in trouble. I'll see you then, Issei. Bye. See you later, Surzex. It was nice to see you too, Grafia. Grafia smiled and approached Issei, giving him a warm hug. Sometimes I can't believe you're still a child. Take care of yourself, and don't do anything reckless. With that, Surzex and Grafia teleported away. Sit. Can we talk about things? I really want to spend time with you. Oh boy. After a bit of conversation, it was time for Artemis to sleep. Wait, Issei, you should sleep too, Artemis said as she climbed under the covers of Issei's bed. I'll be back in a little while. Just give me a couple of hours. Artemis settled into the bed, and Issei noticed her weariness just as his partner made his presence known in Issei's mind. I really suggest you stay with her. She's been waiting for you. Taking his partner's advice, Issei decided he could focus on training tomorrow. He walked over to Artemis, who looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Fine. Let's sleep together. With a squeal of delight, Artemis pulled Issei into a tight embrace before closing her eyes. Despite his strength, he felt dwarfed by her power. With that, the two drifted off to sleep. Issei. Rias rushed toward him as they stood in the meeting room where the faction peace treaty was set to take place. Hugging the brunette, Issei could only manage a slight groan. Hey Rias. How's it going? Great, because you're here now, Rias replied, her smile bright. Surzex chuckled from the back. Artemis wasn't present because Issei had convinced her that her presence might lead to unnecessary tensions between the Greek and other factions. Suddenly, Issei heard another man laugh. Turning, he saw a figure with black feathers and hair tipped with yellow. Issei narrowed his eyes. So this is the man you hold in such high regard, Surzex? Azazel. Trust me, he's far stronger than he looks, Surzex defended. I don't doubt that. It's just surprising that someone unknown to the supernatural world could stop Kokabeel and bring the three factions together for peace. New quest, survive the meeting. Rewards, plus reputation with everyone in the room who you don't know. Plus level up x8. Plus new title. Plus reward from Surzex. Plus 12 Titanite shards. All Issei needed to do was survive this meeting. Michael, the blonde-haired man, stood opposite Azazel and Surzex, smiling as he responded to the bickering leaders. Should we begin the meeting? Of course. Azazel said, taking a seat at the table. Seraphal shot up from her seat next to Surzex, pointing at Azazel. Your people started this. They nearly harmed my dear little Sona. Just because one of my people went out of control doesn't mean it's my fault, Azazel quickly defended himself. Kokabeel is your responsibility. And stray devils? Whose responsibility are they? Azazel countered. What? Tell me. What about the Holy Sword Project? Michael and Gabriel, the beautiful blonde-haired angel beside him, frowned at that remark. You want to blame me for my people? Then what about the lives your people have traumatized and taken? We can't control everyone, we're not their parents. After saying that, Azazel sighed and sat down. Surzex noticed that Seraphal, who had also followed suit, was silent, and he quickly spoke up. I understand. Issei interrupted the leaders. Aren't we here for peace? They turned to him, noticing his bored expression. You all came here for peace, yet you're starting to argue again. Decide if you want peace or not. Surzex smiled slightly at Issei's words. He's right. We shouldn't blame each other for others' mistakes. We can only move forward and rectify those mistakes. One way to atone is to make peace. I, Surzex Lucifer, agree to make peace with the two other factions. Before the other factions could respond, the room fell silent. Rias's peerage, including Zenobia but excluding Rias, froze, as did Sona's peerage. Everyone else remained unaffected, including Issei, who was powerful enough to resist the time-stopping effect. What just happened? Seraphal exclaimed. Rias. Did Gasper do this? Surzex asked his sister, who widened her eyes in realization. Brother. I left Gasper in the occult building. I didn't think. I need to save him now. Dimenit. We're under attack. Issei noticed hundreds of mages beginning to gather in the area. The occult building. Wasn't that where Rias usually spent her time? New quest, save the boy. Reward, +++ reputation with Rias and her peerage. Blasting through the wall in front of him, Issei raced toward the occult building. Mages were firing at him, but he simply absorbed the attacks. None were anywhere near his level. With a powerful swing of his hammer, which he summoned as he faced the hundreds of mages, he unleashed a wave of force that incapacitated most of them. He appeared in the building where Gasper was being held hostage. The boy noticed Issei and began to panic. Please, stay away from me. He was being held hostage by 3 mages. Stay back or the boy gets it. We will take him out right here and now. Issei swiftly threw his hammer, knocking the woman mage aside with a decisive blow. The other 2 mages gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events. Without hesitation, Issei moved in and incapacitated them with a fierce grip. Speed run. Gasper looked up at Issei with sheer terror. Every instinct told him to flee, yet something warned him that if he ran, this man would catch him in an instant. Issei's gaze fell on Gasper, and the boy fainted from fear. Mission. Successful. I think. Completed quest. Save the boy. Reward, +++ reputation with Rias and her peerage. Easy reputation points. Now, time to bring him back. Lifting the boy, Issei dashed back to the main meeting room. He saw the others engaged in battle with the mages and gently placed Gasper on the ground. As everyone began to regain their composure, Rias was the first to rush towards him, embracing him tightly and expressing her gratitude through tears. Issei, however, remained focused, turning to see Azazel finishing off his opponent, who was already defeated by the time he looked. An all-out attack. Suddenly, Issei sensed someone approaching and instinctively raised his arm to block a swift kick. DMN. You're good. Turning to face his challenger, Issei found a silver-haired man smirking at him. No, you're just bad. Name, Vale Lucifer, Balance Breaker. Title, The White Dragon Emperor. Race, Devil Human. Hybrid. Level, 80, +5. HP, 7,500-7,500. MP, 9225 9225. STR 125 plus 30. AGL 105 plus 25. End 100. Int 123. Bonus plus 30% damage reduction. Issei, right? When I heard about a hero of the Devil faction, I was confused. I didn't expect the Devils to have a hero. However, after watching you defeat Riser with ease, I learned many things about you. Issei raised an eyebrow at this. To my surprise, it wasn't hard to discover that you're the infamous pervert in your school. The biggest pushover. That just didn't seem right. I asked others about you, and they all said the same until I spoke to one of your classmates. Narrowing his eyes, Issei felt uneasy about where this was heading. They said you changed. So I began investigating until I found a certain fallen angel nearby. She was quite a sight to behold. Valle grinned mischievously. Rainer, your first date, your first love who met a tragic end. No wonder you changed. You were traumatized by her. Everyone who knew Issei widened their eyes. Rias began to piece things together, realizing how Issei's behavior with others, especially women, had shifted recently compared to the rumors surrounding him. Issei was indeed affected by Rainer, and the way he reacted upon hearing her name confirmed it. Rias looked at Issei with sadness as he stood stunned, staring at Valle, who was still airborne and pushing his kick into Issei's arm. Did I catch you off guard? Valle smirked, but he didn't expect Issei to grab his leg and slam him down onto the floor, causing the entire room to shake. The sheer force of Issei's move left Valle in a vulnerable state. Once the dust settled, Issei stood over a battered Valle. It took only one strike for Issei to bring him to the brink. You talk a lot for someone so weak. Valle, what is the meaning of this? Azazel questioned, but Valle only laughed as he got back on his feet. What is the purpose of this? Valle spat out some blood while cracking his neck, preparing to enter his balance breaker form. I was getting bored, Azazel. I wanted to fight someone strong. A certain someone convinced me to join their side. Now, I'm on my own. Valle turned to Issei and began to back away. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. I have no choice but to enter my true form. Partner, Valle will be entering the Juggernaut Drive, Draig informed Issei, sensing the shift in Valle's energy. Issei acknowledged the warning but remained calm, waiting for Valle to transform. I don't know how long it will take, but I need a moment to say the chant. Valle muttered to himself. I'll wait. If this will bring out your true power, then I'll wait, Issei called out. Issei, do not underestimate the power of the Juggernaut Drive. Azazel shouted, but Issei paid him no mind. I, who am about to awaken. Valle began to transform, his body shifting as his arms grew more dragon-like. The heavenly dragon who lost all to the principles of supremacy. His head elongated, becoming more draconic, with sharp teeth and eyes glowing like flames. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. And I shall take you to the limits of innocence. Juggernaut Drive. Now towering over Issei, Valle completed his transformation, standing on two powerful legs with a draconic form. I hope you don't regret your choice. Issei remained composed, showing no signs of fear. Valle charged at him, landing a punch that caused Issei's head to turn, but he continued to stare unwaveringly into Valle's eyes. Name, Valle Lucifer, Juggernaut Drive. Title, The White Dragon Emperor. Race, Devil-Human Hybrid. Level, 80, plus 20. HP, 7,500-7,500. MP, 9,225 9225. STR, 125, plus 100. AGL, 105, plus 50. End, 100, plus 50. Int, 123, plus 50. Bonus, plus 40% damage reduction. Issei simply stated, Balance Breaker. Surrounded by a brilliant crimson light, Issei donned crimson armor that radiated power. His body glowed with a fierce reddish aura, leaving everyone in awe. The Red Dragon Emperor? Valle exclaimed in shock, barely able to form the words. Rias watched in awe as her hero became even more impressive in her eyes. Surzex felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that Issei was not an enemy. Having him as an adversary would have posed significant challenges in the future, especially with the rate at which his power was growing. The red and white are at it again. No matter the circumstances, they always seem to find a reason to clash, Azazel joked, observing as Issei steadied himself, activating both Blitz and Berserk's Wrath, and delivered a powerful punch to Vala's midsection. Issei watched as Valley was propelled skyward. With both of them at similar levels and Issei able to withstand most of Vala's attacks, this battle was shaping up to be overwhelmingly one-sided. With Speed Demon and the Balance Breaker enhancing Issei's agility, it was a contest of brute strength between the two. Recovering from the blow, Valis spread his wings and began to chant the words to divide his power. However, Issei felt only a slight drain on his energy as he charged at Valley, who was taken aback by how easily his divide attempt was dismissed. Summoning his hammer, Issei brought it down, casting a shadow over Vala's eyes. With a resounding impact, Issei activated Berserk Wrath, breaking through Vala's defenses and sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the blow created a tremor that rippled through the surrounding area, generating winds more powerful than any hurricane. Valley lay beneath Issei, battered and bruised, yet his spirit remained unbroken as he smiled and transformed into his Juggernaut Drive form. He swung at Issei, hoping to catch him off guard, but was horrified to see Issei absorb the blow without flinching. "You can't even hurt me," Issei's words sent a chill down Vala's spine. Realizing he stood no chance against this formidable opponent, Vala began to throw punch after punch, each one having no effect on Issei. In a last-ditch effort, Valley unleashed his half-dimension technique, but Issei simply shrugged it off. The vast difference in their power rendered Vala's technique ineffective. Issei looked down at Valley, waiting for him to tire and lose hope. "If you had done your research, you would know there's one thing in common between you and Rainer." Valley, panting from exertion, widened his eyes as he began to understand what Issei was implying. "What is it?" "Hell is your final destination." Raising his hammer to the sky, Issei activated Iron Flesh and Berserk Wrath once more. Seeing that Issei had over 50 points more in strength compared to Valley, he was ready to unleash a devastating. "Wait, don't kill him," Azazel shouted from behind Issei. "Please. He's like a son to me." Valley closed his eyes as Issei brought down the hammer, creating a whirlwind of fiery winds from the immense heat generated. When the dust settled, all that remained was a smoldering crater with an unconscious Valley and a disappointed Issei. "This was interesting," Issei remarked as he walked away, noticing Azazel sighing in relief and Surzex smiling warmly at him. "You did it again." "Saving the day," Grafia said as she rushed toward Issei, Rias by her side. "Are you okay?" Grafia asked, her motherly instincts kicking in after hearing about Issei's ordeal. She gently touched his cheek, noticing a small scratch from Vala's earlier punch. Rias joined in, checking to see if Issei was all right. Upon finding no serious injuries, she sighed in relief and hugged him. "How do you always manage to save us?" Issei couldn't explain that the system compelled him to save them for rewards. He simply sighed and continued toward Surzex. "I'm fine. Just tired, that's all. No need to worry about me." Unbeknownst to everyone, someone had slipped through the barrier Issei had broken and snatched the unconscious Valley away. Standing before the leaders, Issei asked, "So, is the peace treaty finalized?" "We just need to inform our people that it is." "We all agree unanimously," Surzex replied, receiving nods from the other leaders. "I just wanted to ask. If it's not too much trouble, could we borrow your hero for some assistance?" "We need a little help in heaven," Gabriel asked innocently. Knowing this would likely turn into another quest for him, Issei nodded. "Sure. Just let me know when and I'll help. But for now, I think I'll head home." Quest completed. Survive the meeting. Rewards: +++++ reputation with everyone in the room who you don't know. Plus level up x8. Plus new title. Plus reward from Surzex. Plus 12 Titanite shards. New title obtained. hero of the Devil faction. Details: earned from significantly aiding the Devil faction and maintaining a good relationship with them. Attribute bonus, plus 10% to all stats. Sit. Before you leave, I have something to give you. The reward I mentioned earlier for saving the factions and my sister. I wanted to present it to you in person. Summoning a special item, Issei inspected it closely. This is something I crafted to assist you on your journey to becoming powerful. I know you prefer to end battles quickly and can take a hit, so I made this armor extra durable and potent. Using rare ores from hell, I enchanted it to ensure it meets your needs. I could only afford to create the leggings. Armor, satanic leggings, enchanted. Rarity, legendary. Attributes, plus 25 endurance. Plus 10% damage reduction. Enchantments, plus 20% strength. Plus 20% endurance. Enchantments enhance armor and weapons through powerful sorcery, allowing them to gain extraordinary abilities. With a warm smile, Issei took the leggings from Surzex and thanked him before teleporting away. Once equipped, he felt his level surge. Additionally, he decided to use his Titanite shards to upgrade the Giant Crusher to level Giant Crusher, plus 3. Cost, 12 Titanite shards. Attribute change, plus 80 STRs plus 90 STR. The first two levels granted an increase of plus 3 STR each, but the third level provided an additional boost. Issei watched his stats in amazement. Name, Issei Haidu. Title, Hero of the Devil faction. Race, Titan. Level, 103. HP, 40,824 40824. MP, 537.5 537.5. STR, 280.5, plus 92. AGL, 136.4, minus 10. End, 153.12, plus 51. Int, 115.5, minus 8. Bonus, plus 88% damage reduction. Plus 20% pierce damage. Skills, crystallized frame. Titanic smash. Chaotic manipulation. Issei was astonished. Who at his level could possibly match his strength? New side quest. Spend time with Sophia and Artemis. Reward, plus reputation with Artemis. Alright, this quest seems a bit odd. How did this even become a quest? Issei sighed as he walked home, knowing Artemis would find him whether he wanted her to or not. Upon arriving, he found Artemis and Sophia waiting at his front door. He smiled as little Sophia ran up to him and leaped into his arms, and he embraced her. Artemis approached Issei, asking, "How did the meeting go?" "Was certainly something. Peace has been made." "That's good to hear. To celebrate, we could all enjoy some shows together. I heard your parents won't be home for the next 2 days. Did you suggest they take a weekend trip?" Artemis gasped dramatically, narrowing her eyes at Issei. "How dare you assume I would do such a thing? They simply decided to spend the weekend away." "Artemis. Let's ask Sophia." Artemis looked at Issei in confusion. "Sophia, did Artemis tell the truth?" The innocent little girl shook her head. "I can explain. Not really needed. I guess my parents needed a break from their hard work. So, is the movie going to watch itself, or are we going to have a good time?" After a while of watching, Issei became lost in thought. He noticed something about his opponents. Most of them lacked equipment, relying solely on magic or brute force. Rias depended heavily on her offense, while Valle, without the Juggernaut drive, was also lacking for his level. These thoughts led him to consider Artemis. Noticing she had no armor for defense, relying only on her magic and offense, he thought about giving her some of his equipment. As Sophia began to doze off on Issei's lap, he gently stood up and placed her in his spot. Artemis watched as he paused the movie, noticing he seemed deep in thought. "Artemis, when you go into battle, do you usually not wear any armor for protection?" Artemis was taken aback by the question. "I usually don't need armor. Being a goddess, most would hesitate to challenge me out of fear." Issei frowned slightly. "Artemis, I want to give you something." He pulled out a rare chest plate and offered it to her. I have defensive utilities like my weapon and abilities that protect me. I want you to have the same. I don't want you to get hurt. Anything is better than nothing. Even if this small amount of damage reduction wasn't significant, it would still help lessen the impact of attacks. The slight boost in endurance would enhance her survivability, even if it meant a minor reduction in speed. Touched by Issei's thoughtfulness, Artemis chuckled and accepted the piece of armor. Examining it, she noticed it wasn't as sturdy as some of the armor she had worn in the past. She looked up at Issei and asked, "Will this truly help me in battle? Just because it looks fragile doesn't mean it is. I have worn it against many foes, including Kokobile. It's about the protection it provides against attacks." The benefits of damage reduction and increased health outweighed the minor loss in speed, making Artemis a more formidable fighter. Nodding with a warm smile, Artemis donned the chest plate and showed it to Issei. "How does it look? If this is truly something you want me to wear, I could create more armor. I just don't want to look overly fierce. However, if it eases your worries, then I'll consider it." "It looks great. You're already looking ready for battle. Remember, anything is better than no protection." Artemis nodded as Issei heard a ding from the system. Side quest completed. Play with Sophia and spend time with Artemis. Reward, plus reputation with Artemis. Hidden quest completed. Give a gift to your loved one. Reward, plus reputation with Artemis. Issei noticed he had gained double the reputation points with Artemis. Turning to see her gazing at him with affection, he decided to stay for the entire movie. He sensed that escaping into another dungeon wasn't appealing just yet. "Partner, I suggest training. I know you might not want to hear this from me, but the fight with the White One must have pushed him to train even harder. You could tell he was a battle maniac the moment he rushed at you. Didn't I just train before the meeting? I hate to break it to you, partner, but the world will keep moving forward. Everyone will know you, and the number of enemies you face will only increase. Many will be far stronger than your previous foes. I suggest you continue your training. Continue to grow more powerful. This is to protect you and your loved ones." Before he could continue his conversation with the dragon, Issei was interrupted by another quest that appeared before him. Artemis watched as Issei froze, staring at the screen. New side quest, help Gabriel. Reward, plus reputation with Gabriel. Plus level up x5. He really had no rest days. Sighing to himself, Issei dashed out of the house, careful not to cause any destruction, heading towards the location marked on the map to meet Gabriel. It turned out to be his school building again. What kind of help did the strongest woman in heaven need? Artemis was right behind Issei, easily catching up due to her speed. As he approached the school, she noticed him walking toward the main office. When Issei turned around, he was startled to see her. His eyes widened as Artemis smirked at his expression. "Did you really think you could escape me?" However, before they could reach the office door, they were suddenly teleported away. Issei watched as the space around them distorted. "What is happening?" Artemis remained calm but questioned everything. "I don't know. But something tells me this isn't good. Boss Arena, you must defeat the boss. Details. This mission is mandatory and will test if you are truly ready to face foes stronger than you. Allowed one partner only." He should have known the system was behind this. Turning to Artemis, he noticed her clinging to his arm as they landed in an open void. The white expanse stretched infinitely, leaving them alone in this space. "What is this place?" Her question went unanswered as a yellow fog began to envelop the area. Once the fog settled, two figures emerged. Behind Issei stood someone that shocked Artemis, while Issei narrowed his eyes at the figure before him. "You've got to be kidding me." In front of him was another version of himself. Shadow. Title, Doppelganger. Race, Titan. Level, 103. HP, 40,824-40824. MP, 537.5 537.5. STR, 300, plus 92. AGL, 136.4, minus 10. End, 153.12, plus 51. Int, 115.5, minus 8. Bonus, plus 90% damage reduction. Plus 30% pierce damage. Skills, crystallized frame. Titanic smash. Chaotic manipulation. It had better stats than him. Yet it looked just like him, surrounded by shadows. When Issei summoned his hammer, the doppelganger summoned its own, mirroring his. Behind him, Artemis drew her bow, her heart racing as she faced Orion. Her long-lost love. Years apart. And you've moved on from me. With anger in her voice and determination in her eyes, Artemis shouted, "Why have you shown your face again? How are you alive? I swear upon my father's name, I pierced your heart with this very bow." Standing back to back, Issei and Artemis faced their greatest opponents yet. Issei was up against someone of his own strength while Artemis confronted her past. Issei lunged at his clone, meeting it in the middle with their hammers. For the first time, someone pushed him back. The clone lunged at Issei again, not allowing him to escape. What the hell? Drake exclaimed, recognizing another version of himself on the clone's arm. Great. He even has all my abilities. He'll definitely have Twilight healing. Waiting for the clone to attack first, Issei observed as the hammer came down. Moving slightly out of the way, he dodged a hook aimed at his face, a trick he had used many times before. He countered with his own blow, but the clone tanked it and retaliated. As they exchanged blows, Issei felt his body growing weary and more battered compared to the clone, which remained unscathed. A small difference in damage reduction was enough to tip the scales in favor of his doppelganger. Do you really think I'll lose to someone with my own power? You really think I'll let a fraud win? Drake roared, empowering Issei further. Feeling a surge of strength, Issei realized that entering Balance Breaker wouldn't give him an advantage if the clone did the same. Healing himself with Twilight healing, he watched as the clone mirrored his actions. They were back at square one. Duck. Issei ducked just as the clone's hammer narrowly missed him, countering with a powerful kick. Hammer coming from the right, I suggest jumping. Following the advice, Issei leaped and landed a kick on the clone, sending it tumbling. This clone may know how to fight against you, it may know how to swing a hammer. But it will never match the strength of a heavenly dragon. Watching as the clone empowered its hammer, Issei smirked, knowing it was time to see whose strength would prevail. Watching you outperform me. Issei paused, gritting his teeth. It frustrates me. I can't stand it. Seeing your emotionless face. Everything about you. I can't stand it. I hate knowing that no matter what I do, you'll just do it better than me. I'll make sure that you will be defeated. And it will be in my style. Channeling all his might, Issei began to glow a bright crimson. Drake infused some of his own power into Issei. Partner. We fight together, we argue together, we talk with each other. But there is one thing we do best. And I will make sure we do it the best. We fight together. Partner, for my pride. Please defeat this fraud. New skill unlocked, overcharged. Details. For a very short PRD of time, the host will have all stats increased by 5% and will be fueled with anger, frustration, and the pride of Drake. Issei roared and charged at the clone, their hammers colliding. He pushed the clone back, but frustration surged within him. Drawing on even more strength, Issei knocked the hammer from the clone's grip and slammed it down upon the clone. Not giving the clone a moment to recover, Issei dismissed his hammer and began striking the clone with his fists. Blow after blow. The clone swung its hammer at Issei, but he countered with a punch, feeling the impact reverberate through his bones. Ignoring the pain, he continued to strike the clone relentlessly until it vanished into nothingness. Staring at the remnants of his effort, he noticed his own hand was injured. Lost in thought, he was startled by movement behind him and turned to see a battered Artemis and Orion in a tense standoff. Artemis, you can't win. Orion swung his sword, leaving a deep cut on Artemis. Issei knew he had to act. He used a mana potion to replenish his energy and rushed onto the battlefield. Orion smirked, confident that Issei was no match for him or Artemis. However, Issei noticed Artemis wearing the chest plate he had given her, which brought a small smile to his face. Orion, was that your name? He asked. Yes, now can the children leave the area? The adults are talking. I'm glad I didn't follow your path. I'm glad I didn't become a twisted monster. If I ever became what you are now, I would be in your position. And what position is that? You're a forgotten sin with no one to love or care for you. What are you talking about, forgotten? I am a constellation. I am Orion. Who cares? Issei shot back. Orion glared down at Issei. Excuse me, what do you mean? Who looks up and cares about the stars? Who even knows you? You're just a constellation. That people forget exists. Orion's irritation grew, but he failed to notice that Issei's presence was helping to heal Artemis. Distracting the overly confident man, Issei was ensuring that Artemis was recovering. Confused by Issei's boldness, Artemis felt her wounds closing and widened her eyes in realization. Carefully, Issei retrieved a large health potion, ensuring his hand was positioned away from Orion to conceal it. He handed the potion to Artemis, who drank it quickly before Orion could notice. Once he saw Artemis nearly fully healed, Orion's eyes widened in disbelief. You were stalling for time. You wanted to heal Artemis. I should have known. Issei threw his hammer with all his might, but Orion merely laughed at the attempt. Was that really the best you got? Who said anything about hurting you? Issei replied. Orion looked confused until he noticed the hammer igniting. The explosion sent him flying, but he remained unharmed, his frustration mounting. He charged at Issei, slamming his fist into Issei's gut. Issei tried to defend himself, but the blow nearly depleted his health as he was sent crashing to the ground, his balance breaker shattered. Coughing, he barely managed to stay conscious. You're still alive after that. I guess I'll have to finish the job before claiming Artemis for myself. Seeing Issei in such a critical state, Artemis snapped. A powerful aura enveloped the arena as she drew on her strength. Locking eyes with Orion, she prepared a finishing move. Anyone who dares to touch Issei will feel my wrath. With those words, she focused all her energy into her bow, releasing a concentrated beam of divine light. The ruby-colored beam struck Orion straight through the heart. His eyes widened in shock as he realized the true extent of her power. How? His question went unanswered as the beam expanded, incinerating him completely. In the aftermath, Artemis rushed to Issei's side, cradling him as he closed his eyes. Issei? Speak to me. Say, don't leave me. In a panic, she shook him gently. Woman, I'm alive. Now my mood for sleeping is ruined, he groaned. Pouting, Artemis dropped him back onto the ground, a chuckle escaping her lips at his goofy response. Looks like we both saved ourselves. That attack, you held back against Orion? Why? I wanted to know his true intentions. I needed to understand what he truly wanted. Why did he do what he did to me, but all I received from him were minor insults and threats about what he would do after defeating me? Issei blankly stared at Artemis before speaking. You didn't need my help at all. Artemis began whistling before looking back at Issei. No, but it was very sweet of you to do so. Amend this woman. Reputation with Artemis has increased significantly. How did he even gain more reputation points when he literally wasn't needed? Maybe the system was giving him pity? Boss defeated. Rewards will be given, plus level up x5. Minor race evolution will be granted. Race will change to Shadow Colossus. Shadow Colossus, a race of an evolved titan where the being becomes the incarnation of a colossal behemoth. Capable of enduring blows for ages and possessing greater strength than a titan, this race is perfect for strength builds. Benefits: every endurance point will now grant 250 HP instead of 200 HP. Endurance stat will be doubled. Strength will increase by 2 instead of 1.5 for every level from now on. END will increase by 2 instead of 1 from now on. Seeing his new race, the choice from before where he became a titan solidified his build. He was a strength build. Issei didn't mind that. Name: Issei Haidu. Title: Hero of the Devil Faction. Race: Shadow Colossus. Level: 108. HP: 80093060. MP: 152,562.5. STR: 290.5 plus 92. AGL, 143.9 minus 10. And 321.24 plus 51. Int, 120.5 minus 8. Bonus, plus 88% damage reduction. Plus 20% pierce damage. Skills, crystallized frame. Titanic smash. Chaotic manipulation. Overcharge. At least he was much more of a tank. His body began to feel denser as his height increased, though not by a noticeable amount. He felt considerably heavier now. Issei hoped he wouldn't encounter any complications with the next race evolution. What could it be? Could the next race be the level above legendary rarity? Getting up and noticing the space around them beginning to shift once more, Artemis clung to him again, and they were back in the school. Wow. Now we're back here. Issei nodded at her statement before sighing to himself. I still have to deal with that. Partner, what was that? That entire encounter. How did that being have a replica of the boosted gear? I have no idea, Drake. I only know that we fought and won. Issei wasn't going to reveal anything about the system just yet. He wanted to ensure he was powerful enough before the world could take advantage of him. Fair enough. I hope it doesn't happen again. Now I'm exhausted from helping you. With that, Drake went right back to sleep, not wanting anything or anyone to interrupt his rest. Artemis, do you want to let me go? Artemis looked up at Issei with a blank stare. Why would I want to do that? What? We're in public. And? Issei quickly checked her reputation. Artemis, her affection for you has reached a threshold that is becoming dangerously obsessive. Oh no. Issei, how about we skip school and go out to watch a movie or grab a bite? Issei was able to convince Artemis to let him go. How did he convince her? He simply slipped away. He would face the consequences later, but for now he needed to finish this quest. Gabriel was seen sitting down impatiently, glancing at the clock and pouting. Once Issei entered the room, she noticed that he was pretty badly bruised. Are you okay? Do you need someone to heal? That was when Issei decided to heal himself by drinking a potion. Something told him that if he used Twilight Healing, he would have been in trouble. Now, staring at the beautiful blonde-haired woman, Issei sat down across from her. Sona had let Gabriel have the room to herself to speak with Issei, which is why he only found Gabriel in the room with no one else around. What did you need me here for? Gabriel sighed in relief, seeing Issei in much better condition. I wanted to ask if you're willing to help me. You see, I need assistance exploring a temple, and it turns out I'm actually afraid of dark and creepy places. My brother didn't want to help me, but I really wanted to go. She began to whine in front of him. Fine. So, when do you want to leave to visit the temple? Sooner rather than later. I would rather finish this task than have it linger in my mind. Gabriel pouted again. You don't have to be such a meanie about it. Gabriel got up, letting her hair flow freely, smiling as she grabbed Issei's hands and began guiding him to a magic circle centered in the middle of the room beneath the table they were sitting around. How did Issei not notice it? After entering the teleportation circle, Issei and Gabriel appeared right in front of the huge temple. Standing before the eerie temple, Issei heard the whispers of lost souls that had wandered through this place growing louder as the weather shifted to a dark and stormy night. Gabriel, standing next to Issei, backed away and hid behind him. Do you see why I wanted someone strong with me to deal with this temple? Aren't you like super strong or something? How are you afraid of some simple voices, a scary temple, and the weather? Gabriel smacked him lightly on the back and pouted again, remaining silent as Issei began walking forward into the temple. Opening the front door with his strength, Issei noticed that not a single creature was to be seen around. They were in the middle of a jungle. He expected some rodents to inhabit this place. He heard a scream and turned around to see Gabriel running at him and hugging him. There was a scary monster behind us. Turning around, he saw a little rat outside the building. Issei sighed, knowing this was going to be a long day to remember. Entering the building, he noticed the many stains covering the walls. He watched as the markings also obscured some ancient letters written on the walls. Shaking his head, Issei noticed the fog that often accompanied monsters beginning to fill the temple from the inside. Gabriel noticed this and looked confused as she saw a bit of sweat dripping down Issei's face. Issei knew what this meant. Last time this happened, he faced a being that was stronger and more brutal than him in combat. Having Gabriel, who was less experienced than him, around was going to be a challenge. Issei, what is happening? Why do you seem so nervous? Turning to glance at the exit, Issei felt uneasy about having Gabriel with him while facing monsters of this caliber. He needed to find a way to get her out of the temple before confronting whatever lay ahead. However, he noticed that the door had sealed shut with a magical barrier. This was a trap. Gabriel, did you know this would happen? His calm tone belied the tension in the air, and Gabriel understood that a wrong answer could lead to trouble. Gabriel shook her head, anxiety creeping into her voice as she clung to Issei. No, I sensed a powerful divine aura from this temple. I wanted to explore it and discover the lost treasure within. I had no idea it was a trap. Seeing her eyes well up with tears, Issei remained on edge but pushed his worries aside for now. If this was indeed a trap, he could handle Gabriel's safety quickly. Summoning his hammer, he noticed the fog within the temple dissipating. It was showtime. New quest, survive the death trap. Bonus quest, ensure Gabriel survives. Reward, +6 large titanite shards. Plus level up x6. Bonus reward, +6 large titanite shards. Plus level up x6. As he turned, a few skeletons began to approach them. Issei instinctively moved Gabriel behind him, watching as the skeletons started to shift and merge. The bones fused together, forming a towering skeleton dragon within the temple, glowing with a purplish aura. Name, Skeleton Dragon. Title, Thun. Race, Skeleton. Level, 110. HP, 76,000. MP, 52,505-2500. STR, 200, plus 250. AGL, 200 minus 50. End, 130, plus 250. Int, 100, plus 250. Bonus, plus 25 to STR, END, and INT depending on each skeleton merged, 10 skeletons. Minus 5 AGL per skeleton merged, 10 skeletons. Plus 5% damage reduction per skeleton merged, 10 skeletons. Plus 25% damage reduction against physical attacks. Plus 10% pierce damage, and an additional 2.5% per skeleton merged, 10 skeletons. Drawbacks. Takes significant damage from holy attacks, plus 500% damage taken. This was new. A monster that was overwhelmingly powerful due to the number of bodies it contained. Issei gripped his hammer and charged at the creature, activating his speed demon and balance breaker forms. He dodged as the dragon swung its claws down, then struck back with his hammer. However, he realized that he barely made a dent in the creature's defenses. This was going to be a long fight. Just then, a light spear pierced through the dragon's form. To see Gabriel, now clad in golden armor, standing behind him, multiple light spears in hand. Who said you would be the only one fighting? Gabriel smirked, radiating a bright golden light. From heaven and earth, I shall wear the armor my father made for me. Name, Gabriel, Equipment. Title, Seraphim of Heaven. Grace, Archangel. Level, 105. HP, 35,253-5250. MP, 30,000. STR, 180, plus 35. AGL, 175. End, 210, plus 25. Int, 245, plus 55. Bonus, plus 50% damage reduction. Her power surged with the armor and the light spears surrounding her. However, Issei knew that if she was going to fight the skeleton dragon, she would need to be cautious. Issei and Gabriel exchanged determined glances and charged at the skeleton. Gabriel stayed back, launching a barrage of light spears at the dragon as it attempted to swing at Issei. Before the dragon could strike, Issei activated his maximum boost. Boost X29. His stats surged, and he swung his hammer while the skeleton dragon was momentarily stunned by Gabriel's attack. Issei realized he needed to defeat the skeleton quickly to ensure Gabriel's safety. He was determined to complete the bonus quest. The skeleton dragon shook off Issei's attack and swung again, hitting him squarely in the chest. Issei shook off the pain and countered, the two titans trading blows. Thanks to his damage reduction and health, Issei was able to chip away at the skeleton dragon's health more effectively. With each strike, he felt his confidence grow. He shattered part of the skeleton dragon, watching as its bonuses diminished with the loss of a skeleton. Gabriel continued to assault the dragon from a distance, and soon enough, Issei saw the creature's stats declining. Finally, with a powerful strike from his hammer, the skeleton dragon disintegrated into a pile of bones. Level up. Rushing toward Issei, Gabriel tackled him in a joyful embrace. We won! We won! It felt surreal. They had won, but Issei sensed something was off. He hadn't received a notification for completing the quest. Just then, a powerful axe struck him in the chest, causing a massive explosion that blinded everyone in the room. Before him stood another skeleton dragon, this one formed from 12 skeletons. Coughing, Issei realized the strength and endurance difference was staggering. Using his speed, he backed away from the dragon and grabbed Gabriel, trying to escape. However, he was met with another skeleton dragon blocking his path. Turning frantically, he saw he was surrounded by dozens of them. What the hell? Issei muttered, noticing they were all at level. The issue wasn't just their level, but the overwhelming gap in strength and endurance. What was he going to do? Issei, what do we do? The fear in Gabriel's voice was palpable. They didn't know what else to do besides escape. Activating Speed Demon and using his sheer speed advantage, Issei rushed away from the dragons with Gabriel in his arms. With all his senses heightened, he quickly veered onto a different path, trying to evade the skeleton dragons. That was when he spotted another dozen skeleton dragons ahead. There was no escape. What was he going to do? As they approached, Issei gently placed Gabriel down, equipped his armor, and readied his coins for battle. He feared for both their lives. Gabriel, realizing they had no other option, summoned a holy sword with her magic. Weapons infused with elemental magic. Could he? Gabriel, listen to me. I need you to supercharge my hammer with all of your holy magic now. Issei shouted urgently. Do it now. Nodding, Gabriel rushed to his hammer, channeling her magic into it. Issei watched as his hammer began to glow a brilliant golden hue. Holy magic coating. Your weapon will be empowered by holy magic, making it extremely effective against the undead for 3 minutes. Additionally, the weapon's strength will increase by 10%. Issei smirked, raising his hammer high above his head. He had the level advantage, elemental advantage, and skill advantage. Now he just needed to ensure he could take down each skeleton dragon. Using a skill he had learned from Drake, Issei empowered his hammer even further. The combination of holy magic, boosted Gear's power, and his own strength surged through him. He glanced at Gabriel and shouted, "Stay close to me and don't do anything risky." Gabriel nodded, fear evident in her eyes. Issei charged at the first skeleton dragon, slamming his hammer into its head. With all his might, he shattered the skull, taking a significant chunk of the dragon's health. Without giving the other dragons a chance to retaliate, he swung again and again, dispatching a second skeleton dragon. Activating Overcharge, Issei pushed his limits even further. "Let me handle this," he declared, rushing toward the next dragon. Time was of the essence with his holy magic running low. One by one, he defeated the skeleton dragons, leveling up several times as Gabriel watched in awe. Eventually, only one skeleton dragon remained, but his hammer had run out of magic. However, Issei had leveled up enough to be nearly invincible against the last skeleton dragon. Even without the holy magic, his strength was formidable. The previous dragons had attempted to attack him with magic, but he charged through their efforts with Titan Smash, overpowering them. The remaining skeleton dragon had no chance. Gabriel marveled at Issei's prowess until the dragon turned its gaze toward her. It unleashed a powerful beam, and Gabriel attempted to counter with a holy beam, but it was futile. The dragon's attack pierced through her defense, and she braced for impact, but instead of pain, she found herself unharmed. Opening her eyes, she saw Issei standing firm, having absorbed the blow without flinching. With a smirk, he hurled his hammer at lightning speed into the dragon's mouth, causing it to choke. Then, he landed on the dragon's nose and yanked the hammer free, shattering its skull in the process. Another one down. Could you remind me why we're here again? Issei asked, catching his breath. First of all, watch your language. We came here to find some holy relics, Gabriel replied. Well, look around you. The entire building is about to collapse. Gabriel finally took in her surroundings, noticing the shattered walls, broken floor, and gaping holes in the ceiling. Sighing, she turned back to Issei, who was raising his hammer again. Issei, no. Issei, yes. That's not what I meant. Issei is good. He slammed his hammer into the ground, causing the entire structure to tremble and begin to collapse. Around them. If the temple collapses, there's nothing left to explore. We're done. Gabriel shouted at Issei, Hey! I wanted to explore. And I want to sleep in peace, but we can't always get what we want, Issei replied as he walked away. Quest completed. Survive the death trap. Bonus quest completed. Ensure Gabriel's survival. Reward, +6 large titanite shards. Plus level up x4. Plus 25 silver coins. Bonus reward, +6 large titanite shards. Plus level up x4. He received a notification for completing the quest. New side quest, help Gabriel. Reward, plus reputation with Gabriel. Plus level up x5. He had leveled up significantly in this temple. Immediately using the titanite to upgrade his hammer to +6, Issei gained an additional +10 strength from the enhancements. Name, Issei Haidu. Title, Hero of the Devil Faction. Race, Shadow Colossus. Level, 125. HP, 67,502 MP, 0732.5. STR, 324.5, plus 102. AGL, 152.4, minus 10. And 355.24, plus 51. Int, 154.5, minus 8. Bonus, plus 88% damage reduction. Plus 20% pierce damage. Skills, crystallized frame. Titanic smash. Chaotic manipulation. Overcharge. Issei had become an unstoppable force. His strength and endurance surpassed nearly everything at his level. You big meanie. Wait for me. Gabriel called out, running after Issei. Appearing back at their original location, Issei was suddenly tackled by Rias. Rias had been waiting for Issei's return. She had learned of his departure from Sona and rushed to find him. Rias? What are you doing here? Rias pouted at his question. What? You don't want me around anymore? That's not what I meant. I just wanted to let you know that we're going on vacation soon, and everyone at school will be taking a couple of months off. I wanted to invite you to my home. My parents really want to see you. Issei was taken aback by her words. Why would you want to invite me, and why would they want to see me? Issei asked, confusion evident on his face. Well, it's because you saved me from Riser, and I want to give you something special there. Rias replied, her cheeks turning a shade of pink as she watched Issei's blank expression. Their moment was interrupted when Gabriel cleared her throat. With a warm smile, she took Issei's hands to help him up. We just finished our mission. I think Issei should rest. Rias shot a glare at Gabriel, while Issei decided it was best to step out of the room as the two began to bicker. Wait, Issei, don't leave. Can I come with you? Rias called out, rushing after him. Issei looked back, puzzled, until he remembered that according to the reputation system, Rias was supposed to follow him around like a lost puppy. Sighing to himself, he nodded. Rias squealed with delight and skipped behind him. Just, don't make too much noise. Nodding eagerly, Rias and Issei continued down the hall. With school starting soon, Issei realized he needed to get ready. I forgot today is Monday. I might skip school again. How many days have you skipped already? Rias asked, squinting playfully. Like you're one to talk, Mr. Disappear for a day without notice, Issei shot back. Drake chuckled in Issei's mind. She got you there, partner. True, but seriously, how many days have you skipped? Issei pressed. Rias thought for a moment, then replied with a proud smile, at least one day every week. If we're talking about skipping classes, I usually skip gym all the time. Issei playfully jabbed her. Is that why your strength and speed are lacking? Pouting and turning away, Rias couldn't help but chuckle at his teasing. All right, you got me there, but do you really think human gym classes would make me stronger? No, but they could help with DSPLN. Doing something you dislike but committing to it can build character. As he spoke, Issei noticed Rias accidentally bump her head against a wall. She fell to the ground, clutching her forehead and exclaiming, ouch! Maybe your intelligence could use some work too. Are you skipping any academic classes as well? Don't be so mean, Rias retorted. With that, the duo made their way back to Issei's home. Artemis was away, guiding her huntresses back to America. Their trip had been brief, focused on teaching the newer girls how to survive in the wilderness, even far from home. Issei grabbed his uniform, shoes, and sunglasses before heading out. Standing taller than Rias, he nodded, and they began their walk. He assumed his parents were still asleep, not wanting to disturb them. Upon arriving at school, Issei and Rias widened their eyes at the sight of numerous parents gathering. Wait, don't tell me, Rias gulped nervously, today is family visits. I don't even know what I'm doing in my classes. I haven't shown up in the past week. Issei panicked. If his parents found out about his absences, he would be in serious trouble, and he didn't want them to worry about him. My brother, sister-in-law, father, and mother will be here today, Rias said, looking as if she had lost all hope. I'll take the day off. Issei tried to pull away, but Rias held onto his hand tightly. If I'm going to suffer, so will you. Ignoring her, Issei dashed into his classes, knowing he couldn't escape his parents today. He needed to figure out how to navigate the situation. During class, Issei found himself playing with the Play-Doh the teacher had provided for an art project. She instructed everyone to close their eyes and sculpt whatever came to mind. Issei began crafting a model of Artemis, capturing her flowing platinum hair and elegant robe in his creation. Holy cow! Look at Issei's model, someone exclaimed. Oh my gosh! How does it look so beautiful? Another added. Issei, is that your dream girlfriend? Someone asked, while others chimed in with curious questions. Issei glanced back at his parents, who were beaming with pride. He felt grateful that today was filled with fun activities rather than academic pressure, especially since his grades were suffering due to his absences. When the bell rang, Issei quickly left the classroom, eager to avoid any embarrassing comments reaching his parents. However, he found himself lost in the bustling crowd. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Did you hear? There's a magical girl near the auditorium, someone shouted. Intrigued, Issei made his way toward the commotion. Upon arriving, he saw Saji struggling to manage the crowd outside the auditorium. On stage stood a petite woman in a pink magical girl costume, wielding a large wand. She looks a lot like Sona without her glasses, Issei thought, noticing the similarities in their hair color and determined to restore order, Issei raised his voice. Everyone! Shut up! The crowd fell silent, surprised by Issei's unexpected outburst. His imposing figure intimidated those who weren't familiar with him. As the atmosphere shifted, many began to leave, casting annoyed glances at him, but Issei met their stares with a fierce glare, causing them to retreat even faster. Saji sighed in relief as the crowd dispersed. Finally, they just wouldn't move. Sometimes you have to be assertive, Issei replied. Sona doesn't really want me to use physical or verbal aggression to solve problems, Saji noted, shaking his head. She mentioned that it would tarnish the reputation of the student council. Issei gave Saji a reassuring pat on the back as he walked past him. If you ever find yourself in a situation like this, just call me. I'm not part of the student council, and I don't mind stepping in when necessary. Saji shook his head. That's not the point. Even if I did that, word would spread that the student council has a bodyguard now. True enough. Well, you're on your own then. Issei chuckled at Saji's predicament before turning his attention to the small magical girl in front of him. Oh my! You're the same person who saved Rias from that big meanie. Which meanie? I've saved her a few times now. Oh. The blonde meanie. Name: Seraphal Leviathan. Title: The Leviathan of Hell. Race: Devil. Level: 106. HP: 25,052 5050. MP: 95,000. STR: 165 plus 30. AGL: 132 plus 30. End: 137 plus 30. Int: 345 plus 130. Bonus: plus 50% magic damage. Seraphal was on par with Gabriel. It made sense since they were essentially opposites within their factions, one a Satan and the other a Seraphim. In truth, Issei could easily defeat Seraphal without anyone knowing, as he could aim to take her down in one swift move. Shaking his head, Issei tried to dismiss those intrusive thoughts. Seeing Seraphal staring at him with a puzzled and innocent expression, Issei snapped out of his trance and spoke. Seraphal. Leviathan? With a bright smile, Seraphal nodded happily. Yes. You got it right. Before they could continue, Issei's parents and Rias's family finally arrived. Rias and Issei exchanged a sigh of relief. Issei was sitting in his living room on a large couch, facing Rias and her family, who had decided to join him. Luckily, Artemis wasn't present. Her presence could lead to complications with a super devil and a goddess in the same room. Two powerful entities from different factions could create quite a stir. The last time, Surzex had forgotten about Artemis being with him. Now, with Rias, Surzex, Zeoticus, Graphia, and Venelana all gathered, it was bound to cause some issues. This tea is so soothing, especially after all the trouble we had making Rias flustered during class. Venelana broke the silence. You should have seen Issei's face when we entered the room, Mickey said, showing a video of Issei's reaction to his parents' arrival. I couldn't help but rush to him for a hug. As parents, it's our duty to embarrass our children whenever we can. We should share some stories from their childhood, Zeoticus chuckled, recalling Issei's father. I remember the first time we visited Rias during a family event. It was the best day ever. The shock on her face when she saw us on her campus was priceless. She thought we wouldn't show up to these events, but we came fully prepared with a camera, candy for the other students, and some funny accessories, Zeoticus continued, laughing at the memory. Issei couldn't bear the embarrassment any longer, recalling all the awkward moments from family visits like slipping on water during class or falling face-first into the teacher. Family visits were something he dreaded. Rias seemed to share his sentiment. Just then, Issei received a quest notification. Limited event, Dungeon of Bosses. Details: a dungeon designed to feature only boss enemies. You can exit at any time. Item drop rates will be doubled. Recommended level, 120. Issei's eyes widened as he received another notification from the system. Time left to enter the dungeon, 15 minutes. Realizing he didn't have much time, Issei rushed upstairs before Rias could catch up to him and quickly entered the dungeon, eager to seize the opportunity. Rias soon entered the room to find Issei gone, leaving her alone. Pouting in annoyance, she was determined to confront Issei about his sudden disappearance. He was her best friend, alongside Akino. Issei found himself in the middle of a beautiful grassy plain, surrounded by hills that obscured his view of the land ahead. The blazing sun cast a golden hue over the grass, while trees reached for the sky, their branches swaying gently in the soothing breeze. Issei appreciated the serene atmosphere until he realized the nature of the dungeon he was in. On high alert, he summoned his hammer and leaped into the sky, aiming to gain the high ground before any boss could reach him. In the distance, he spotted a massive arena. The large circular structure, adorned with towering stone pillars, could easily accommodate an entire football field. The sun shone brightly on the arena, creating a brilliant atmosphere. However, the presence of a boss within the dungeon was a certainty. A wave of paranoia washed over Issei as he considered entering the arena. Partner, I sense a formidable foe within that arena. Are you truly willing to enter? Drake inquired, already resigned to his partner's reckless tendencies, knowing Issei wouldn't divulge his reasons for being in such places. With determination, Issei shot straight toward the center of the arena, crashing into the ground and sending clouds of dust swirling around him. Standing tall with his hammer resting on his shoulder, he braced himself for whatever foe awaited him. However, as he landed, another figure descended alongside him. A dark, menacing aura surrounded the newcomer, who stood with a sword resting on one shoulder. The aura of darkness dissipated, revealing Issei's opponent, an imposing figure clad in rusted armor, wielding a sword that seemed to emanate shadows. With one of his arms severely injured, the knight let out a pained cry as the darkness continued to swirl around him. Name: Knight Artorias. Title: The Abyss Walker. Race: Unknown. Level: 128. HP: 162,516-2500. MP: 26,000. STR: 350 plus 80. AGL: 240 plus 30. End: 500 plus 150. Int: 230 plus 30. Bonus: plus 100% damage reduction. Plus 25% more damage due to Abyss. Plus 40% pierce damage. Widening his eyes upon seeing the stats, Issei realized he was outclassed without his balance breaker form. Activating it immediately, he felt the surge of power. Artorias' 100% damage reduction meant that Issei would need to rely on his pierce damage, and his higher level would help negate some of that reduction. With the balance breaker, he could bypass 20% of the damage reduction due to his level. Boost X32. Using his hammer, Issei chose to wait for the knight to make the first move. You must stay away, or you will be consumed by it, Artorias warned, his voice laced with pain and corruption. Issei couldn't help but wonder who this knight was and what the it he mentioned truly was. With a screech, the knight unleashed more darkness into the air before charging at Issei with his sword. Issei watched as Artorias mimicked his own lion's claw technique. Spinning in the air with his great sword, Issei swung his hammer upward, hoping to intercept the incoming blow. But Issei was thrown back, realizing this was one of the rare instances where his hammer couldn't completely absorb the impact. Artorias pressed the attack, rushing at Issei with renewed ferocity, swinging his blade in a horizontal arc. Issei activated Speed Demon, but still found himself slammed against the arena wall, spitting out a bit of saliva from the force of the blow. The damage he sustained was significant, even with his high defense. I must put an end to your curiosity that brings you torment, Artorias screeched again, throwing his blade at Issei with incredible speed. The knight's strike grazed Issei, and he noticed the instability in Artorias. Each time the knight moved, the darkness around him seemed to explode outward. Was the knight suffering from the darkness consuming him? Was he trying to save Issei from the same fate? The speed at which Artorias moved was unlike any opponent Issei had faced before. What could he do in this situation? Activating Overcharge, Issei needed to be at his fastest to even react to Artorias. The knight charged again, retrieving his sword and swinging once more. Issei used Chaos Manipulation to shatter the ground beneath them, but Artorias tanked the blow without flinching, slamming his sword into Issei again. This time, the impact forced Issei to cough up a small amount of blood. Just how powerful was this knight? Swinging his hammer in time, Issei managed to collide with Artorias, pushing him back and skidding across the arena. Catching his breath, Issei watched as Artorias rose to his feet, now using only his right arm. Artorias charged again, aiming for Issei's most vulnerable spots. Issei could only swing his hammer in desperation, hoping to win the clash of their weapons. With all his strength, he slammed Artorias into the ground, but the knight was quick to recover. As the battle continued, Issei found himself pierced multiple times, unable to move fast enough to evade the relentless attacks. Artorias swung again and again, his blade cutting through Issei's defenses as if they were nothing. Artorias began to scream, continuing his assault. Issei fought back, trying to land a hit, but the knight's speed was overwhelming. After a flurry of strikes, Issei knelt, battered and bruised, as Artorias spoke once more. "Don't let the abyss consume you." Holding his sword aloft, Issei watched as the blade began to be enveloped by darkness. But before Artorias could strike, he hesitated, staring at the abyss that coated his weapon. If the host is defeated and consumed by the abyss, he will lose all sanity and become an unstable monster. With the last remnants of his sanity, Artorias turned and began to walk away, the darkness swirling around him. This knight didn't want to kill him, he was trying to save Issei from the abyss. Artorias must have already been consumed by it, and he was doing his best to prevent anyone else from suffering the same fate. Issei quickly consumed several health potions, feeling his strength return. "Then who's going to stop you from being further consumed by the abyss?" he shouted. "Run, before I lose all control. Run before it's too late." Restored to full health, Issei prepared himself once more, using chaos manipulation to cover his body. Chaotic manipulation flames, grant me strength. Details: evolving with your build, flames, grant me strength allows the host to obtain 20% more strength and damage dealt, 20% more flame damage dealt, and 15% damage reduction for 1 minute. Cost: 500 MP per use. Issei summoned a burning flame to his chest, feeling his power surge. He quickly drank a mana potion just as Artorias charged at him. Activating crystallized frame and using Titanic Slam, Issei met Artorias head-on. Despite the knight's incredible speed, Issei slammed his sword into him, absorbing the blow and striking back with such force that Artorias momentarily staggered. Issei didn't stop there. Channeling his fiery aura, he leaped into the air and swung his hammer down, missing Artorias but still managing to scorch him with the residual heat. He turned and swung again, narrowly avoiding another stab from Artorias, but he pushed through, catching the knight off guard and slamming his hammer once more. This time, Issei succeeded in stunning Artorias. Taking this chance, Issei spun in the air and brought down his hammer with all his might. If he couldn't strike his opponent directly, he would at least ensure his opponent's weapon was trapped, allowing him to swing his own and overwhelm his foe. With all his enhancements active, Issei's strength soared past his colossal slam was even more powerful with the incantation, "Flames, grant me strength." Artorias struggled to rise, his body marred with wounds that hindered his speed. He swung his blade fiercely, cutting into Issei with a dark energy, but Issei, filled with frustration, swung his hammer again. He missed, but quickly summoned 2 ultra-great swords and hurled them at Artorias, catching the knight off guard. Seizing the moment, Issei swung his hammer once more, knocking Artorias down. The damage was immense, thanks to the level difference and Issei's skills. He drank a couple of mana potions, realizing that "Flames, grant me strength" had expired. Activating it again, he faced Artorias, who lunged at him with his sword, piercing Issei once more. Ignoring the pain, Issei continued to swing his hammer relentlessly. Both combatants were bloodied, with Issei having wounded Artorias to the point where he could barely stand, while Issei had run out of coins for potions. However, it became clear that Issei had emerged victorious in the end. Breathing heavily, Issei stood before Artorias, hammer raised. "Before you go, before you end my suffering, proud warrior, please, defeat him. Defeat Manus." Issei nodded solemnly. "I will. I promise. Rest now, warrior." With a swing of his weapon, Artorias began to fade away, leaving behind a collection of items for Issei. However, Issei simply sat down, reflecting on the battle. The first boss he faced had pushed him to his limits, making him realize he had much to prepare for against the enemies ahead. He leveled up twice from the victory and finally decided to collect his rewards. Armor, Helmet of Artorias. Rarity, Legendary. Attributes, plus 25 endurance. Plus 25% damage reduction. Armor, Armor of Artorias. Rarity, Legendary. Attributes, plus 25 endurance. Plus 25% damage reduction. Armor, Gauntlets of Artorias. Rarity, Legendary. Attributes, plus 25 endurance, plus 25% damage reduction. Armor, leggings of Artorias. Rarity, legendary. Attributes, plus 25 endurance, plus 25% damage reduction. With the entire set equipped, Issei received a bonus. Bonus, plus 20% endurance, plus 50 endurance, plus 10% damage reduction. Details of the entire set. The legendary helmet of one of the few Knights of Gwyn, tasked with defeating Manus, the father of the Abyss. Though he failed, he managed to save his partner, Sif. Seeing his stats, Issei felt a surge of happiness with his new defensive capabilities. Even without the bonuses from the enchanted armor Surzex had given him, he believed this armor was a better fit. Name, Issei Haidu. Title, Hero of the Devil Faction. Race, Shadow Colossus. Level, 127. HP, 23,468 127310. MP, 40,742.5. STR, 262.8, plus 102. AGL, 153.4, minus 5. And 359.24, plus 150. Int, 156.5, minus 8. Bonus, plus 140% damage reduction, plus 20% pierce damage. Skills, crystallized frame, titanic smash, chaotic manipulation, overcharge. Issei's damage reduction was so significant that he would only begin to take damage from opponents 5 levels above him. With his skills combined, he realized he would likely only be defeated by someone nearly 7 levels higher. Before anyone gets confused, damage reduction decreases by 10% for each level the opponent exceeds Issei's. This was designed to allow Issei to become immune to some opponents of higher levels, solidifying his role as a true strength tank build. Appearing back in the original world, Issei needed to check something before anything else. Opening the dungeon menu, he noticed a new dungeon had appeared. Dungeon name, Dungeon of the Abyss. Details. Upon your promise with Artorias, you shall dive into the depths of the abyss to fight against Manus. Recommended level, 140. Checking the recommended level, Issei slumped against the wall of his room and sighed. It took only one boss fight, and he was already forced to leave the dungeon. He had no more coins to spend on potions. As he sighed, he heard hurried footsteps approaching his room. The door burst open, and Ria stood there, initially annoyed, but her expression shifted to concern as she noticed the blood dripping from Issei's face, forming a puddle on the floor. The cuts and bruises from the abyss clung to him, and Issei could barely turn his head toward Rias. He managed a faint smile, but even that brought him pain. "What happened to you?" Rias exclaimed, her voice filled with alarm. Issei winced at her sudden outburst. "Not so loud." Rias rushed to him, lifting him up and bringing him to the living room. As they descended the stairs, Issei saw the rest of the family. Upon seeing him in such a state, Mickey gasped and rushed over. "Issei!" Surzex's eyes widened at the sight of Issei's injuries. The same person who had defeated Kokobile was now in such a condition. With Issei's parents present, they couldn't use magic to heal him. "Why is it so loud?" Issei groaned, trying to move, but Rias held him firmly. Mickey hurried to grab the first aid kit, needing to stop the blood from flowing. Issei struggled against Rias's grip, fatigue overwhelming him. Any movement sent pain through his body. His mother gently took him from Rias and laid him down on the couch. "Maybe you should have stayed in that strange place instead of coming back here without healing." If only he had stayed a moment longer. There could have been an even stronger boss lurking. Finally, Issei decided to close his eyes and drift off to sleep, too exhausted to dream. When he opened his eyes again, he heard the rhythmic beeping of a machine nearby. Turning his head, he saw Rias, his mother, Grafia, and Venelana sitting beside him, all staring with wide eyes. "Issei! Honey, you're awake!" His mother exclaimed, rushing to his side. Before she could say anything, Grafia gently pulled her back. "Calm down. Your son just woke up. There's no need to overwhelm him with worry." "How long was I out for?" Rias responded quickly, Only a couple of hours. We got you bandaged up and ready to go home. The doctor said the cuts were minor, but the number of them made it a serious issue. You'll need to relax for a bit before doing anything. Issei nodded and attempted to sit up, but his mother gently pushed him back down onto the bed. You need to rest, mister. We'll take you home. Issei stared at her in confusion. Wouldn't carrying him hurt due to the pressure on his wounds? Fortunately, Artemis wouldn't be informed about this, especially after what happened following the Kokabeel fight. To his right, Serzex, Xiaticus, and his father stood, watching him with concern. His father looked relieved to see him awake. Grafia and Venelana carefully lifted Issei and began walking him out of the hospital. As they walked, Issei noticed several doctors trying to stop them, but they simply glared at the medical staff. With a hint of supernatural power, they intimidated everyone in the hospital. When they finally arrived at Issei's room at home, they placed him gently on his bed and tucked him in. His parents left the room to prepare something while the supernatural family remained to talk with Issei. Serzex broke the silence first. Who could have hurt you this badly? Considering how easily you defeated Kokabeel, it must have taken someone incredibly powerful to injure you. Tell me, Issei, who did this? Issei anticipated this question from the supernatural world. He expected Rias to ask first, but he didn't want to reveal the details of his teleportation and who he fought. I defeated the person. They were wearing armor. I couldn't see who was inside. The only other thing I know is that they carried a large blade. It's simple. There was no need to share more since Artorias was already gone. It wasn't like they could help him anyway. Serzex nodded and turned to Grafia. Notify my peerage to search the entire town for anyone who resembles what Issei described. If someone could hurt him, they pose a threat. Issei felt a wave of anxiety. He didn't want this to happen. They would likely find no one matching his description. Venelana placed her hand on Issei's head, comforting him like a mother would. You poor boy. To endure such a brutal battle and be in so much pain. Why can't the world be kinder to you? Grafia added, I wish I could just have him and Milikas play together all day. It would be the most adorable sight. Serzex, next time we visit, we should bring our little boy. Serzex chuckled lightly. Of course, Milikas needs someone to play with. If Rias looks up to Issei and is improving, then having Milikas do the same would be beneficial. Grafia shot her husband a pointed look. Not in a battle sense. I mean as children having fun. Rias pouted at her brother's remark. You do know I'm right here. I was always improving even before Issei showed up. Serzex, realizing he was outnumbered, sighed in defeat. He turned to his wife and nodded. Of course, my dear, that's what I meant. Then he looked at Rias and added, what I meant is that with Issei around, your growth has improved dramatically. Xiaticus laughed at his son's predicament, earning a playful smack on the head from his wife. What are you laughing at? You still have a lot of work waiting for you at home. Paperwork, something both Serzex and Xiaticus dreaded. The reminder made them both pale. They had been postponing it, leaving them with nearly double the amount to tackle when they returned to their duties. Issei continued to rest, staring at the ceiling and contemplating what he wanted to do. He wanted to level up quickly, but the only dungeons he could enter without being overwhelmed were those below level. If he ventured into those dungeons, it would take weeks to level up even once. Deciding to think about that later, Issei watched the Gremory family bicker among themselves. He would definitely call Artemis with a communication circle after they left. Just to ensure she was safe. Issei, this is the first time you're calling me. This must be serious. What happened? Artemis sounded puzzled. She had mentioned she would be arriving soon. I was just missing you. Artemis smiled warmly at his words. Does my little hunter miss me? Don't worry, I'll be back in a couple of hours. Right now, I have to guide my huntresses back to our original base, and once that's done, I'll return to you. You know, I could ask Serzex to build me a large house where you and your huntresses could live with me and my family. That would be wonderful, but the main issue is that I'm not supposed to be in your territory. Plus, my huntresses might feel uncomfortable around. Well, you and your father, mostly because of the ideals I've instilled in them. Just give me a couple of months to show them why you're an exception to my rules. Issei sighed in disappointment. Okay, I'll see you in a couple of hours. Now, he faced another dilemma. What was he going to do? His mother was cooking dinner, and his father was relaxing on the couch after checking on him. He could play some video games, but that felt unproductive. Deciding he would rather train to become stronger, he resolved to ask Drake for guidance. Drake, do you have any areas around that I could use to train? After you heal, the only real thing I could train you in is to have better control over the boosted gear. Not only that, but considering your magical abilities are still developing, we can only implement them into your fighting style as a defensive machine. Drake preferred Issei to be an offensive powerhouse rather than a defensive one. You don't like me being the type of person to take hits head-on, do you? To be honest, seeing your fighting style shift towards tanking attacks and countering doesn't convey the sense of domination as much as it does being someone who overwhelms his opponents with sheer power. Issei could agree with that, but he was primarily doing this to take advantage of the system and the level difference mechanics. Anyone at his level couldn't inflict damage on him. He felt nearly invincible against opponents of similar strength, especially with his various skills enhancing his defense. Sometimes, it's better to have more defense than offense. If your opponent can't hurt you, then you've already won. But if your opponent has time, can't they devise a way to defeat you if you can't take them down quickly enough? Sighing in agreement, Issei decided not to dwell on his choice of switching builds. Just then he received a quest notification. Quest: train with Drake and learn new skills to become more efficient in defeating opponents. Reward: new skills. Issei decided to rest a bit before beginning his training with Drake. He wasn't looking forward to it, an ancient dragon with high expectations for his host. He braced himself for a challenging training session. That was when he heard a knock, and in came Artemis. She looked at Issei, who was still bandaged and relaxing on the bed, and sighed in disappointment as she approached him without saying a word. What? I thought you said you'd be showing up in a couple of hours? Issei hadn't expected her to arrive so soon. He hoped she would come later, allowing him to heal and remove the bandages to avoid worrying her. Don't. Gently placing her hands on Issei, she pushed him back onto the bed. He could only watch as Artemis sat beside him. I wanted to surprise you by showing up early. I didn't expect to find you looking so beaten up again. Issei started, but Artemis placed her fingers over his mouth. Save it. I know I had to come to terms with this when we decided to be together, whether you're targeted by my enemies or your own. I just needed a little time to adjust to this new life with you. As she examined his wounds, her concern was evident. It doesn't make me any less worried. But just promise me you won't do anything reckless. If you know you can't win, escape. If only he could escape during regular dungeons. Don't worry. If I see myself losing even after giving my all, I will escape. Artemis knew he was just saying that to calm her down. Realizing her boyfriend would always be a source of trouble, she couldn't help but chuckle. I just can't stay mad at you. Come on. Let's enjoy the night together. Since you can't really move much, let's get cozy and watch a movie. What if we play a game together? Not a good idea. Having two competitive players in the same room isn't wise, especially considering how I get when I lose. Issei had never seen Artemis angry at him, and he preferred to keep it that way. Nodding, he agreed that watching a movie might be better. He began to think about what they should watch. Want to watch that new horror movie with the weird animatronic bear in it? Artemis suggested. Do you mean the Five Nights at Freddy's movie? Yeah, whatever the name is. I'm not taking no for an answer. We're watching this movie. Grabbing the remote, Artemis found the film and started playing it. As they settled in, Issei and Artemis got closer together, enjoying the movie. It was shaping up to be a very relaxing night. Can I get out? Issei asked, feeling a bit trapped with Artemis clinging to him. No. Pretty please. No. I'm not letting you go. What if I give you a donut? Why would I let you leave for a donut? I can get one anytime, but I can't seem to keep you to myself because you try to escape every time I have you. Artemis, how about? No deals or excuses. Now, what else do you want to do? Issei wanted to leave and complete the quest with Drake. So, he devised a clever plan. He would stay there for a little while. Near Artemis, he turned off the lights. They were still watching the movie, but this was when Issei put his plan into action. He gently patted her head, and before long, Artemis fell asleep. Turning off the movie, Issei quietly got up and left the room. He made his way out of the window and headed towards an open field near the forest. Finally, out of that place. Sitting still and not being able to move around is one of the worst experiences. Isn't that what many humans want? To do nothing and have no responsibilities? Responsibilities don't just vanish. I was just left doing nothing. Anyways, let's begin with training. First, I want you to rely solely on the boosted gear for now. All right. Balance breaker. Entering his balance breaker form, Issei shone with a bright crimson aura. Staring at the ground, Issei contemplated. Sacred gears are fascinating pieces of equipment. They can mutate and evolve with the will of their user. Hearing that, Issei immediately asked, "Wait, does that mean the sacred gears can adapt to the combat style of the user?" They can. While much is known about sacred gears, there are still many mysteries surrounding them. They are the very equipment that the supernatural world is striving to obtain, as they can become incredibly powerful tools. Longinus levels are unpredictable pieces that the supernatural world hopes to acquire. It made sense the shocked expressions Issei noticed when he revealed himself as the Red Dragon Emperor were unforgettable. No wonder the boosted gear was considered such an extraordinary piece of equipment when he first received it. The boosted gear is nearly the perfect piece of equipment for you, as the strength and resilience it provides match your own power. I believe that if you were given a certain skill, it would make you a formidable force to anyone, Drake explained. Issei's curiosity was piqued. What kind of skill? Drake hesitated but decided there was no harm in sharing. The skill is called Penetrate. It allows any of my attacks to bypass any defenses your opponent has. Issei's eyes widened at the thought. Having something like that in his arsenal would be incredible. He could dismantle his opponent's defenses and land devastating blows while they were left vulnerable. Just imagining it made him excited. How do I obtain Penetrate? You can't. The skill has been sealed since I was bound within this gauntlet. Anyway, we've been talking for too long. Start your training. I want you to focus on shadowboxing while maintaining your maximum boosts. Do this for as long as you can, then take a break and repeat it for a few rounds. Nodding at Drake's words, Issei boosted to his maximum before beginning to shadowbox. After a while, Issei found himself on one knee, struggling to stay upright. A few rounds turned into a grueling session as Drake pushed him through their mental link. An hour had passed, and Issei felt utterly drained. Keeping the boosted gear at maximum capacity while pushing his physical limits was exhausting. Issei hadn't seen himself gain a stat in training for a long time. He never thought he would experience that again. Maybe training with Drake was a good idea after all. But now we still have a couple more things to do. What? Issei exclaimed, realizing Drake was going to push him even harder. Drake laughed at Issei's reaction before ordering him to continue training. Now, I want you to run around this field with me on your back. What? How are you going to appear on my back? Are you going to use magic? Issei should have kept quiet, as Drake suddenly appeared above him, projected by magic from the boosted gear, and landed on his back. Issei stumbled forward, grunting as he regained his balance. Why do you weigh so much? Some beings have more muscle than you. Plus, I'm using magic to restrain you and make this more challenging. Running is an area where you need improvement compared to your strength. Let's see if your strength can help you endure this. Drake chuckled, eager to see how Issei would handle the challenge. With great effort, Issei began jogging around the field, continuing this for the rest of the night, with the ancient dragon on his back urging him to run faster. Meanwhile, a certain goddess stirred awake during the night. She sensed something unusual and blinked a few times, realizing Issei was not beside her. Sighing, she understood his plan when she noticed the TV was off and the window was open. Instead of arguing with her, he had let her fall asleep to sneak out. Determined to find him, she grabbed her bow, ready to confront him. Sit. Where are you, dear? Tilting her head slightly, She sensed a familiar energy signature. Smiling, Artemis dashed out of the window, following the trail of energy. Issei hoped to obtain another skill after his training but was initially disappointed to find that was the only skill he gained. Then, he received another notification. Overcharged has evolved into Limit Breaker. Details. For a brief PRD, all stats will increase by 10%, fueled by anger, frustration, and Drake's pride. The host will be able to ignore all pain, relying primarily on adrenaline. Just as Issei stood up to stretch, an arrow suddenly struck him, pinning him to a tree. He recognized the power behind the shot Artemis was coming for him. Using his strength, Issei pulled the arrow from his shirt and watched as Artemis landed gracefully on the ground. "Did you really think you could leave me?" she asked, crossing her arms. "I was getting bored of the movie, to be honest." "I noticed you fell asleep and decided to take a long walk," Issei replied, trying to sound casual. "A long walk? Then why are you sweating and breathing heavily?" Issei needed a better excuse. "Running and walking, I guess." "Cut the nonsense. You were training. Didn't your mother and I tell you not to overdo it? Your body still needs to recover." Artemis approached him, her divine aura subtly expanding, making Issei feel a bit intimidated. "I healed up. I was perfectly fine. Drake can tell you." Issei called out to his partner for support, but Drake remained silent, enjoying the moment. "Drake, you've got my back, right?" "Drake won't be helping you," the dragon replied, leaving Issei to face Artemis alone. "Since you enjoy training so much, how about training with me?" New quest, Train with Artemis. Reward, level up x3. Plus reputation with Artemis. If you win, reputation with Artemis. If you lose, plus reputation with Artemis. How is her beating me going to increase her reputation with me? Artemis pulled out her bow and aimed it directly at Issei. "How about we have a little fun? If I win, you have to spend the rest of today and tomorrow with me. If you win, I won't bother you for the rest of the week." "How am I supposed to win against you?" "That's for you to figure out." Without hesitation, Artemis released an arrow that shot straight at Issei. Issei summoned his hammer just in time, causing the arrow to collide with it. The force of the impact sent him staggering backward. He managed to block the blow, but he lost sight of Artemis. He remembered one crucial detail about Artemis: her speed and precision were unmatched. Issei's strength was his only advantage. Suddenly, Artemis appeared right behind him and whispered, "Come on. Show me what this tough guy can do against a pretty goddess like me." Swinging his hammer behind him, Issei watched as Artemis effortlessly blocked it with her arms and kicked him away. The difference in their power was staggering. He needed a different strategy, as a direct confrontation would lead to his defeat. The kick left him reeling. The level difference was too great. This felt reminiscent of his fight against Orion, but at least then he could withstand a few hits before going down. Still determined, Issei saw Artemis draw her bow again and release another arrow. It struck him, causing him to cough. Despite using Iron Flesh, Limit Breaker, and Bone Enhancement to mitigate the damage, he knew he couldn't take much more. "Do you yield?" Artemis asked, standing behind him with her bow ready. "Come on, Issei, this hurts me more than it hurts you." "How could this possibly hurt you?" "Hearing you scream is what hurts. I'm doing this to keep you from overexerting yourself for a few days. You need to rest and recover before you push your body to its limits again." "Artemis, what if I told you that you look absolutely stunning today?" Blushing from the compliment, Artemis maintained her composure, still aiming her bow at him. "Flattery won't help you win this time. I love the sound of your voice." Her blush deepened, and her hand trembled as she watched Issei slowly rise. "Issei, don't get up. I just want to look into your beautiful eyes." He cringed at his own words, but it was part of his plan. The system never said he couldn't escape. Artemis struggled to focus on Issei, feeling flustered. Standing behind him, she lowered her bow just as a small teleportation circle began to form. Issei leaped toward it, managing to activate it just in time. However, Artemis used her incredible speed to grab him, wrapping her arms around him. "Where do you think you're going? Did I say you could escape?" His plan had failed. Laughing, Artemis gave Issei a light tap on the back of his head before turning away. You've definitely grown stronger since your first fight with Orion. You could have taken more hits from me, even though I'm much more powerful than you. New quest, train with Artemis. Reward, level up x3. Plus reputation with Artemis. Since you lost, plus reputation with Artemis. Closing his eyes, Issei felt darkness begin to envelop his vision. Sleep tight, my little hunter. He needed to consider the boundaries of Artemis's growing affection for him. This reputation system needed limits. Her feelings were becoming overwhelming. Was this what could have happened if he had continued helping Rias and raising her reputation? Perhaps he should reconsider grinding individual reputations for others. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a familiar white void. Turning his head, he saw the same white void. He stood up and heard a deep voice. Finally, we meet in person at last. Recognizing the voice, Issei responded without hesitation, "Forget you." Drake laughed heartily, a smug grin on his face. "You had that coming after calling me a lizard for so long. Now that we're even, how about we discuss something important? Yes. We have a lot to talk about." Huh. Issei turned to hear a new voice that sounded like a mature woman. He saw a beautiful blonde-haired woman standing behind him, and confusion washed over him. That expression. I love it when little boys look like that. My name is Elsha, the strongest red dragon empress in history. Okay. Issei was at a loss for words. Elsha frowned slightly at his lack of reaction but sighed, knowing it would take more to impress him. Drake has told me that you've reached levels of power that surpass mine. I wanted to see for myself if those rumors were true. Surviving blows from Artemis. I think Drake may have been right. Drake turned to Issei and said, Elsha wanted to speak with you, and I also wanted to explain a few things about the Juggernaut Drive. Hearing about the Juggernaut Drive excited Issei. After seeing Valley use it and the benefits it brought, he was eager to unlock that form. Maybe then he could finally ask Artemis for a sandwich without fearing her wrath. First things first, let's begin fighting. I want to see how powerful you truly are. Issei charged at her in his balance breaker form, launching a powerful right hook. Elsha managed to block the hit just in time with her own balance breaker form, but the force behind the blow sent her soaring through the sky. She felt the impact reverberate through her arm as the protective armor shattered. Grunting in pain, she hadn't anticipated such a powerful strike. Kneeling to steady herself upon landing, Elsha breathed heavily, the pain evident on her face. It was just one blow, but the fight felt decided. I guess I will have to use that. I'm guessing you're going to use the Juggernaut Drive, Elsha said, her eyes widening as she recognized the skill. Go ahead. I want to see if you're better than that. What was his name again? The silver-haired guy. Partner, even I forgot his name. Something like Valorant. Elsha instantly transformed into her own Juggernaut Drive form, resembling Drake but with armor that was far more imposing. With her emeralds shining brightly, she declared, being a lost soul in this realm allows me to access the Juggernaut Drive at will. Now, what will you do now that I have the upper hand in combat? She was nearly as strong, perhaps slightly more powerful, than Valley when Issei first faced him in his Juggernaut Drive form. Unimpressed, Issei summoned his hammer and hurled it straight at Elsha. Moving faster than she anticipated, the hammer struck her head, sending her flying even further. Issei, using his strength, leaped toward her, grabbed his hammer, and slammed her down into the ground, ending the fight with two swift actions. He walked away as Elsha detransformed into her base form, unconscious. Drake, what were you saying about the Juggernaut Drive form? Drake hadn't expected such a decisive outcome. He thought Issei would struggle a bit, but he had overwhelmed her without hesitation. The Juggernaut Drive form. You seem eager to learn about it, which concerns me. I want you to promise me that you will never enter this form. I promise. Drake knew his partner would likely seek out the form once he had the chance, but a strange feeling told him not to worry. Deciding to show Issei something first, he teleported them to another location. Issei looked around, still surrounded by a white void, but noticed something behind him. Turning, he saw many individuals, from youth to the elderly, all staring blankly at the ground, emitting a dark aura. Partner, do you know what happened to these individuals? They have all suffered from the curse of the Juggernaut Drive. It's a curse? Drake nodded. The form appears during your darkest moments. When you are at your lowest, the curse takes effect, pushing you until you lose control. When that happens, you will begin a chant that blocks me from communicating with you. Issei listened intently before asking, what does this curse do? Does it kill me after using it? If so, how did Vala survive? I have no idea. The form gradually drains your life force, and once you lose control, you have nothing to stop yourself from reverting back to your normal form. How do I enter this form? Didn't I already tell you? You must be at your darkest moment to unlock it. With this knowledge, Issei suddenly heard a notification. New form has been unlocked, Juggernaut Drive. Details. This form grants a flat plus 100 strength and endurance in addition to the boosts obtained. It also provides an additional plus 20 levels. Costs. This form will drain all mana in 2 minutes, creating a mental barrier before health begins to deplete. After the mana is drained, health will decrease at a rate of 25% per minute. Drawbacks. Once your mana is completely depleted, your mind will start to deteriorate, turning you into a mindless beast once a threshold of health is crossed. Smirking, he was eager to use this form, even if it meant losing all his mana. Would he be able to fight against Artemis without being overwhelmed? They were unfortunate to suffer the Juggernaut Drive curse. Each of these warriors has fallen victim to it. Issei noticed a smaller individual, no older than 7, sitting among the others. Approaching the child, he inspected him closely. I'm guessing they will remain as if everything around them is non-existent. They haven't moved an inch since their souls were brought here by the Juggernaut Drive. Issei looked somberly at the soulless individuals, their eyes devoid of meaning. Turning away, he said, Drake, let's teleport back to the blonde-haired woman. Her name is Elsha, and yes, let's go. This place is too gloomy. With that, they teleported back, and Issei noticed Elsha waking up and staring at them. Perfect timing, you just woke up? You clearly don't know how to handle a pretty lady in combat, Elsha pouted, dusting off her dress. Issei stared at her blankly before responding, in a fight, it's hit or be hit. I ought to teach you some manners, young man. Wait, you're still not even an adult yet, Elsha teased. You're just a little boy. Issei chuckled lightly at her words. Being teased like this was something he enjoyed, it was a welcome change. Elsha smiled, seeing the muscular giant laugh, which lightened the mood. Being around Artemis and knowing she was there for him made Issei feel more relaxed with strangers. You're not going to let me go with that, are you? Nope, you're just a little boy to me. Elsha giggled as she walked towards Issei. Since you're still here, how about we get to know each other better? I wouldn't mind watching over you during your time in the real world. You seem like someone who will be entertaining for both me and Drake. Sure. Issei shrugged, not minding the conversation. Drake observed the two with a small smile, enjoying the interaction. This hadn't happened since Elsha met his previous strongest host. Reputation with Elsha increased dramatically. Elsha sees you as someone strong-willed and interesting to watch. Artemis, she is possessive over you and views everything you do to defy her as a game. She isn't afraid to use her influence to make you comply, believing her actions are for your benefit. You are her confidant and one of the few people she can truly open up to. Rias, she admires you more than her brother and is currently training to become a valuable asset to you and your future endeavors. Sona, she sees you as competent and trustworthy, thanks to your achievements and your role in saving the city. Akino, she finds you admirable and wants to learn many things from you. Kiba sees you as a friend to hang out with. Kaneko still views you as a bit of a pervert, but trusts you when it comes to serious matters. Gaspert, he is quite intimidated by you ever since your first interaction. Drake sees you as a laid-back partner and enjoys watching you grow, even if his tone suggests otherwise. Surzex wants to see you as a brother and is eager for a rematch in video games. Graphian, she sees you as a mischievous boy who creates problems and wants to support you like a big sister. Venelana, she is motherly towards you, often reminded of Surzex as a child when she sees you. Seeing all the opinions everyone had about him, Issei felt justified in his concerns regarding his relationship with Artemis. Perhaps he should lower his reputation with her, but he didn't want to lose all that he had worked for. He needed to make a decision. If another quest came up that required helping Artemis, and it wasn't too extreme, he would try to avoid it to prevent any further development of her feelings for him. What is that? Issei poked a slug on the ground, watching it slowly move away. It's green. He continued to poke it, amused by how the slug rolled and then righted itself. How did he end up here? He had woken up after a rather intense encounter with Artemis, finding her asleep beside him. Learning from his previous mistake, Issei decided to stay in bed and turned on the TV. Keeping the volume low, he watched a few shows he had missed. Morning came, and Artemis woke up next to him. What were her words? If I don't see you again when I want you near me, then you better be ready for a challenge. Fortunately, Artemis had to leave quickly, having forgotten to help her little huntresses with a task she was supposed to remind them about the night before. She gave Issei a quick peck on the cheek before disappearing, prompting him to explore the forest. Now, he found himself poking a slug, which had become the most entertaining thing he had discovered. Wow. Give this guy a medal for stating the obvious. Come on, Drake. Love you too, partner. As he bickered with Drake, Issei continued poking the slug, using a stick to make it roll over again, still entertained by the little creature. Was this considered animal cruelty? How does my partner go from fighting his girlfriend to poking a slug? This isn't torture. I'm just having some fun with the little guy. Before anything else could be said, Elsha decided to take a jab at Issei. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. The once brave warrior reduced to poking such poor creatures. Shut up. They all laughed at Issei's frustration while continuing to tease him. Before long, the sun began to set, and the moon shone brightly overhead. Suddenly, a summoning circle appeared, and out came Surzex. What are you doing? He asked, watching Issei throw his stick. Turning to Surzex, Issei composed himself and lowered the stick. Don't worry about it. What do you want? Surzex sighed, knowing he wouldn't get a straightforward answer from Issei. He had tried that with his sister many times, and it never worked. I just wanted to inform you about an important meeting coming up. Odin from the Norse pantheon wants to sign a treaty for peace with us. You may not be a devil, but you mean a lot to my family and our entire race. Issei blinked a few times, reluctant to attend another meeting where many influential figures would be present. He knew that such gatherings often attracted trouble. Do I have to go? Issei whined. It would be unfortunate to tell the great Odin that the one person he wanted to see wouldn't be attending. Our alliance could suffer without the support of a single pantheon. Think about it. You could help usher in a new era where the pantheons considered joining our alliance. All of them began looking at you with great interest. Issei was screaming internally, wishing to avoid recognition. Being recognized meant more enemies, and from the stories he had heard, each pantheon had its own monsters that would either want to recruit him or eliminate him. Seeing that Issei was not swayed by his attempts at drama, which were rather poor, Surzex devised another plan that would appeal to Issei's age. How about this? If you come to this meeting, I can help you skip an entire week of school without needing to make up the work. Just a free week for you to do anything you want. Issei's eyes widened as he realized the potential of this offer. An entire week to himself meant he could ignore the outside world and focus on developing new, powerful skills. The idea of a week away from the supernatural world sounded almost too good to be true, and the bonus of skipping school altogether was something Issei couldn't resist. Fine. You win this time, Surzex. With a triumphant smile, Surzex raised his arm in victory. New quest. In a couple of weeks, you will need to attend the Peace Conference. Reward, level up x3. Plus new unique equipment. Failure. Reputation with the Alliance will deteriorate greatly. At least the penalty wasn't too severe. Shaking Surzex's hand, Issei walked away, left alone with his thoughts. What do I do between now and the meeting? I don't have any main quests to finish. Then it hit him. Side quests. As Issei spoke to himself, Drake and Elsha exchanged glances within the boosted gear. What is he talking about with side quests and main quests? Drake shrugged and sighed. He tends to be in his own world at times. I tried asking him, but he wouldn't share any details. It had been a while since Issei had heard from Artemis. Just a quick session of grinding, Issei emerged from the dungeon he had been in for weeks, preparing for the upcoming meeting with the factions. He was ready and had his weapon at hand. During his time in the dungeons, Issei had been farming for a specific material dropped by mini-bosses. Opening his inventory, he found what he had been searching for: Titanite Chunk X12. Now he had enough materials to upgrade his giant crusher to +9, which was nearly the maximum level he could achieve. Next, he needed a Titanite slab, but he had yet to find a single slab in the dungeon. The chances of obtaining a slab were slim, and it had taken him weeks to farm the chunks. He didn't even want to think about how long it would take to find a slab at his level. Standing in the middle of the woods, Issei decided to inform Artemis that he wouldn't be able to contact her for a couple of weeks. Checking her response. Issei faced a new problem since becoming a damage sponge, often acting without considering the consequences. Opening a communication circle, Issei connected it with Artemis and waited for her to pick up. This was like a supernatural phone, and Issei loved it. He didn't need Wi-Fi or data, just his own magic. An exhausted Artemis answered, "Hello, Artie." The moment Issei spoke, Artemis's tired tone shifted to surprise. "Issei, is that you?" "Yeah." "Where are you right now?" Her tone changed again, this time to anger. "Where have you been? Didn't I tell you I would be out of reach for 2 weeks? Did you check my messages?" Checking her messages on his phone, Issei noticed several from Artemis asking him to respond, inquiring about his whereabouts, his well-being, and whether he was doing something reckless again. Trying to lighten the mood, Issei said, "I just noticed them. I was exploring the underworld." He was lying, and even Artemis could tell. However, she didn't press the issue and continued, her voice still tinged with anger. "Your room now." Shutting the communication circle in frustration, Issei knew he was in for it. He decided to show up and try to justify his actions. Teleporting to his room, he found Artemis already waiting for him. "Were you?" Before he could finish, she hugged him tightly. "Do you know how worried I was?" Processing her words while holding her, Issei replied, "Why worry? I've shown many times that I can go out alone and be safe. The last time you went out alone, you came back badly hurt." Opening his mouth to counter, Issei realized she was right. "But I do come back alive." "It doesn't matter." Artemis resisted the urge to shake him. "Besides my huntresses, you are the only person I care about. Do you know what could happen if you don't show up for weeks? It's not just about you coming back, it's about not knowing if you will." Issei knew he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to see her get any more upset. He lifted her effortlessly, surprising her. "Fine. I won't go out for that long anymore. I promise to only go out for short PRDS of time, and I will keep you updated on everything that happens during my trips. Sometimes, I might even let you join me on my adventures. Does that sound better to you?" Artemis, hearing Issei's words, nodded enthusiastically and hugged him tightly. "Just promise me you won't do anything reckless. You're at an age where you might be tempted to take risks, but those risks can lead to serious consequences. The last thing I want is for something to happen to you. I would never forgive myself. Speaking of which, how about we take a little journey to the woods and go stargazing?" Artemis smiled and took his hands. "Just the two of us. Let's go." As Issei was pulled out of his house, he felt relieved that his parents were asleep. He still had time before the big meeting and needed to tell Artemis about it. Perhaps she could be his backup to ensure everything went smoothly. A thought crossed his mind about his relationship with Artemis. The next step would be to meet her huntresses, allowing him to visit her without causing any issues, except for Zeus. Also, "Artemis, when will you let your huntresses meet me again? I really want to see little Sophia." Artemis paused, considering. "I'll let them know about you and what you've done for the huntresses. I'll also tell them that you are my loved one. After that, I'll gauge their reactions and let you know when you can come by. She smiled at the mention of Sophia. Little Sophia would be thrilled to see you again. She said she wants to be thrown into the air again to see the ground from high up. She calls it the up-uppies. Chuckling, they continued their way to the woods. But a nagging thought lingered in Issei's mind. Why did he feel uneasy about the upcoming meeting with the factions? He felt prepared, yet worried that everything he had done would amount to nothing. The uncertainty troubled him. So, hear me out, I have another meeting with the factions, Issei said. Artemis's smile faded at the mention of the word, meeting. But I'll call you immediately if I need help or if I need to escape. Why do you always have to go to these meetings? Artemis asked, her concern evident. Issei pondered for a moment, trying to find a reason that would make sense to her. I've earned some prestige within the factions. It comes with benefits, like materials and even free food. Do those benefits really outweigh the problems they cause you? Issei shrugged. I did get a cool piece of armor from Surzex last time. I think it's worth it. Plus, he mentioned he could help me skip school for a week without making up the work. Really? A week off school was enough to make you join the meeting? Artemis sighed, realizing she should have expected this from him. If you want materials and equipment, why not ask my father? Oh wait, that wouldn't work since he doesn't know you. If it truly helps you, I won't stop you from going, but you better call me if things go south. And you must keep me informed about anything major. Got it. With that, Issei vanished from sight, heading to the meeting. Artemis pouted, wishing she could keep him with her for the entire day. Then a thought struck her. What's stopping me from keeping him here for a couple of days? Issei was in for a challenging time when he returned. Meanwhile, Issei sat in front of the door to Surzex's office, having received a summons. He knocked and waited patiently until Graphia opened the door, her face lighting up at the sight of him. Oh, you're finally here. Hurry, we need to prepare you for the meeting. Odin is very eager to see you. She took his hand and led him into the office, where Surzex greeted him with a wide smile. Issei, you actually showed up. We had a deal. Oh right, was it about you skipping school for a week? Yeah, that deal. Graphia raised an eyebrow. What about Issei skipping school? Surzex scratched the back of his head, chuckling. It's nothing to worry about. Issei and I made a little deal that involved him coming to the meeting. That's all, trust me. Graphia looked skeptical. And what did you gain from this deal? Issei caught a glimpse of Surzex pleading silently with him. Sighing, he replied, Don't worry about it. I just got a bit of help from Surzex. Nothing too crazy. You both think I didn't hear about you skipping school? It's not hard to connect the dots. You'll both be hearing from me, especially you, Surzex. Surzex sighed, realizing he had been caught. Issei knew he could slip away if needed to avoid any consequences. Before they could discuss further, Graphia pulled out a suit that perfectly matched Issei's size. Throwing the suit at Issei and pushing him into the bathroom. Graphia simply said, Get changed and meet us in the main room quickly. With that, she took Surzex out of the room and headed towards the main hall where everyone was gathering. Issei glanced at the suit but decided to leave it on the desk. He had never liked wearing suits because they were either too tight or uncomfortable. Instead, he walked back to the main room in his usual shirt and pants, eager to see the legendary Odin in all his glory. Issei stood in the middle of the hall, feeling a bit lost among the crowd. There were so many people at the event that he couldn't spot anyone familiar. However, that changed when he noticed Ravel approaching him. He recognized her from her connection to her brother and remembered how she had comforted him after their earlier confrontation. You. Ravel pointed an accusing finger at Issei. You. Issei mimicked her gesture, causing Ravel to groan in annoyance, a tick mark appearing on her forehead. I still remember what you did to my brother. And? Issei replied, unfazed. Ravel stomped her foot in frustration. You can't just say that casually. You hurt my brother. But he chose to pick a fight with me knowing the potential consequences. Ravel knew she couldn't argue against him, but she didn't want to admit it. Anyway, my parents decided to give you this. We didn't want what my brother said to cause any issues in our potential relationship in hell. So, they decided to give you this. It made sense why they were trying so hard to get on his good side. Issei was now known as a heroic figure among the factions, and the family wanted to avoid any conflict with him. Ravel pulled out a small vial adorned with golden decorations resembling a tiny phoenix and handed it to Issei, looking away shyly. As he examined the item, Issei's eyes widened at its significance. Name: Phoenix Tears. Rarity: Legendary. Description: the legendary tears that the Phoenix family cherishes, contributing to their prestigious reputation in the devil world. Ability: each droplet, max of 8, heals half your health. Drag: are these tears as powerful as they are rumored to be? Partner: I hate to admit it, but this little girl just gave you a golden item. Accept it graciously and use it whenever you're in danger. Grabbing the vial, Issei thanked Ravel. Thanks for this, Ravel. He patted her head as he walked away, leaving the blonde-haired girl blushing from the gesture. Issei felt a surge of happiness. This meant he could be even bolder in his battles, knowing he had a safety net. Reputation with Ravel and her family has increased greatly. At least he gained something positive from this encounter. Soon, Issei bumped into someone smaller and they fell down. He quickly reached out a hand to help them up, apologizing, "Sorry about that, I should have been more careful." Looking at the person he bumped into, he saw a woman with silver hair that fell past her shoulders, dressed in a formal suit. She took his hand to stand up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I should have been watching where I was going. It was my fault." Name: Rosweiss. Title: Odin's Helper. Level: 72. HP: 10,000. MP: 3,250 3250. STR: 76, plus 20. AGL: 62, plus 15. And 80, plus 20. Int: 65. Bonus: plus 30% physical damage. Plus 35% damage reduction. Noticing her stats, Issei was impressed. She was stronger than Rias and Sona. He shouldn't have been surprised, given her title as Odin's helper, but he wondered if she was a bit underwhelming for such an important role. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Issei smiled kindly. "Are you lost?" "No, she's just with me." A voice interrupted, and Issei turned to see an old man, much shorter than him, smiling warmly. "I'm guessing you're Issei." "Odin, where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you." "Odin." Issei's eyes widened as he realized the man in front of him, casually stroking his beard, was the All-Father of the Norse pantheon. Without even realizing it, Issei felt a bit of sweat form on his brow. This was all so sudden. "In it, Rosweiss, I wanted to keep that a surprise for him." Things were about to get serious. "So, you're Odin?" Issei asked, still processing the situation. "Yes, I am the All-Father." Odin continued stroking his beard. "This beard is too big. I might need my wife to trim it a bit." Issei blinked a few times as the old man went about his business. Rosweiss quickly dusted herself off and stood beside Odin. Another fallen angel was next to him, and Issei recognized him as Barakiel, a high-level deity. Issei was fascinated by the powerful beings surrounding him. He hoped to inspect Odin's current level. Name: Odin. Title: the All-Father of the Norse pantheon. Race: deity. Level: 183. HP: 85,508 5500. MP: 150,001 50000. STR: 230, plus 50. AGL: 315, plus 50. End: 500, plus 70. Int: 350, plus 150. Bonus: plus 50% damage reduction. Plus 30% pierce damage. Issei finally grasped the immense power of the gods before him. Looking at Odin's stats, he realized that while his own strength was nearly double that of the old man, the level difference meant he would be easily outmatched. It was reassuring to know he was powerful, but Issei understood that Odin was not fully equipped. He was just casually roaming around. "Are you lost?" Odin asked, shaking his head. No, I'm just exploring this building. The last time I was in the underworld was... never. I wonder how many beautiful women are around here. Issei blinked in surprise at Odin's comment, only to notice Rosweiss gripping her weapon tightly, clearly annoyed. Odin! Wincing at the scream, the All-Father asked, "What is it, Rosweiss? You can't say something like that. You're representing the Norse pantheon, and there is no need to say something like that." "Oh, calm down. You're always too serious about everything. Maybe this is why you don't have a boyfriend." As if that was the Valkyrie's kryptonite, she fell to the ground, tears welling in her eyes before she began to cry. "Maybe you're right. Wah." Continuing to cry, Odin decided that leaving her here might be best, so he quickly walked away, distracted by something interesting. Left alone with the upset woman, Issei sighed, thinking it was better to give her space. He turned to leave but was met by a certain crimson-haired woman. "Issei!" Rias hugged Issei, nuzzling her head into his broad chest. "How have you been? It's been ages since we last saw each other." "Oh, Rias. I don't know why I'm surprised to see you here." He patted her head before stepping back slightly, watching as Rias smiled brightly at him before glancing at Rosweiss, who was drawing circles in the dirt. "Is she all right?" "Yeah, she's just having a moment." Understanding, Rias grabbed Issei's hand and started leading him toward her peerage. "Everyone else really wants to see you." Time skip. Before long, it was time for Odin to sign the peace treaty with the factions. However, Issei was nowhere to be found. Where was he? It turned out trouble had found him, as he stood right in front of Kuroka and Biko. Issei had sensed a disturbance and received another quest that required him to confront the infiltrators. Irritated that he would miss the main event, Issei watched as Kaneko and Rias followed behind. It was strange to see them, especially with Kaneko glaring at the black-haired catgirl. Before anything could happen, Issei appeared behind Kuroka and swung his hammer toward her. He moved quickly, ensuring Kuroka couldn't evade his attack. He aimed to end the confrontation swiftly. Biko realized too late what was happening. When Issei's hammer struck Kuroka, the entire forest erupted with powerful gusts of wind that tore through the environment. Everyone was sent flying back, and without a word, the battle was decided. Standing where Kuroka had been, Issei stood victorious as everyone, including Rias and Kaneko, tumbled to the ground, covered in dirt. Kuroka lay there, barely conscious, as Issei looked down at her. "Goodbye." Just as he prepared to swing his hammer again, a voice called out, "Stop." Issei turned to see Kaneko, her head barely visible above the ground, pleading with him. "Don't kill her. Please. She's my sister. Don't kill her, I beg of you. She's an intruder. Please. Don't kill her. I beg of you. Do whatever you want, just don't kill her." Kaneko began to cry, and even Rias joined her plea. "Don't kill her, Issei. There's no need to go that far. Just defeat her, and we can handle the rest." Defeat her, Issei had already dealt a crushing blow. Before he could respond, someone snatched Kuroka from the ground and appeared behind Issei. He turned to see Valley and his team. Kuroka was in Valley's arms, and he glared at Issei. "You fiend. Do you have no remorse? Do you have any humanity?" Before Issei could reply, the entire team vanished. Was this mission successful? It turned out he had completed the mission. What was the mission? Quest completed. Defend Rias and Kaneko from the intruders. Rewards. Level up X3. Standing amidst the destruction he had caused, Issei sighed, realizing the extent of his actions. Just then, a large dragon appeared before him, towering in size. "Did you do this?" Staring at the dragon with his hammer at his side, Issei replied, "Intruders showed up and I took care of it. I sensed multiple energy signatures here. The Chaos Brigade made their move again. I still sense 2 powers. I'm guessing the white-haired cat is one of them." With a stern gaze, Tannen huffed and looked to the sky. "I should have known intruders would strike." With all the factions gathered in one place, it was the perfect opportunity. Issei turned and began to walk away. His job was done, even if it meant a good portion of the forest lay in ruins. Noticing a leg sticking out of the ground, he pulled the person out, revealing a wild Rias, who landed with a thud. Breathing heavily, she frowned at him. There was no need to do that. Do what? The big attack? I could have avoided it, but I wanted to end the fight quickly. Look at the forest. Look at everything you destroyed. Isn't your family wealthy? You could easily replace this section of the forest. Rias pouted before turning to see Kaneko staring off into the distance where her sister had fallen. Approaching Kaneko, she caressed her head and said, "You shouldn't have been so harsh in the fight." Shaking his head, Issei continued walking away. If I hadn't been as forceful, I might have hesitated. What were the chances of her not trying to hurt me? I understand that, but look at all this destruction. Now we have to fix this place. You're fortunate my family can manage this easily, Rias said with a pout as she carried the slightly injured Kaneko in her arms. Poor Kaneko. Before long, Issei had left the area. He had completed what he needed to do. This past month had been filled with grinding in the dungeons, battling countless monsters, and spending time with a possessive goddess, which was taking a toll on him more mentally than physically. He turned to see the imposing Dragon King staring at the main building for some reason, but Issei chose to ignore it and began to stretch. What should I do now? He wondered aloud, just as he sensed another presence in the main hall where the nobles, leaders, and deities were holding their peace treaty. Tanin, do you feel that? The old Dragon King turned to Issei and nodded, expressing his annoyance. There are always those who oppose peace for the pettiest reasons. I wonder who it is this time. Issei grabbed his hammer and leaped toward the main hall. There's only one way to resolve this, and it involves my hammer. That child is very powerful. For him to clear this field and eliminate an intruder of that level in mere seconds, Tanin remarked with a slight smile. Not only that, but I sense Draig within that boy. This Red Dragon Emperor is likely the most powerful in history. Meanwhile, Loki had decided to make a surprising entrance among the other leaders, voicing his opinions on Odin joining the alliance. Summoning his son, Fafnir, he quickly found himself subdued by a Juka, who sealed him for the time being. Soon after, Issei landed in the middle of the ballroom, hammer in hand, surrounded by shards of glass from the ceiling. He looked around, blinking in surprise as he realized the threat had already been dealt with. What? Surzex chuckled upon noticing Issei's arrival. A little late to the party, Issei. Where were you? With a blank expression, Issei shrugged, earning a few chuckles from the leaders. Let's just say I was handling business outside. He returned his hammer to his inventory and leaped up to the same floor as Surzex and the other leaders. Ajuka quickly interrupted before any further conversation could occur. The seal will keep Loki trapped for 24 hours. After that he will be released and will need to be subdued. Odin growled, stroking his beard to calm himself. I should have known my son would disagree, but I thought he would be mature enough to keep his feelings to himself. Shaking his head in disappointment, Odin summoned his staff and looked down at his son with a serious expression. Now we have to deal with him. Surzex glanced at Issei. Issei, I know I've asked a lot from you, but could you help in fighting against Loki? Issei nodded, knowing this quest would be rewarding. It was also the first quest where he would bring along a special friend. She would be thrilled to help him, and it would ease her worries knowing he was capable enough to ask for assistance. Artemis would be very pleased by the end of this battle. But we need to be careful about who we ask to join. Any of the high-class youngsters would be a liability and could end up in danger. Surzex agreed, understanding the gravity of the situation. As much as I believe in my sister's abilities, Rias would just be a liability against Loki and could end up in harm's way. I won't let that happen. I'll send Tanin to assist. Michael nodded at Surzex's words and turned to Issei. I will send Gabriel. She has been eager to fight alongside you, Issei. Odin sighed and pointed his staff at Loki. I will send my son. Thor. Gasps filled the room at the mention of Thor, the legendary god of thunder, being sent to fight. Loki is not a small threat. His illusions and manipulations are beyond what any of your beings could handle. Since this was my oversight, I will send my eldest son to end this battle. Curious, Issei wondered what the god of thunder looked like in person. Was he as powerful as the stories claimed? Was he more powerful than Zeus himself? Silence fell over the room as everyone awaited someone to speak. Issei, are you old enough to drink yet? Azazel asked, holding a bottle of wine. Serzex, Michael, and I are heading to the bar nearby to unwind. Want to join? The sudden question surprised everyone, and Michael frowned slightly. Serzex interjected before Michael could respond. What? Azazel? Azazel chuckled. Oh, relax, Serzex. A simple drink wouldn't hurt him. Plus, this kid has already fought against enemies on our level. A drink wouldn't harm him. And I'm buying the finest drinks for everyone. I'm only 17. Well, we don't need to let anyone know. Besides, you look like you're in your early 30s. And what do they say? Age is just a number. Before Issei could respond, Graphia grabbed Azazel's shoulder and squeezed it firmly. And jail is just a home. Issei is not old enough, and he will not be going anywhere near the bar. Serzex, make sure Issei stays away from Azazel's influence. Azazel grunted in pain. All right. It was just a joke. Some of you are too protective of these kids. Graphia lifted Azazel and tossed him aside. Issei, don't even think about drinking, or I will tell your mother what you've been up to. Issei nodded quickly and turned to Serzex. So, do you have any chocolate milk? Oh, my father! Gabriel gasped as a massive figure entered the room. Issei was equally surprised to see the man walking in. Standing in all his glory was Thor, who began to survey the room around him. His massive hammer by his side, Thor radiated pure power with each step he took. That was when his eyes locked onto Issei. Ignoring the amazed expressions from everyone, Thor began walking towards him. Title, God of Thunder. Race, Deity. Level, 155. HP, 150,00150,000. MP, 37,500,37500. STR, 300, plus 350. AGL, 187, plus 50. End, 400, plus 100. Int, 250. Bonus, plus 60% damage reduction. Plus 20% pierce damage. Plus 80% lightning damage. His stats were monstrous. Issei quickly regained his composure to appear more confident around the god. Issei Hayadu. I've heard the stories about your accomplishments. I just needed to see who you were in real life. It's only been a few months since you've entered the supernatural world, and you're already impressing the leaders. How about after this whole situation, we have a spar? I wouldn't mind that. Partner, are you sure you want to fight against him? Drake asked internally with caution. Thor is known for his raw strength and absolute power. The difference is that he's just you, but stronger. He'll go to great lengths to enjoy himself. Don't worry about it. What's the worst that can happen? It's just a friendly spar. And there you go jinxing it. Hasn't anyone told you to never say things like that? Ugh. Brought back to reality, Issei turned to Serzex and the other leaders. How many hours do we have left before we face Loki and his antics? Estimations. Around 12 hours before he gets released, Ajuka announced. Issei nodded and vanished, leaving the room in silence from his sudden departure. Did he just disappear? Azazel asked. He really does whatever he wants. Serzex chuckled at Issei's audacity to act that way in front of all the leaders. He's quite different from the other youngsters. Meanwhile, Issei had left to contact Artemis and explain his plan. Artemis, are you there? He spoke through the communication circle, and Artemis replied with a tired tone. Issei, this better be a good reason for calling me this late. Artemis was not in the best mood when tired. So hear me out. I'm going to be fighting against Loki. Are you serious right now? Flinching at her sudden outburst, Issei lowered his voice. I'm not doing it alone. I have Thor with me. Hearing that he wasn't going into battle alone made Artemis feel much more at ease, especially since he was going with Thor, one of the most legendary figures in the supernatural world. Not only that, but my plan is to summon you with me. You always said you wanted to be there whenever I faced heated battles. So, I'm bringing you along to fight by my side. 2 gods and the red dragon should be enough to take down Loki. Artemis's demeanor relaxed completely. When is the battle? Because I will definitely be there to keep you safe. In about 12 hours. Perfect, I'll get everything ready. I'll ask my brother for some special equipment, and I will come in my battle outfit. I will not let you get hurt on my watch. After saying his goodbyes to Artemis so she could finish her preparations, Issei was left alone in the night, staring into the darkness above. There were no stars, just the enveloping shadows around him. The sounds of crickets and the gentle breeze against his face were soothing. This was one of the few times he didn't need to do anything, knowing that soon, something significant would happen. Now you're in the realm of fighting the gods. Soon, you'll reach my level, and we'll have a grand showdown in the boosted gear. Drake appeared on his right arm with the boosted gear. Issei shook his head in amusement. I'm still leagues below your power. Don't start flattering me to make me feel good. Drake chuckled before speaking again. Partner, Loki isn't a joke. He may not be the biggest issue, but his son is even more powerful. Fenrir, at full strength, is barely competing with the top 10 beings. Full power? What do you mean by that? The beast isn't at full power. For some reason, thankfully, it isn't anywhere near its full strength. This fight should be fair enough where you take on the beast and Thor takes on his brother. Since we have no other liabilities around, you both should be able to handle them. With Juggernaut Drive, I should be able to hold my own against foes around Thor's level. I'm just glad I'll be able to confront Loki if necessary. But you also don't have much time in that form. I'm surprised you're even letting me stay in that form. Drake snorted in response. I've been your partner through thick and thin, and everyone knows it. You're just too much of a knucklehead to stay out of trouble. I can only support you and hope you come out alive. Staring up into the sky and stretching his body, Issei smirked. Let's take down a god. With that, Issei remained silent and continued having smaller conversations mentally with Drake. Hours passed as he relaxed his mind. The time finally came, and Issei stood next to Thor as they prepared a teleportation circle. From the crowd, the first person to approach them was someone Issei didn't expect. Venelana walked forward with a case. Issei. Hearing her soft voice, Issei turned his full attention to the kind woman. Yes. I know we barely know each other, but I want to ask you something very important. It's just an instinct for me to be caring towards youngsters, but there's something about you that makes me want to look out for you. Handing the case to Issei, she continued, if there are any issues, please contact Surzex. The reason why these leaders are hesitant to leave and fight with you too is that if something were to happen to them, it would be a huge loss for the factions. The leaders hold everything together, and losing any part of that link would be detrimental. Issei nodded, but Venelana wasn't finished yet. However, Surzex doesn't care. My little boy was always meant to be a fighter. He will always do what is right and protect those he considers friends. Please, if you have any concerns, let him know, and he will always be there to help. I just don't want you to keep walking into these fights and barely making it out. Seeing the worried mother, Issei felt a familiar warmth in her presence that reminded him of his own mother. Was it the color of her hair? The gentle smile she wore? The comforting touch she offered? He found himself drawn to her as another motherly figure, and his instincts kicked in to reassure her. Don't worry, I'm bringing a very dear friend of mine to help me fight. Let's just say I know when I need assistance. Nodding at his words, Venelana could only hope and pray that the boy would return safely tonight. What was it about this child that reminded her of her son? Was it his fighting spirit? The kindness in his heart? His youthful innocence? There was something about Issei that echoed Surzex. Before long, Issei exchanged a determined glance with Thor, who met his gaze with a confident smile. Let's show him what we've got. With a nod from the god, they vanished, ready to face the challenge ahead. The gaping dragon was a formidable creature, towering over the landscape with its massive wings spread wide. Its scales shimmered in the dim light, a blend of deep greens and blacks that seemed to absorb the very essence of the shadows around it. With a level of 65, it was a force to be reckoned with, boasting an impressive health pool and magical energy. As the adventurers approached, they felt a palpable tension in the air. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet, a reminder of the dragon's immense strength. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly intelligence, watching them with a mix of curiosity and disdain. The battle commenced with a clash of wills. The dragon unleashed a torrent of fire, the heat radiating outward as the adventurers dodged and weaved, narrowly escaping the flames. The air crackled with energy as spells were cast, illuminating the darkened cavern with bursts of light. With each strike, the dragon roared in defiance, its powerful tail sweeping through the air, sending debris flying. The adventurers fought valiantly, their hearts pounding with adrenaline as they coordinated their attacks, each one determined to bring down the beast that loomed before them. As the fight wore on, the dragon's movements became more erratic, its once graceful form now showing signs of fatigue. The adventurers pressed on, their resolve unyielding. With one final united effort, they unleashed a powerful attack that struck true, causing the dragon to stagger back, its mighty roar echoing through the cavern. In the aftermath of the battle, the adventurers stood victorious, their breaths heavy but filled with triumph. They had faced the gaping dragon and emerged stronger, a testament to their courage and teamwork. The cavern, once filled with the sounds of battle, now lay silent, a reminder of the fierce encounter that had just taken place.